Lord of Mystery, The Return of the Stars Chapter 501-520. Backland, the City of Hope. This sentence was originally meant for outsiders outside Backland, because here is the most advanced technology, art, industry, and banking in the entire Loan Kingdom. As long as you have enough ability, this is the City of Hope with gold everywhere, which contains infinite possibilities. Backland, the City of Hope. Leonard repeated it twice, and his expression became excited. Where is the old man's hope? Hope is in Backland. Some people just say a simple sentence, but they can change the already fixed fate. I really hope you are such a person. There was a deep meaning in Pale's tone. Just at that moment, when Hasta said that hope was in Backland, he seemed to have really caught a corner of the future. In that future, he successfully avoided Amon swallowing. However, such similar abilities should not come from believers of the stars, but from believers of fools. Because there is a sign of destiny, which is to see through destiny with one word. I also hope that I am such a person. At least, I gave you a hope. Hasta just smiled. Thank you, this is what I need most right now. After a few more brief conversations, Hasta asked why Leonard didn't go find Klein first and seek the help of the fool. I don't know where Klein has gone. I haven't seen him for a long time, Leonard sighed. He went to Bachland Street to find Klein at first, but he didn't see Klein or Don Donstad. In the end, he could only leave a letter and take a carriage to Queens. He should come to you in your dream tonight. Hearing Hasta say this, Leonard's mouth twitched. He actually hated being disturbed in the middle of the night, even though he didn't need to rest. After Leonard left, Hasta sat in the study, thinking about how to help Pale survive this disaster. It's not difficult to survive. After all, in the original work, Pales relied on his years of exploration to reduce his status from Sequence 1 to Sequence 2 and successfully survived. What he needed to do was to preserve the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 1 time worm on Pales, and how to target Amon. With the experience of Backland last time, if Amon came again, he would definitely be fully prepared, and even let Adam help him. After all, last time, Amon came to ask for 008 because of Adam. If I were Amon, when would I choose to take action? After Hasta thought about it a little bit, he quickly sent 2 servants to chase Leonard back, and at the same time called Greg Carey from the spirit world and retrieved the sealed box of the old days, and then went to the Hall of Stars and asked Madame Lisa to come back and be ready to take action at any time. If he was Amon, then now would be the best time to take action. After the failure of asking for 008 last time, even if Amon's clone did not send any news back to the main body, Amon must know that there was something fishy here. In the absence of the help of the Goddess of Night, Pales, the only ones who can really stop Amon are the Fool and the Stars. He could only come here for help, and this place was the contact point of the Stars. If Amon was hiding quietly nearby, then after Leonard left a certain distance, it would be the best time to take action. In Queens, on King Avenue, the carriage Leonard was riding in had just left Hasta for about 500 meters. When he heard the call from Hasta's servants behind him, Leonard was about to lift the curtain of the carriage to take a look. It's too late. Amon is coming. Palace in Leonard's body couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding space was stagnant, the carriage stopped moving, and the 2 well-trained horses were crawling on the ground, trembling. A gust of wind came, blowing away the wooden frame of the carriage, exposing Leonard outside. The man was wearing a robe like black windbreaker, paired with black pants and black leather shoes, with a thin face, a tall hat and a very distinctive monocle, and the whole person looked very gentle. Amon, blasphemer Amon. Even though he had never actually seen the blasphemer Amon, Leonard guessed his identity at first sight. His eyes were full of horror, it was too fast. He didn't even have time to ask the fool for help. Oh, you can go directly through the Tarot Club. Leonard then remembered that he could contact the fool in this way. Before, he just thought that Klein was the fool's follower and was more suitable to be a middleman. When the thought of asking the fool for help just flashed through Leonard's mind, it disappeared in the next second. The whole person was in a daze, as if his whole brain was emptied. Palace, I really want to reminisce with you, but time is running out. When Amon said this, the sky outside was covered with dark clouds, and a violent lightning was brewing. The stars are already watching here. Amon, you can't leave Backland. You don't need to worry about me. Knowing that he couldn't delay time, Aemon stretched out his hand and threw out a bone church, which swelled in the wind and soon became a huge bone palace like a giant. Every dark pillar, every arch, and every dome in the palace is inlaid with white bones of different races. They are densely packed and chaotically crowded together, staring at the slightly smaller target in the center of the hall with empty eyes, like a trial is taking place. This is the Church of Bones from Adam, which has the ability to block all prying eyes. Just when the Church of Bones was about to be completed, Pales sighed inside Leonard and threw Leonard out of the Church of Bones. This time Aemon came so fast that he had no time to prepare. Anyone who lets his thoughts have been guessed by Aemon will not be wronged if he loses. Just when Pales lost his fighting spirit, the entire bone church began to sway, as if it was being targeted by a powerful sealed object and was about to be forcibly sucked away. At the same time, thunderbolts belonging to the Stormlord fell down, trying to forcefully break open the bone church. Under the attack, even the bone church had a crack briefly appear at this moment. Seeing that the situation had changed, Pales no longer hesitated, forcibly restored his peak state, and escaped from the crack at high speed. The powerful will to survive that erupted from him at this moment made Aemon look at him sideways. Aemon looked up and frowned slightly. It came so quickly. Am I too underestimating your wisdom, or are you really paying attention to everything? The opportunity has been lost, even if he is facing the divine punishment of the Lord of Storms and the gaze of the stars. He has to avoid the edge for a while. Need the secrecy of night. Aemon stared for a while, looking at the crazy thunder pouring from the sky above his head. With a sway, he put away the bone church and left Backland. He just came here to confirm his inner speculation this time. All his clones were buried in Backland, so he knew that Backland had what he wanted. When Zaradul revealed the news this time, he got rid of that annoying guy as quickly as possible and came to Backland to guard him. Sure enough, Pales was defended, but the stars reacted too quickly and appeared in time to help Pales escape the disaster. Hasta Campbell, I remember you. Aemon, who left Backland, didn't have an overly depressed look on his face. He also acted in a hurry this time and was not fully prepared. Otherwise, the Lord of Storms and the stars would not be able to discover him so easily. Pales, you don't dare to leave Backland at all. I will find you again sooner or later. It was confirmed that Pales was in Backland, and Aemon was in a pretty good mood. At this time, the surrounding space changed, and a similarly young figure came forward. Aemon put away the smile on his face and said coldly, "If you want to lend me my hand to help you test the stars, don't follow me all the time. Games are also what I enjoy." The high-dimensional overlooker didn't care about Amon's attitude, and looked at Backland's starry sky. The stars were twinkling there, and even he felt a little strange. The relationship between you and the stars is really interesting. If you want to explore these, you are still far away. Dimensional overlooker just said lightly. Aemon was not angry, looked at Backland again, and quickly left the place. The high-dimensional overlooker also left and continued to chase Aemon. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked around the King's Avenue through the Hall of Stars, and only after confirming that there was no trace of Aemon, he looked back. If he hadn't suddenly guessed that Aemon might block Leonard and Pals, he would never have reacted so quickly. The Stormlord alone cannot stop the cooperation between Aemon and the Bone Church. It was he who used the power of the Hall of Stars to drive the box of the old and shake Amon's Bone Church to a certain extent. Give Pales a hope of escape. Pales, who has hope, is not something that Aemon can solve in a short time, even if Pales has only returned to Sequence 2 now. This is just the beginning. Aemon will definitely stay outside Backland and continue to look for suitable opportunities. Hastur's eyes looked toward the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was. The 2 times Aemon came to Backland, the high-dimensional overlooker only appeared after Aemon failed each time, which proved that he had other ideas in his mind. However, in the past, the relationship between the stars and the outer gods such as the high-dimensional overlooker, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Lord was not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. If you want the high-dimensional overlooker to do things, you need to provide sufficient benefits, or the stars' promises about the future. This is what the high-dimensional overlookers wanted to wait for, so they allowed Aemon to test the stars. In this way, no matter what the result of Amon's temptation is, he can enjoy the results. If the stars need his help, he will be able to get help from the stars once in the future. As for Amon, the high-dimensional overlooker should not mind taking Amon as a gift to the stars. Unfortunately, Amon has a good brother, and the high-dimensional overlooker's clone cannot really deal with Amon. This is a double-edged sword, and Amon also dared not trust the high-dimensional overlooker. The reason why he let Pallas leave this time was that he was worried that the high-dimensional overlooker would suddenly block his way back. In this way, he might really not be able to leave. Asta thought about various possibilities, then sighed softly, leaned back on the chair, and looked around at Backland under the Hall of Stars. He needed to create an avatar that could exist in the Hall of Stars for a long time to help him monitor at all times. The stars watched everything, but to do this, it was only possible to stay in the Hall of Stars. And the main body could not stay in the Hall of Stars every day. The star container was not a good choice either. After all, he took it from the real creator, and it was not pure enough. If he awakened his consciousness in his body and took over the Hall of Stars, that was definitely not what he wanted to see. You must not have self-awareness, and you don't have to be limited to avatars. Asta thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a better solution. When he heard someone calling him in the real world, Hester left the Hall of Stars, got up and opened the door to go out. Leonard was frightened by Amon's stop, and he could not think of a good place to go, so he had to turn back. Pales followed Leonard back. Asta, I was really scared just now. I almost never saw you again. Leonard trembled slightly, and there was still fear on his face and eyes that could not be dispelled for a long time. Have a cup of hot tea first to warm up your body. Hester asked someone to prepare hot tea, indicating Leonard to put aside his worries. Amon, I will not give up this opportunity. He will come again. Pales was also worried about his future. Is there no good way to deal with Amon? Hester asked. It's difficult. The extraordinary path of a thief is full of fraud, decryption, deception, fate, etc. from sequence 9 onwards. Amon is proficient in these. It is difficult to plot against him, even with the secret protection provided by the goddess of night. He can always use an inconspicuous little flaw or loophole to easily see the overall situation. In addition, he has a bad personality and is a loner, so it is even more difficult to plan against him. Otherwise, with his character, he would have been dealt with by the Lord of Storms and other gods. The reason why he was let go is that the cost of dealing with him is too high and may not be effective. Asta listened silently to Pallas's introduction to Amon, which was not comprehensive enough. Amon also has Adam and the true creator behind him. This is why the three true gods, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, have never been able to deal with Amon. Even if the Goddess of Night is willing to provide them with secrets, they will doubt whether the Goddess of Night is teaming up with Adam and Amon to hunt them down. In addition, the three of them are hostile to each other and are full of vigilance. In short, in dealing with Amon and Adam, the three of them can only be used as extras, not as the main force. Counting the combat power on his side and Klein's side, it is still very difficult to encircle Amon. After all, Amon is not the incarnation of an outer god, but the mortal enemy of all true gods, and he must be eliminated. There are many hidden existences who are still willing to bet on Amon to become a god and have the hope of competing for the position of the future Lord of Mysteries. At night, Leonard, who stayed in Asta Villa to rest, finally waited for Klein's dream. In the dream, Leonard seemed to hear someone muttering, "Don't wake others up in the middle of the night every time." Leonard deeply understood this sentence. Amon is here. I just met him today. It was his real body. Leonard briefly explained the situation. I understand. Klein just nodded calmly. Can the fool provide shelter for the old man? It can only provide a certain degree of shelter. Klein said this with a guilty conscience. As a meander of the same adjacent path, Amon is also his natural enemy. However, he is still preparing for the promotion to Sequence 4 Trickster, so his strength is relatively weak, and he generally won't attract Amon's covetousness. As for Mr. Fool, despite having Saphira Castle as his trump card, he himself does not have the ability to confront Amon head-on. Among the people he knows, only Will, the Mercury Snake, has a certain ability to fight Aemon, but he also has his own natural enemy Ouroboros. The other messenger ladies and Mr. Azek are only sequence 2, and it is still very difficult for them to face Aemon, the King of Angels. Does Mr. Fool have a way to deal with Aemon? Leonard asked this question with hope. It's so direct. Klein could only find a temporary excuse to evade this sharp question. The thoughts of a person like Mr. Fool are not something we can speculate. Alas. Leonard sighed heavily and didn't ask any more questions. After the dream ended, Klein, who had temporarily left Backland and was collecting extraordinary materials needed to promote to Trickster in the distance, also sighed heavily facing Backland. He really wanted to help Leonard and Pales overcome the difficulties. After all, Aemon was too terrifying. Once he took away the sequence one-time worm from Pales, Aemon would be just one step away from becoming a god. This was his future opponent. If he grew too fast, he would definitely be like Pales, hiding from him everywhere like a little mouse. It's almost time. By the end of the year, I should be able to find all the extraordinary materials, finish my role, and be promoted to a sequence 4 trickster. Thinking of this, Klein felt a little more relaxed. At least he was catching up step by step. As for how to solve the Aemon matter, he didn't have any good ideas. He could only place his hope on Hastur, who was still in Backland. Well, all the respect to Mr. Hastur. In the early morning, the fog in Backland's sky had not yet been dispelled, but most of the haze in Leonard's heart had been dispelled. After thinking about it all night, Mr. Hastur finally gave him a relatively feasible solution to his current situation. That is to let Pales continue to hide. It sounds like this is just a very simple and negative method, but it can prevent Pales from being found by Aemon in a short period of time and buy some time. Catching Aemon is by no means a simple matter and requires long-term planning to have a chance. Another reason is that Hastur doesn't want his home to become a battlefield. Aemon is watching his life from outside every day. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Moreover, the behavior of hiding is in line with Pales' character. The key question is where to hide to be safer. At present, in Backland, the goddess of the night is no longer reliable. The god of steam and machinery will not offend Aemon and Adam for Pales. As for the Lord of Storms, he is indeed hostile to Aemon, but if Pales is allowed to enter his church, maybe he will directly take away the extraordinary characteristics of the time worm in Pales and bring it to his own kingdom of God, so that Aemon will never be able to get it together and become a god. The three gods are unreliable, and the current fool is a parallel import. The stars don't want their doorstep to become a battlefield. Therefore, the option Hastur suggested to Pales was to hide in the history of the Fourth Age. Zeratul is also hiding there, just repaying him with retaliation. Although Pales's condition is not very good, Zeratul cannot deal with it casually. In addition, there are also star containers that block the history of the Fourth Age with the fog of history. Once Aemon is really found, he will definitely not be able to get around the star container. Pales was happy when he heard this. Ha ha ha. This bastard Zeratul caused me to be targeted by Aemon. I want to cause some trouble for him, so I will go to the fourth era of history. Although Leonard was reluctant to give up, he also knew that this should be the best solution at the moment. Old man, please pay attention to your own safety. Leonard's eyes were slightly red, as if he was about to send his own grandfather away. Boy, you should worry more about yourself. Aemon has already seen you. If nothing happens, try to stay in St. Samuel's Church. Archbishop Anthony is not bad. Pales emerged from Leonard's body as a phantom, clearly the image of an old man, but his facial features were covered, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible for Leonard to see clearly. Hastur could clearly see that Pales' overall temperament was similar to that of Leonard, but it was just a little more accumulated over the years. Although his facial features were old, he could still see that he was definitely a person who could not be defeated when he was young. Leonard's handsome boy. It is estimated that Pals had a similar temperament to Leonard when he was young. This may be the reason why Pals has always chosen to be a parasite in Leonard's body. Watching Leonard grow up is like watching himself when he was young. Pales originally wanted to pat Leonard on the head, and then laugh and mock. Such a big man is still crying like this. But in the end, he just stroked Leonard's head gently, like a kind grandfather saying goodbye to his beloved grandson. Before Leonard could react, Leonard entered the fourth era of history with the help of the star container, and was under the same historical sky as Zaradul. The difference is that Zaradul is hiding in his own secret piece of history. When the mists of history cover up and once again block the way to the history of the Fourth Age, the star containers merge silently into the mists of history. After sending Pales away, Hastur looked at Leonard with a solemn expression. In order to conceal Pales's whereabouts, I need to erase your relevant memories of knowing Pale's movements. This is a complete erasure and cannot be done anymore. Recover. Leonard opened his mouth, and finally nodded silently, allowing Hastur to erase this part of his memory. In order to prevent Eamon from retrieving the corresponding memory fragments from Leonard's memory, Hastur first completely erased this part of the memory and then used his secret authority to process it. When the memory erasure was completed, Leonard was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hastur with a blank expression and said, "Old man, where did he go, old man? Why can't I sense his presence?" Leonard put his hands on Hastur's shoulders and shook them eagerly. Could he have been captured by Eamon? He just felt like there was an empty corner in his heart, and a silent sadness flowed from that empty corner to all parts of his body. "This is for your own good." Hastur finally gave Leonard only this answer. After sending Pales away and clearing Leonard's memory, he asked the butler to send a carriage to send Leonard away. Hastur stayed alone in the room. He still had one thing to do. It was to create a clone of Pals to confuse Eamon, who was guarding outside Backland. 2 worms of time appeared in Hastur's palm, which were given to him by Pales before he left, in order to use the worms of time to create a clone containing Pales' aura. It is not difficult to create a clone, but the difficult part is how to confuse Eamon. Hastur planned to throw the 2 bodies into 2 different places. In order to prevent Eamon from following the created clones to find Pals, Hastur directly cut off the fate of the clones and used his secret authority to eliminate relevant information. Late at night, the stars in the sky were bright, and the crimson moon seemed brighter than usual. Under the light of the stars, travel portals opened from Backland, and the other end appeared in many places in the northern and southern continents. Some are remote hills, some are quiet small fishing villages. There are also islands hanging on the sea, chaotic battlefields. Eamon, who paid close attention to Backland's movements, was naturally aware of this constantly opening and closing door to travel. At this time, in order to prevent Pales from risking leaving Backland, Amon's eyes flashed, and he separated a series of clones, heading to the other end of the travel portals according to the space fluctuations. This spatial fluctuation lasted for about 10 minutes, opening and closing more than 30 times in total. After resting for about 2 hours, there was another spatial fluctuation of the opening and closing of the travel portal, followed by dozens of opening and closing of the travel portal. Regarding such a trick, Eamon just chuckled. If he wanted to secretly send Pales away from Backland in this way, it would be too underestimated his wisdom. Pals, who was afraid of running into him, would never leave Backland in such an obviously risky way. These actions tonight are just a cover-up, and the real action should not have begun yet. But he doesn't mind sending a clone to play this game with Hastur to see if he can send Pales out of Backland. As for him who was waiting for something to happen, he also hoped that Pales would leave Backland, so that he would have less worries. When dawn broke in the sky, the travel portal opened in 3 waves late at night, a total of more than 100 times. But none of them were true, each time was just a test. Pales was not in any travel portal at all. Eamon had already expected this result, and he had enough patience to play this game slowly. He even hummed a little tune, praising Hastur for his abundant spiritual power, which could sustain such a huge consumption. Then it was late at night on the 2nd night, late at night on the 3rd day, and it wasn't until late at night on the 5th day that Eamon felt an unusual breath leaving Backland through a travel portal. One of his clones quickly chased after him and successfully intercepted the person leaving the travel portal. Pales's clone was captured by Amon's clone and brought to Amon's body. Eamon tried to follow the clone to find the location of Pale's body, but to no avail. Eamon was not depressed either. 12 Amons gathered in a circle nearby and decided to hold a round-table meeting to discuss how to deal with Pales's clone. In the end, they decided to use the clone of Pals to enter Backland and look for Leonard to get the news. This was a very interesting way to play. As for the other two Aemon who had different opinions, they had already been strung on bamboo poles and placed on the fire to start grilling. Just when Aemon was still waiting for Hastur to come up with another trick, the opening of the late-night travel portal suddenly stopped, and there was no movement for several days. This made Aemon notice something strange, and he began to wonder if someone had sneaked out of Backland through the travel portal some time ago. In the end, he still insisted on his judgment. During this period, only this clone of Pales tried to leave. Backland. Leonard was attending the prayer of the Goddess of the Night in St. Samuel's Church. After it was over, he went to Archbishop Anthony to chat with him or go back to his room to handle some official matters. During the recent period, in order to prevent Aemon from finding him, he basically stayed in St. Samuel's Church. If there was official business at Red Gloves, he would ask other team members to send the matters and documents to be handled to St. Samuel's. Come to church. This was very effective. At least Aemon did not dare to approach St. Samuel's Church blatantly. As for the whereabouts of the old man, he no longer thinks about it, lest he encounter Aemon and end up harming the old man. Until this day, as usual, he went to the square outside St. Samuel's Church, waiting for the documents to be processed by the team members. In his spare time, he looked at the pigeons being fed by enthusiastic believers around him. After being fed for a long time, these pigeons are no longer afraid of people, and some are so bold that they fly directly onto the arms of tourists and beg them for food. Leonard watched for a while, and then he realized that there was a familiar but unfamiliar old man in the distance, looking at him through the crowd. I may have never met that person before, but the feeling he gave me was very familiar. Old man. Leonard whispered, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if confirming something. Then he stood up, hurried past the crowd, disturbing the white pigeons, and then quickly ran into St. Samuel's under the smiling gaze of the old man, inside the church door. Until he came to the prayer hall, Leonard was breathing heavily, looking sideways at the entrance of the prayer hall, and finally he was relieved to find that the man did not come in with him. The old man had gone far away and hid, and it was impossible for him to appear here in broad daylight. Compared with the old man, Aemon is more likely. He is good at deception, and the old man just now must be pretended by him, in order to lead him out of the secret protection of the goddess. Even if his guess is wrong, such caution can give him more hope of safety. In the square, Aemon, who pretended to be Pales, was holding bait and gently sprinkled it to feed the white pigeons in front of him. From time to time, he looked at the St. Samuel Church not far away, and finally did not choose to offend the goddess of night because of this matter. If this was the Church of the Storm Church, then he would never let go of the little prey that had just escaped from him. As night fell, Leonard continued to stay in the St. Samuel Church. When Archbishop Anthony asked him what happened recently, he did not hide it and said frankly that he had offended the blasphemer Aemon. At that moment, Archbishop Anthony's face was full of wonderful expressions. Finally, he patted Leonard on the shoulder, indicating that he could stay here forever to seek the protection of the goddess. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur had already sent out the second clone of Pales. During those late nights when he disturbed Aemon, he quietly sent another clone of Pales to the Forsaken Land of God. That was Amon's old territory, and it was also where Zeratl's clone was currently located. It should be possible to buy Pales a considerable amount of time. He should also strengthen his role as a lost man and try to digest the potion before the end of the year. As for the Sequence 3 Beander characteristic he needed, he was also thinking about which Sequence 3 of the Beander path was more suitable for him at the moment. He preferred the Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar of the Diviner Path. First, the secret society had a grudge against him, and second, the ability of this Beander path was very good. However, according to the news sent back by the Yellow Monk, there was no Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar in the secret society. It was probably eaten secretly by Zeratul before. The second choice is the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Audience Path, which is also Hastur's favorite extraordinary path. Mrs. Lisa had opened a secret door in the head of a Dreamweaver before. If you choose this extraordinary characteristic, the success rate is very high. And taking this opportunity, you can also get to know Adam better, which is also a very good choice. Hastur thought for a while, looked around the starry sky in front of him, and cast his eyes on the small light spot where Mrs. Lisa was. In order to enhance the strength of his side, Mrs. Lisa, who is loyal to her faith, is a very good choice. Hester also wants to see if the Yellow King path can be promoted to Sequence 1, so he has repeatedly helped Mrs. Lisa to speed up the digestion of the magic potion in her body. Late at night, Mrs. Lisa, who was sorting out various books and materials in the room, came to the vast starry sky again. A figure wearing ragged yellow clothes, standing in the starry sky, followed by black stars, bathing in endless starlight, now has his back to him. Lord of the distant starry sky, great king in yellow, your devout believer has received divine revelation again. Mrs. Lisa put her right palm together on her chest, bent over, and saluted. Asta did not speak, but only sent down an oracle from a distance, and then his figure disappeared with the starry sky. Mrs. Lisa stood silently until she realized that she had returned to her original study, then she raised her head and recorded the oracle from the King in Yellow tonight in a book, Yellow Revelation. She described it like this: on September 27, 1351, the great King in Yellow once again sent down his will from the distant starry sky, and the devout believer Lisa Bastian received it. God said, a church is needed, and the Yellow Monk organization was renamed the Yellow Church from then on, with Lisa Bastian as the first pope. After Mrs. Lisa finished writing the last stroke, she read the content of the divine revelation twice again before closing the Yellow Revelation. The oracle from the Yellow King was very brief: establish the Yellow Church and be the first pope. As for how to establish a new church, how to establish the church's program, rules and regulations, scriptures, and the hierarchy, as well as what style of church to build, where to set up the main church, where to set up the branch church. These are all issues that she should worry about. God has always only issued oracles, and how to execute them has always been the business of believers. To a certain extent, the Pope is the will of God, because God conveys his will through the Pope. Fortunately, she has been prepared for the matter of establishing a church, so she is not flustered. She is now a Sequence 2 divine revelation. Once the new church is established, she will be recognized by God and ascend to the position of Pope, then she will be a Sequence 1 Pope. This is the promotion ceremony required to be promoted to Sequence 1 Pope. As for the extraordinary characteristics required for promotion to Sequence 1 Pope, God has long left them, but no one in the Yellow Monk organization has ever been able to receive God's gift. Because when there is no God, there is naturally no divine revelation, and without divine revelation, there is no birth of a pope. Establishing a new church is a big deal. Even though Lady Lisa is now the leader of the entire Yellow Monk after Hasta, she cannot decide everything by herself. Lady Lisa looked at the time. It was late at night and the Lord of God should be asleep, so she did not disturb him. Looking at the messy books on the table, she sighed, continued to sort out the relevant materials, and drafted a rough outline for establishing a new church. When the light of the next day shone into the windowsill, Lady Lisa was still writing furiously until the sun reached the zenith. At noon, she put down her pen, sorted out the materials on the table, and read the outline of the church she wrote last night twice before leaving the room. In the study, Asta listened to Lady Lisa's purpose, and then carefully looked at the outline of the establishment of the religion she wrote, nodded and said, "Since it is an oracle, this matter is completely handed over to you. As for the date of establishment, try to set it on the day before the new year this year. Yellow clothes are a symbol of the end, and the last day of the year should be used as the date of establishment." Asta looked at Lady Lisa, who had been working hard all night, and smiled and said, "There are more than 2 months left, it should be completed, right? Please rest assured, Lord God. For this request, Lady Lisa is still very confident that she can complete it. I am looking forward to that day." After sending Mrs. Lisa away, Hasta was left alone in the study. 008 jumped up again, and after getting Hasta's approval, it jumped out of the pen box and wrote on a blank paper, "Respected greatest master, can you also arrange a place for me in the new church? Let me bathe in your glory. Oh, what position do you want? Can I be the pen in your hand?" Unfortunately, there is no place for a pen. Quote, quote. 008 lowered his head in disappointment and poked small black dots on the paper. "If you really want, there is a place for a book." Hearing this, 008 instantly rotated 360 degrees on the spot, and wrote on the paper very flatteringly, "Master, please take a closer look at me. Do I meet the requirements?" "That book should be Children of the Stars," 008 wrote aggrievedly. "Can't it be the Book of Prophecy?" Asta just smiled and did not continue to answer this question. In the outline of the establishment of the religion that Lady Lisa showed him just now, there is a sketch of the statue of the king in yellow. The ragged yellow clothes are the body, without facial features or limbs, and the inside is an endless darkness, which is supported by the ragged yellow clothes, as if it is blown up by the wind. The figure is elegant and full of charm. Because there are no limbs, it is naturally impossible to hold a book. If 008 really wants a position, it is not impossible to add a book floating beside or in front of him. After all, what Lady Lisa drew is just a simple sketch, which does not represent the final draft. As for the specific image of the king in yellow, Hasta is not completely sure. Is it to make some changes or let it go? Hasta thought for half an hour, and 008 was making a fuss on the side, and his head hurt a little, so he left the study and went to Sharon's room to relax. This time Ashera finally came back, and did not escape again, but quietly lay on Sharon's right hand, shaking his little tail very comfortably. Hearing the footsteps of Hasta, she did not flee quickly. "It seems that you have made a choice." Meow. Ashera glanced lazily, still not very interested. "Are you still afraid?" Meow. "You can learn from Sharon how to control your desires. She will be your best teacher in this regard." Meow. Azishara looked up slightly at Sharon. Hasta, who understood what Azishara said, smiled. "You said Sharon herself has not completely controlled her desires, right?" Azishara, realizing that she had said the wrong thing, shook her head, rushed to the window, and soon disappeared around the corner. Sharon and Hasta were left alone in the room. "Did you hear what Azishara said just now?" Hasta approached Sharon and chuckled. "The reason why you have not been able to complete the puppet performance is not because I am disturbing you, but because of your own reasons. Control is not the same as nothing, let alone escape. This is a very simple truth." "Then what?" After the words fell, Sharon turned into a wisp of light smoke and returned to the mirror. Hasta looked at the mirror on the table, leaned down, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and whispered, "People who keep running will always be caught up one day. At the end of the year, I will be ready to be promoted to Sequence 3. Late at night, on the grass of the empty garden of an old manor outside Backland, important members of the Yellow Monk received news from Madame Lisa and rushed here to attend the party. They sat on the grass, surrounding a small artificial fountain. The stars in the starry sky fell, falling on the scattered water droplets sprayed from the fountain, with a faint glow. The Yellow Monk organization is a very free organization, and generally does not force members to complete anything. Except for the last time waiting for the Lord of God in the South Wilshire Castle, this time is the most people to attend the party. Mrs. Lisa looked around at the people gathering tonight and began to read the oracle from the gods. "It's an oracle from God that we need to plant churches before the end of the year." As Mrs. Lisa finished speaking, there was a burst of whispers. Mrs. Lisa just closed her eyes slightly, waiting for their answers. After a while, they came to a consensus that church building would be the next focus of the Yellow Monks organization. Mrs. Lisa nodded and distributed the syllabus she had written for all the participants to read. This outline is much more detailed than before, adding and improving many new contents, and also adding a task list for division of labor. If you want to establish a new church before the end of the year, you must coordinate and arrange every manpower, otherwise all kinds of chaos will easily occur. Write down any ideas you think need to be corrected or added here. Mrs. Lisa gave them certain rights and freedoms, although she alone could rule on these matters, but she could easily go to extremes. The more confident a person is in their knowledge, the more likely they are to be overconfident. Under the shining of the stars, time passes little by little. Also outside Backland, Aemon and his clones were holding a meeting. The yellow-clothed monks gathering tonight was protected by the King of Yellow-Clothed and an earthly angel with considerable strength. Aemon was not too close and could only vaguely eavesdrop on the keyword, establishing a religion. Therefore, the Amens also gathered together and began to discuss the matter of establishing a religion. It's not like only the true gods are allowed to establish religions. We can also establish religions, which are called Meng religions. The first greeting for followers of our religion when they meet is Amen.
Amen. Amen. That's a good suggestion, but what about our church's purpose? How about having no taboos and just doing whatever you want? Amen suggested. All followers of my religion don't need to recite scriptures, pray, or abide by any rules and regulations. They can do whatever they want. Then what do we want these believers to do? After a brief silence, the Amen started another wave of discussion.
We don't need them to do anything for us, and we don't need to do anything for them, and that's fair enough.
What about the church? Go steal one. How about the Temple of Storms?
It's in bad taste. Let's change it. Where is the Temple of the Eternal Blazing Sun?
It's too hot, I'd better change it. The Temple of the God of Steam and Machinery? That's stupid. After a while of deliberation, based on the principle of the minority obeying the majority, the Amens finally selected the Temple of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. On what day will the church be planted? On New Year's Day, so that every time we celebrate the new year, we can remember this church. Then who will be the Pope? The scene was silent for a while. After a while, exciting and interesting battles broke out here, and finally Amon's true form became the Pope.
Where are the crown and staff? There seems to be a lot of inventory in the treasure house of Loan Kingdom.
The largest and most dazzling gem must be chosen. Where to build the church? Directly opposite the Church of Storms. Isn't that too provocative? It's okay, he can't come down.
Should we send out invitations to invite others to attend our church establishment ceremony?
The more the Amens spoke, the more serious they became, as if an ancient, glorious and dazzling church had been sculpted by their words, and was successfully located directly opposite the Tempest Temple, enjoying the worship of the creatures.
Amen has already stayed away from this church establishment meeting. He feels that staying with those Amen will seriously reduce his IQ.
Whatever church we want to establish or build, can't we just steal it all?
Save trouble and save effort. Oh, they are so stupid.
Well, it's better for them to be stupid. The main body, Amen, raised his head slightly and looked disdainfully at the Amens who were still arguing. October 1st is the bi-monthly gathering of stars. In order to prevent Amen from suddenly coming to Backland to cause trouble, Hester specifically asked Mrs. Lisa to stay at home and guard her, and to scare people away whenever there was any movement. In the Hall of Stars, Hester transformed into the old image of the outer god. Because he had eroded the power of the moon, the endless starry sky in his robe gained a bit more rich crimson light, which gathered in his eyes, adding a bit of majesty. The time is approaching, and Hester has successively attracted the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, and the Original Hunger. It's the day when the stars gather again. I really miss it. Before the Jinn finished speaking, he looked at the stars sitting at the top, his eyes full of surprise, and even what he wanted to say temporarily stopped. The Mother Tree of Desire also noticed that the aura of the stars tonight had changed slightly, becoming thicker and more awe-inspiring. The stars have awakened further. This was a common thought in their hearts, but no one said it to their faces. The Jinn swallowed what he was about to say, turned to look at the Original Hunger and said, "You have caused a lot of troubles on the sea recently, can't you control your mouth? You want to eat everything. Even the top of the Storm Temple, they were all bidden by you." That was instigated by the Higher Dimensional Overlooker. He told me that the food was delicious. The Original Hunger threw the blame to the Higher Dimensional Overlooker.
Isn't it exciting? It's really not bad, but my mouth is a little numb. Primordial Hungry curled his lips.
Gao Wei looked down and said calmly, "Numb is also one of the tastes."
Isn't the hide-and-seek game between you and that Amen over yet? The Jinn asked casually.
I just don't want to disturb the stars game. Seeing the high-dimensional overlookers turning their focus to themselves, Hester said nothing, nor did he look at the high-dimensional overlookers. He just looked at them silently and with a detached attitude. The Jinn god laughed upon seeing this, and turned his target to the Superstar Master. He gloated about the misfortune and almost whistled. The bone of the eternal blazing sun is not that easy to chew, is it?
Quote. The Superstar Lord's cheeks darkened slightly and he ignored the Jinn's provocation.
You are now in a dilemma. That clone will basically have to wait until the end of the world before it has the opportunity to leave the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun Tisk. In this way, compared to us, you have lost the upper hand. The jinn leaned back slightly and crossed his legs out of habit. Seeing that the stars did not speak, he felt at ease. It's not a loss for me to exchange a clone for the fall of the eternal blazing sun. It doesn't sound like a loss, but unfortunately, not everything can be exchanged at such an equal price. The jinn god said and laughed again. The superstar master originally thought that he could eat the eternal burning sun, so he planned to enter the kingdom of the eternal burning sun unexpectedly. Once the kingdom of God passed, his clone would also be locked inside, unable to do anything, out and about. Although the final outcome of the eternal blazing sun is its demise, the superstar master also loses the first step to intervene in the real world. It is not that easy to cross the initial barrier and infect a true god. Just look at the fallen mother goddess and you will know clearly. Mr. Men and Russell still retain their own sanity. After mocking the superstar master, the jinn glanced at the mother tree of desire. I have been immersed in it for more than half a year, but there is still no movement. It seems that the role of the indulgence lineage of the Rose School has ended here. If Bernadette wants to build a country out of nothing, she must rely on your help. No wonder your tail has been flying to the sky recently. Gao Wei looked down and couldn't stand the smug look on the genie's face.
At least what I want to do is on the right track, and each of you, really failed. This sentence is really ironic coming from you who is imprisoned in the wishing lamp.
Gao Wei Overlooker and the jinn exchanged a few words, and the scene fell into silence again. Except for the changes in the Crimson Moon, nothing major happened recently. At their level, there are very few things that can really affect them.
Only big things like the resurrection of the Lord of Mysteries and the return of God can make them really take things seriously.
But now, there is not much movement between the two. How do the stars want me to handle this matter of Amen? The high-dimensional Overlooker took the initiative to surrender, which was considered as apology for his previous behavior of using Amen to test the stars. This is your game. Hasta just said calmly. High-dimensional Overlookers understand what this means. Your game should be decided by yourself when to end the game. If you want to continue testing or help Kungxing deal with Amen, you need an answer.
Seeing that the stars were about to end today's gathering of stars, the superstar master thought for a long time and finally made a request. Stars, I would like to ask you to help me blast away the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun.
What can you give? All help at once. Hasta calmly rejected the request of the superstar master. Any choice you make must bear the consequences. I will not destroy the balance at will. Hasta emphasized the positioning of the stars to the superstar masters to prevent them from thinking about messing up. Is there anything else? Hasta's eyes swept around calmly. The always talkative jinn also remained silent at this moment. Then this is the end of today's gathering of stars. Hasta announced the end of today's gathering of stars and sent away the mother tree of desire and other beings who had their own thoughts. With the improvement of his strength, Hasta is now able to face them with a more relaxed attitude, and he will not feel uneasy about their every word like he did at the beginning. Everything I said was carefully thought over, trying not to leave any flaws. Now, he doesn't need to speculate on their mental activities. It's their turn to speculate on their own thoughts. This is a huge improvement. I don't need to be too forward-thinking. I can just end this gathering of stars without saying anything. Your own will eventually override everything else, and at this point, you should be a real star.
Hasta did not leave the Hall of Stars immediately, but passed through the Hall of Stars and looked at the history of the Fourth Age from the perspective of the star container.
Zaratul was still hiding, while Pale seemed very calm. He walked through the historical fragments of the Fourth Age, sometimes taunting Zaratul, and sometimes recalling the past. Even though he can't change what has happened, it's still good to reminisce about. Zarath. Hasta stared at the history of the Fourth Age for a while, then clicked on a few starlights, hitting the hidden historical fragments that Zaratul might be hiding.
Hey, it seems to be in this position. Hasta noticed that there seemed to be something unusual in one of the hidden histories, and he lit up a few rays of starlight one after another. This night, stars fell like rain from the historical sky of the Fourth Age. Every ray of starlight was like a falling meteorite. Under the intensive bombing,
The hidden history where Zareth was hiding was smashed into a crack.
Hasta smiled and did not continue. With his current ability, he cannot directly use the Palace of Stars to severely damage Zareth, so just point out his location.
In the history of the Fourth Age, when the phenomenon of Reign of Stars disappeared, Pales chased that place like a fishy cat.
Although his attainments in the historical torrent were not as good as Zarathul's, he still found the place where Zarathul was hiding.
When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Little Zarathul, you little thing dared to use me as bait to help you attract Amon's attention. How do you plan to settle this debt? Zarathul withdrew from that secret history, and looked up at the starry sky uneasily, his expression gradually becoming colder. Pales, if you insist on settling a score with me, I can only tell Aemon again that you are hiding in here. Pales sneered and said, do you believe that before Aemon arrives, I can use the power of the stars to fight you to death? Zarathul remained silent for a long time and then said, what do you want?
Do you want to do business with Aemon, or do you want to make a deal with me?
You all are not good people. Thoughts flashed through Zarathul's mind, but he did not want to anger Pales and could only acknowledge his words. They are brothers in need, and Aemon is their common enemy. If they hide together in the history of the Fourth Age, they can indeed hide it from Aemon for a long time.
After all, Aemon doesn't like past history, and he rarely comes here.
Backland has returned to its previous calm. Except for the streets, a young man riding a bicycle and wearing a monocle selling newspapers will appear from time to time. Since the yellow-robed monks have been busy establishing their religion recently, the phenomenon of yellow-robed monks on the streets late at night has also come to an end. Other secret organizations seem to have learned that Aemon was wandering nearby in Backland, and they all stopped.
This made Leonard, who was hiding in St. Samuel's Church, feel even more relaxed. The pressure on the Red Gloves team had been greatly reduced recently, and he could finally hide in the church with peace of mind.
Hasta's life was also very fulfilling. In addition to performing the performance of the Lost Man late at night, during the day, he would learn from Mrs. Lisa about the progress of the Yellow Monks' establishment of the church, and occasionally give some suggestions.
Unable to bear O8's pleading and flattery, Hasta finally added a book floating in front of him, roughly below his chest, to the image of the king in yellow. The book is called The Book of Prophecy. After all, the Star Child is for preaching and is not suitable for floating in front of the king in yellow. Turn the pages of the Book of Prophecy and compose the ups and downs of all sentient beings' lives. It sounds quite stylish. 008 strongly requested Mrs. Lisa to remember to include its name when writing the relevant biography, although it has not yet been integrated with the Book of Prophecy at this time. At around 7 o'clock in the night, the yellow-clothed monks organized and delivered the prepared Happy Witch potion. Ashera grimaced, looking at the potion in front of her with disgust. It is never the fear that you will lose yourself in pleasure and sink. What it fears is that after taking this Happy Witch potion, it will turn into a human directly in front of its master. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Some people have to go through countless bloody battles outside for this promotion potion, but you only need to sit at home and someone will deliver it to you. Little guy, you should be satisfied. Hasta stroked Ashera's head and motioned for her to take the potion quickly. Next to her, Sharon was also looking at Azishara quietly, and she also turned a blind eye to Azishara's look for help. If you want to go further on this extraordinary path, you need to have strong willpower. If Azishara has always been like this, then it will never be able to go too far, even if its master can find it for what it needs, of potions. Meow. Azishara, who knew that she could not avoid this time, let out the meow of sadness belonging to a kitten. He licked the pleasure witch potion in the bowl cleanly, then closed his eyes, preparing to welcome his own transformation. Originally, it wanted to hide in Sharon's arms, but Sharon refused. After a while, Azishara's body began to tremble, and her whole body shivered, and the temperature in the room also dropped sharply. Streams of light blue cold currents overflowed from Azishara's body. Wherever the cold current passed, frost grew everywhere, and then turned into ice. Is this a normal promotion phenomenon? Hasta looked at Sharon, seeking her answer.
Sharon just shook her head, indicating that she didn't know much about it. But what is certain is that Azishara is not in any danger for the time being, and all vital signs are normal.
Hastur paid close attention to every subtle change in Ashera's body. Seeing that the cold current was spreading outside the house, he sealed the entire house to prevent the cold current from spreading and affecting the people living nearby.
As time went by, the ice in the room gradually changed from a thin layer to thick and hard, and was about to form ice cubes.
Ashera, who was in the center of the cold wave, began to change in her huddled body.
The originally black and slender hair on its body was falling off one by one. As the hair fell off, its body gradually became covered with a layer of ice, as if it was about to freeze itself.
Hastur specifically took a look at Ashera's current state and found that it was already asleep and sleeping soundly.
This heartless little lazy cat. Hastur could not find a more suitable adjective to describe Azishara.
When Ashera's hair fell off, the layer of ice on her body expanded to more than half the size of Sharon.
Then, wisps of faint blue light emitted from the solid ice, first in wisps, then gradually into groups, and finally turned into a ball of light emitting dense blue light. Is this about transforming into a human being? Hastur had a clear understanding in his heart. According to the bloodline inheritance of the mysterious world, the source of all living things is human beings. Giants, elves, demons, magic wolves, phoenixes, etc. are all variants of human blood. When a creature embarks on an extraordinary path and gradually transforms into a higher sequence, it will gradually move closer to the source. This is especially true for the path of the witch. They are all original children, and they will involuntarily move closer to the original witch. This is the influence from the source of high-level beings on low-level extraordinary beings. During the witch sequence, Azishara could already turn into a human, but she was unwilling to show it in front of people. Now, she could no longer control this transformation. Seeing that it would take some time for Azishara to transform into a human, Hastur left the room first and asked Sharon to take care of her. As soon as he left the room, Hastur found butler Neil and asked him to send someone to buy clothes suitable for Azishara to wear. From 4 or 5 years old to 17 or 18 years old, buy 3 sets of clothes for each age group so that Azishara can choose from them later. Less than 3 minutes later, Hastur returned to the room. He didn't want to miss Azishara's birthday. When Azishara transforms into a human, today will be her birthday. From now on, we can celebrate her birthday at this time every year.
What makes Hastur more uncertain is how old Ashera will be when she becomes a human. He privately believed that a 5 or 6-year-old girl would be cuter, and a girl of 11 or 12 would be acceptable. A girl of 16 or 17 would feel a bit weird to him. If she was in her early 20s, the weird feeling would be even more intense. After all, he himself is only 20 years old this year. He can't raise a daughter but also raise a mature woman who is older than himself, right? According to the memory of browsing the internet in a previous life, a cat's 20 years old is about 100 years old in a human, which is equivalent to 1 cat's year being equal to 5 human years. Azishara is less than 3 years old, so she is 12 or 13 years old, which is in line with Hastur's psychological expectations. But there is also another algorithm. Each growth period of a cat corresponds to a different age in humans. For a kitten in the kitten stage, 1 month is equivalent to 1 human year, a 1-year-old kitten is equivalent to 15 years old, and a 2-year-old kitten is equivalent to 15 years old. A cat is equivalent to 24 years old in humans. Calculated this way, Azishara's corresponding human age is about 28 years old. This is what Hastur is more worried about. He does not want Azishara to become the second Lady Germani. Seeing Hastur's nervous look, Sharon unconsciously had a faint smile on her lips. Now Asta is like a father standing outside the delivery room in the hospital, anxiously and uneasily waiting for the birth of his child. Sensing Sharon's appraising gaze, Asta looked sideways at Sharon, opened his mouth, said a word silently, and blinked. That means, if I am Azishara's father, then you are her mother. Sharon's cheeks couldn't help but blush. She turned sideways and stopped looking at Hastur. She just looked at Azishara, who was still frozen, feeling a little strange. About 15 minutes later, the room began to warm up. The frost that had been formed just now began to melt,
and the ice on Azishara's body was also melting away little by little. When the ice melted, what appeared in front of Hasta and Sharon was a naked girl sitting on the ground with her hands wrapped around her legs, her head resting on her arms, and her skin color was like snow.
She was about 13 or 14 years old, with long black hair that fell smoothly and straight down to her waist. A black cat tail that had not yet disappeared was swaying gently in the hair, playing with her hair flexibly.
Her facial features are outstanding. If you look closely, she looks a bit like Sharon, a smaller version of Sharon. Hasta specifically looked at Sharon several times, and there was probably a 3/4 image of her, and a 2/4 image of himself. "You haven't gone out to get your clothes yet." Sharon seemed to be holding back her shame when she said this, because she also found that Azishara looked a bit like herself and Hasta. Knowing that Azishara subconsciously wanted to look like herself and Hasta, she transformed into such a face. "It's really like the two of us." Asta sighed with emotion before going out to find butler Neil to get 3 suitable sets of clothes. When Hasta walked into the room again, Azishara was already hiding on the bed, pulling the big quilt around herself to block herself tightly. Several choking and sobbing sounds could be faintly heard from inside the quilt. "It's not as crooked anymore, is that all?" Hasta put down his clothes and looked at Sharon sitting beside the bed with an inquiring gaze.
She just couldn't think about it for the moment. Sharon's voice made Ashera's sobbing movements more obvious under the quilt. "It's good to just think of raising a daughter." Asta whispered, looked at Sharon and said, "Sharon, you have to take good care of our child."
The shyness that Sharon had just suppressed turned into red clouds and climbed up. Asta left the room with a relatively brisk pace, leaving Sharon alone in the room to persuade Azishara. The sound of closing the door sounded. Sharon calmed down and the blush on her face faded again. Then she gently opened a corner of the quilt and looked inside at the watery, red Azishara with tears in her eyes. She gently stroked her head, silently, comforting. After a while, Azishara, who seemed to have figured it out, raised her head, looked at Sharon, who had a rare gentle look on her face, and shouted out the first words she said when she became a human. "Mom Sharon." Sharon's gentle facial expression suddenly froze, her pupils narrowed and then dilated, and the hand caressing Azishara's head stopped in midair.
Even after taking deep breaths several times, he still didn't recover from Ashera's name.
"Azishara, you can't call me that," Sharon said almost word for word. "Why? Mom Sharon." What Sharon was about to say was shattered by this simple and bold address. She regretted a little that she shouldn't have stayed in this house. She should have let Hasta coax the baby by herself just now. Mom, mother, is a very sacred word. It refers to the existence that gives you a new life in the world. Sharon tried her best to suppress the strangeness in her heart and explained seriously, trying to change Azishara's name for herself. "Mother Sharon, the master just said that I am the child of both of you." Faced with Azishara's naive and timid appearance, like a newly born kitten fearful of the new world, Sharon was really unable to resist. In the end, she could only say with a straight face, "You can only call me Miss Sharon or Sister Sharon." "Mom Sharon, don't you want me anymore?" Azishara's blue eyes became watery again, and her hands were still holding Sharon's sleeves tightly. Sharon was silent for a while. "Get up and get dressed first." "I won't. I teach you. Thank you, Mom Sharon."
Quote. By the time Sharon led Ashera out of the room, more than 2 hours had passed.
During this time, Sharon not only had to teach Azishara about dressing up, but also how to walk properly instead of just crawling on the floor like a kitten. The most important thing is that she had to face Azishara's sweet and clingy, Sharon's mother, which made her take a deep breath several times to restrain herself. The puppet potion in her body was digested much faster. It can be completely digested within a few weeks. Such a change made Sharon herself dumbfounded, but in the end she kept a straight face, suppressed the surging thoughts in her heart, and walked out of the room with Azishara, who was clutching her right hand tightly. Asta, who had been standing by the room and had not walked far away, followed the sound of the door opening and his eyes followed. The first person to walk out of the room was Sharon. She had long hair tied in a light golden bun, wore a complicated and exquisite black Gothic court dress, and a small black soft hat. Following behind her was Azishara, who was timidly trying to hide her trace, She was only about the height of Sharon's shoulders. Her face was buried in Sharon's back, and her two snow-white hands tightly grasped Sharon's right hand. She was wearing a light yellow cake skirt, with an undulating cloud drawn on the hem with pink silk thread, white knee-high socks, and a pair of simple black British-style women's shoes. The black Catwoman tail was hidden in the skirt behind her. This outfit was very much in the exquisite and fashionable style of Intis, forming two different styles of dressing from the simple and conservative Sharon. It can be seen that Sharon had carefully selected it. Perhaps she was influenced by Bernadette, so she preferred Intis-style clothes. Perhaps it was to make a strong difference between herself and Azishara, so as to avoid similar faces, and become more similar. Hester looked at her for a while, and said with a smile, "Azishara, don't hide, come out, let the master, let me see." "Master." Azishara, who was hiding behind Sharon, shouted timidly, and then slowly moved her hidden body out with small steps, but her head was still hanging down. "Raise your head, let me see what Azishara looks like now." Azishara raised her head tremblingly, revealing a face that was 3 points similar to Sharon. The pair of blue eyes flashed with watery light, which was full of anxiety and timidity. Azishara, who stood up straight, leaned her head against Sharon's shoulder, and was slightly over the shoulder. It is known that Sharon's height is about 168, and Azishara's height should be a little over 150, about the same height as Hugh. Azishara and Sharon stood together, really like a pair of sisters. "Very cute, very beautiful, you have to be confident in yourself." Asta smiled and gave Azishara an encouraging look. Azishara smiled and her eyes were bright. She nodded and said, "Mother Sharon said the same thing just now." "Mother Sharon?" Asta repeated this sentence, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Sharon, who was frowning and maintaining a calm face. Asta had been with Sharon for so long, and he knew very well what impact this sentence would have on Sharon, and he also knew that Sharon was trying to restrain herself at this moment. "Mother Sharon, what else did you say?" Asta raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Mother Sharon doesn't let me call her mother, but am I not the child of the Master and Mother Sharon?" Azishara said a little aggrieved. "Of course, you are the Master and Sharon." Asta felt the cold eyes from Sharon before he finished speaking, but he had already gotten used to it. "Ashera can call you whatever you want, your Mother Sharon won't mind." Asta just finished speaking, and felt that the air around him seemed to become cold all of a sudden. "Sharon, Azishara has just become a human. We have to take good care of her and teach her," Hester said seriously in response to Sharon's indifferent eyes. "This is our responsibility as parents." Sharon took a few deep breaths, closed her eyes slightly, and ignored Hester's words with ulterior motives. Just now in the room, she had taught Azishara many times not to use this name, but Azishara seemed to be very persistent in using this name. After teasing Sharon, Hester sternly warned Azishara that since she had become a human, she should not easily turn back into a cat. If you keep switching back and forth like this, it is easy to confuse your consciousness of who you are, especially during this period of time when you have just been promoted successfully. Once you fall into confusion, you will lose yourself and seriously endanger your life. In order to make Azishara better adapt to the identity and life of a human, Hester prepared to invite several suitable teachers for Azishara, but they were all rejected by Azishara. She just stared at Sharon with pitiful eyes. In the end, Sharon taught her alone, which was more secretive. After all, Azishara was different from ordinary human children. As for Azishara's identity at home, Sharon suggested that Azishara was her distant cousin who happened to come to Backland to seek refuge with her. This proposal was rejected by Hester and Azishara. Azishara insisted on calling Sharon her mother and was unwilling to call Sharon her sister. Hester proposed that Azishara's identity be the child born to him and Sharon. After being strongly opposed by Sharon, he could only change it to a child adopted from outside. Faced with the tacit cooperation between Hester and Ashera, Sharon could only choose to default. When Hester introduced Azishara's existence to Butler Neal, Butler Neal's expression changed several times in just a few seconds. He looked at the family of three with similar faces in front of him and wanted to say something, but he didn't ask in the end. He just showed a very relieved look in his eyes. Butler Neal is a very good butler. He will treat Azishara well. You don't have to worry too much.
Hasta said this to Sharon, and Butler Neal's eyes showed an expression of, as expected, and his eyes looking at Ashera were more kind and loving.
When Hasta told Butler Neal that Azishara was 13 years old this year, Butler Neal's eyes widened instantly, with a look of surprise. He looked back and forth at Hasta and Sharon, and finally looked at Sharon. He seemed to understand something, and then he gradually retracted his shocked look. Sharon couldn't understand the changes in Butler Neal's expression and his mental activities just now. This Butler Neal definitely regarded Azishara as his and Hasta's biological child. Azishara is 13 years old this year, which means Hasta was only 7 years old at most at that time. As for herself, in the mind of Butler Neal, her age must have soared several years.
Go prepare dinner, remember to buy another cake, today is Ashera's birthday.
Seeing that Sharon was faintly showing signs of going crazy, Hasta quickly asked Butler Neal to go downstairs to prepare first, and he led Sharon and Azishara back to the room. Butler Neal is old, and the thing he wants most is to see me get married and have children with his own eyes. Let's make him happy today. Sharon just glanced at Hasta lightly, as if Hasta had been immune to the threat of her eyes, and she gradually got used to Hasta's words teasing her. Knowing that the more shy she was, the more excited Hasta would be.
Ashera, I'll teach you some table manners, as well as how to hold a knife and fork and taste delicious food. Ashera's eyes lit up when she heard about tasting delicious food. There are many kinds of delicious food in the human world. In comparison, dried fish can only be used as a side dish. Ashera snorted and sneered at this sentence. She felt that dried fish was the best in the world and there would never be anything more delicious than dried fish. When you taste enough delicious food, you will understand what I just said. HMPH. Ashera still looked down on her. Come on, I'll teach you how to hold a knife and fork first. No, I have to teach you how to use chopsticks first. Sharon sat on a chair nearby, looking at Hasta who was patiently correcting Ashera's chopstick-holding posture, and her expression gradually softened. For a moment, she felt that this family of three was also good. But soon, she suppressed this miscellaneous thought, but there was still a faint blush on her cheeks.
During dinner, Sharon, who always disliked showing up, sat next to Azishara. Knowing that she was not used to using chopsticks and knife and fork, she carefully picked up 2 small dried fish for her.
Ashera subconsciously reached out to grab them, but when she met Hasta's gaze, she put her hand down angrily, poked the small dried fish with her fork, and ate slowly.
Hasta always disliked being served by others. There were only 3 people at the big table: Sharon, Azishara, and Azishara. For some of Azishara's small mistakes, she was allowed to slowly improve. In the distance, Butler Neal looked at the family of 3 at the table, took out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The Earl has really grown up, and even his children have grown up so much, it's great. After dinner, Azishara took Hasta in one hand and Sharon in the other hand and went out to the street for a walk. Hasta said with emotion, Azishara, if you were a little younger, about 5 or 6 years old, it would be better. Now, the 3 of them walking together don't look like a family of 3, but like brothers and sisters. Master, do you dislike me? Azishara was about to cry, and she lost the interest in shopping. Sharon just watched silently from the side, and Hasta could only hurry to coax her patiently.
If it was Ashera who looked like a little black cat, Hasta would not feel anything if she behaved like this. After becoming a human, the lethality increased linearly. No wonder Sharon couldn't stand it. Azishara's interest came and went quickly. She wanted to go home after walking less than a few hundred meters, saying that she was not used to this walking posture and was too tired. Hasta called a carriage to take Sharon and Azishara back. It was more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Azishara had played enough and was ready to rest. She glanced back and forth at Sharon and Hasta and proposed to sleep with them at night. Hasta did not say anything to refuse. Sharon glanced at him and said that she would rest in the mirror at night. Azishara, who was very understanding of her master's feelings, immediately began to pester Sharon and act cute and coquettish. When Sharon was almost unable to resist, Hasta spoke to Sharon and said that he had something to deal with at night, so Sharon and Azishara went to bed first.
Okay. Azishara lowered her head and followed Sharon back to the room. Before leaving, Sharon looked at Hester in surprise. It feels really strange. Hester came to the study alone and began to think about how to get along with Azishara next.
After seeing Ashera's Catwoman form, he felt that the original little black cat was more natural and accustomed. At least when he was bored, he could hold Ashera in his arms and tease her gently.
Now, familiar and strange. It's also interesting to raise her as a daughter, which is considered to be an early experience of being a parent. Fortunately, Sharon is there to help him take care of Azishara. Thinking of Sharon, Hester's expression softened a little, and he whispered, "We can find time to bring Azishara with us to give teacher Sharon a little shock." A week later, Azishara gradually learned the life of humans. Except for the fact that she needed someone to serve her when she was dressing up, she had learned almost everything else. As for walking, she didn't learn from Sharon, but walked more like Audrey's elegant steps. I guess she learned it secretly before. Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Earl Hall's house.
Audrey was learning psychology from her psychology teacher, Ms. Eslant Osisleka.
During the break, Ms. Eslant signaled Audrey with her eyes. "You go down first, I have something to discuss with Ms. Eslant." Audrey understood and asked the maids who served her to go down first, leaving Susie alone by her side. Ms. Eslant saw that there were only Audrey and herself, as well as the golden retriever, and then she sat up and spoke slowly. "Regarding your last request for the formula of the Dreamwalker potion, the processing information has been sent back." At this point, her eyes were very complicated. She was the teacher who led Miss Audrey into the Psychological Alchemy Society, and she saw with her own eyes how the girl in front of her was promoted to a higher sequence step by step, and even surpassed herself. "I hope this will be good news." Audrey showed an elegant and decent smile on her face. "If you want the recipe for the Dreamwalker potion, remember to go to the home of the furniture merchant Con Prez from 2 to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Someone else will come to contact you then. I will go there on time tomorrow." Audrey's eyes lit up slightly, and those eyes as bright as gems made Eslant, who was sitting opposite, absent-minded for a moment. Although she had met Miss Audrey many times, it was still easy to be inadvertently overwhelmed by her beauty.
At such times, she was very glad that she was a woman. Otherwise, meeting such a beautiful woman and not being able to marry her home would definitely be the most painful thing in life.
The extraordinary path is full of difficulties along the way. The faster you go, the easier it is to make mistakes. I hope you will pay more attention. She couldn't help but remind the girl in front of her. "I will. Thank you for your kind reminder." After the short meeting, today's psychology course was almost over. After sending Ms. Eslant away, Audrey was in a good mood. Although she had learned the potion formula for Sequence 5 Dreamwalker from the fallen psychic dragon in advance, she had not been able to gather all the extraordinary materials, so she could only start from the Psychological Alchemy Society.
Once she succeeded in the promotion, she would only be one step away from Sequence 4 Demigod.
Among the members of the Tarot Club, except for the Hermit Lady who was promoted to Sequence 4 Mystic, the most powerful one was Mr. World, who was only a Sequence 5 at present. She was finally catching up. Audrey was in a good mood, humming a little tune while walking, and even ate more desserts at dinner. After returning to the room, Susie was puzzled and asked, "Audrey, didn't you know the formula of the Dreamwalker's potion a long time ago?" "Susie, you don't understand, this won't affect my happiness again." Susie nodded, not quite understanding, and then said uncertainly, "Audrey, I seem to have completely digested the hypnotist's potion." The smile on Audrey's face paused for 2 or 3 seconds, and then she said with a little guilt, "Susie, you're so fast this time? Maybe it's because I often hypnotize myself." Audrey was silent for a while. "Susie, your behavior is too risky." "Audrey, I often can't sleep at night, and I can only use this method to make myself fall asleep." Susie thought for a while and said, "When Earl Hall couldn't sleep at night, I also secretly hypnotized him to sleep." "Susie, you are getting more and more courageous now." Audrey's eyes were shocked. Fortunately, the hypnotist's potion in her body was almost digested, just a little slower than Susie. "Well, considering that Susie doesn't need to sleep at night, she has twice as much time as me in a day, so I'm still faster than Susie."
On Saturday, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Audrey arrived at the home of the furniture merchant mentioned by Ms. Eslant on time. In order to prevent accidents, she wore a time-reset charm given by Mr. Hastur for self-defense, as well as a protective pendant that could contact Mr. Hastur in time, and reported to Mr. Fool about this afternoon's actions. After she prayed to Mr. Fool, a golden light column appeared in front of her that only she could see. In the light column, an angel bathed in golden light and with 12 pairs of wings on his back slowly descended. The angel gently touched herself with wings that looked like they were carved from flames, and after blessing herself, it dissipated layer by layer. Angel's embrace. This is the name of Mr. Fool's angelic blessing.
When she was fully prepared, she took Susie and her personal maid Anne to the home of the furniture merchant Hampers in a carriage.
After arriving, Audrey got off the carriage and asked the attendant to ring the doorbell.
After a while, Ms. Eslant came to open the door and led Audrey directly to the living room on the first floor. Susie and Anne were taken to the living room by the servants to wait. Arriving in the living room, Ms. Eslant stretched out her hand to press the door handle and made a solemn gesture of invitation.
The door opened, Audrey took a deep breath before walking into the living room alone, while Ms. Eslant stayed outside the door and closed it. In front of the living room, there was a single sofa, on which an old man sat quietly.
The old man was wearing a shirt, a vest, a formal three-piece suit and striped blue-gray trousers, a dark red bow tie. His hair was completely white, and his temperament was gentle and elegant. Audrey recognized this person. Royal consultant Hervin Rambus was also a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society's jury. Audrey did not hide the surprise on her face. This is an actor's self-cultivation.
Are you surprised? Vin Lambus smiled gently, then stood up and bowed. Nice to see you, Miss Audrey.
Audrey deliberately let the surprised and shocked expression stay on her face for a while. After a few seconds, her eyes were complicated and she said, I don't know what to call you. As usual, no worries, this isn't the first time we've met. Vin Lambus smiled gently and asked Audrey to sit down and talk. I still remember that 2 years ago, you discussed Berman's moral philosophy and Conciso's pragmatism with me. At that time, I was deeply impressed by your erudition. I am very happy that you can join us. Audrey kept a slight smile on her face. If there wasn't a high-sequence audience sitting opposite her, she would definitely curse a few words in her heart. There is no need to be nervous or restrained. Our Psychological Alchemy Society is an organization established for the purpose of studying knowledge in the spiritual field. We prefer academic discussions. Every member can discuss freely and express his or her own opinions. This is what we have always wanted. Concept advocated. Listening to the gentle voice of Vin Rambus opposite, Audrey couldn't help but relax a little, but with just a blink of an eye, she found that she had entered a spiritual world. Permeating the heights, there are 7 pure lights that contain countless knowledge. They are the spiritual sky and the reflection of the spiritual world at the spiritual level. Under the spiritual sky, there is a deep and dark sea, with islands of the soul floating on the sea. Under the sea is the hidden collective subconscious. Audrey can clearly feel that her spiritual island is also here. At this time, in the depths of the subconscious under the sea, a large swath of tide parted to both sides, revealing a stone staircase extending from the depths of the ocean. On the steps, a figure came from the depths of the subconscious. Vin Rambus, at this moment, is far from the gentle and elegant temperament he had before. He has sinister eyes and an indifferent expression, and the eyes he looks at him are full of scrutiny. He came directly from the collective subconscious ocean to Audrey's spiritual island. Part of his skin was covered with gray scales and his eyes were golden. He stared at the island of his soul with indifferent eyes, and then began to ask some questions. Part of the mythological form. Audrey knew something about this scene and knew that Vin Rambus wanted to use this method to confirm whether he was hiding anything.
After all, it is easy for people to lie, but in the spiritual world, the slightest lie can cause subtle changes in the spiritual world.
Unfortunately, what disappointed the old man Vin Rambus was that he was not affected by him. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing and the protective pendant given by Asta seemed to be able to isolate him from his influence on the spiritual level. Now, though, she needed to act muddled at the right time to avoid arousing suspicion. Because under normal circumstances, she would not awaken her self-awareness at this time, let alone think about the situation. He would just be like a mental puppet that had been set long ago, answering every question from Vin Rambus without reservation and with utmost honesty. Audrey, who was on guard, easily answered every question from Vin Rambus without making him suspicious. He was probably secretly proud of his extraordinary behavior. Well, here she must thank Mr. Fool and Mr. Haster. At the same time, he was also full of disgust for this Vin Rambus. This man not only asked about the reason for his rapid promotion, but also wanted him to help him find out the information between his father and other nobles. What's even more irritating is that he actually allowed himself to choose to accept the overtures of the princes of the Lowen royal family. In his words, he seemed to be extremely looking forward to marrying into the Lowen royal family. If she hadn't considered that she still needed the help of the Psychological Alchemy Society to collect extraordinary materials, she would definitely have turned against her right away. Given your identity and living environment, you will forget me and only remember Hilbert, Island and others. Everything will be communicated through them.
If something important happens, you will subconsciously come to visit me in the name of discussing psychology.
When you enter my room, your lost memories will be restored here. When Vin Rambus finished doing this, Audrey in the real world, like a puppet on strings, walked step by step towards the entrance, opened the door and left.
After leaving the home of furniture merchant Hampras, Audrey, who was riding in a carriage, supported her chin with one hand, frowned slightly, and looked in a bad mood.
Susie, who was lying at her feet, did not ask because her personal maid Anne was also in the carriage. I really want to see Mr. Asta now. Audrey seemed to murmur unconsciously, and soon, she covered her mouth lightly and glanced at the maid Anne sitting opposite her in panic. Fortunately, Anne did not hear her murmur, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. She turned slightly to cover her slightly red cheeks. Thinking of Mr. Asta, she couldn't help but think of Miss Sharon, who seemed to be in Backland.
Should I invite her out for afternoon tea? After all, I am also the host of Backland.
But I don't know where Miss Sharon lives, and I am embarrassed to convey such things through Mr. Asta.
As for Hugh and Furs, they seem to have encountered difficulties recently and have not contacted me for a long time.
The carriage rumbled forward and soon arrived at Earl Hall's house. Audrey had just returned to her room and rested on the bed for a while when she heard the news that Mr. Asta was coming to visit. Audrey, your expectation has come true. Susie stood up, said this, and went out to greet Mr. Asta with her tail wagging. Doesn't Mr. Asta like to come on Monday afternoons recently? Thinking of Asta's recent visits, Audrey pursed her lips slightly, with a faint smile on her face. Audrey walked to the floor-length mirror, turned around slightly, and the light green skirt swayed gently. Soon, the personal maid Anne led several maids to help her match the jewelry for today.
After confirming many times, she left the room and went downstairs to meet Asta.
Countess Hall naturally left on an excuse, leaving Asta and Audrey alone. The two looked at each other, and Audrey smiled and said, Mr. Asta, let's go to the garden together? Asta nodded, followed Audrey and Susie to the garden behind. Anne, the personal maid who had always been against Asta, now followed quietly. When the two were alone, Audrey's eyes were shining and said, Mr. Asta came because of what happened this afternoon. I like to come on Monday afternoons, but some people often have things to deal with at that time. Isn't this what Mr. Asta wants? Audrey pouted slightly, and she remembered that she agreed to Asta's shameful request because she was eager to attend the tarot club. Sitting on his lap to feed him sweets, even if she only fed him 3 spoons, she was so embarrassed that her face turned red, and she almost didn't want to meet Asta for several weeks. Okay, then I'll go back today and come back next Monday afternoon. I'll ask Susie to help me receive Mr. Asta first. Woof. Susie lay down on the ground, closed her eyes, and twitched her ears, indicating that she didn't want to get involved. After chatting for a while, Asta explained the reason for his visit this afternoon. When Audrey's spiritual world was infiltrated by Vin Rambus, he felt it, but he didn't spy on Audrey's daily life. Otherwise, there was always a feeling of monitoring Audrey's every move. He personally didn't like it, and I believe Audrey wouldn't like it either. So, he chose to come here in person. Mr. Asta, it turns out that the protective pendant you gave me some time ago has such a function. Audrey frowned slightly.
Only when you are really in danger, or when you take the initiative to contact me, I will use this protective pendant to explore what happened here. Should I believe Mr. Asta's words? Audrey pretended to think. On the ground, Susie, who was already lying on the ground, muttered, I don't know who just whispered that they wanted to see Mr. Asta. As soon as she finished speaking, Susie keenly noticed the embarrassed gaze from Audrey, and hurriedly got up and moved away from here. Asta drank a sip of tea and said with emotion, Susie is worthy of being a loyal partner of mankind. Its honest character is as bright as a diamond. Mr. Asta, there is one thing I need to solemnly declare to you. You are not allowed to take Susie away from me. Audrey said, staring at Asta's eyes with sparkling eyes, and waved her little fist, indicating that she was serious about this sentence. I have another thing to tell you. Asta was very tactful to divert the question.
Although the relationship between him and Susie was just pure revolutionary friendship. I want to go to the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society recently. If you are interested, you can go with me. Steal the treasure house of the Psychological Alchemy Society? Audrey was immediately interested. She believed that there must be extraordinary materials she needed in the treasure house of the Psychological Alchemy Society, and Susie's copy.
Almost. When will we act? How about around 2 o'clock next Monday afternoon? Mr. Asta. Audrey stretched out the pronunciation to express her attitude.
Then let's change it to Monday night. Asta smiled at Audrey's bright and expectant eyes and said, I will meet your small request, beautiful Miss Audrey, should you reciprocate. At 6 o'clock on Monday night, Audrey stayed in her room early. In order tonight's action, she deliberately changed her long skirt and chose a tight dress that was more suitable for going out for adventure. This is an adventurer suit with an overall chestnut and gray color. She specially found an Intis-style clothing store to make it. It is said that the noble girls of the Republic of Intis often go out hunting, so their dressing style is very different from that of Loan. Susie is also looking forward to tonight's adventure. That is the Psychological Alchemy Association, which must have the inheritance from the psychic dragon. At about 8 o'clock, the window of Audrey's room was blown open by the breeze.
Under the hazy moonlight, Mr. Asta was standing on the branch of a big tree, waving to Audrey and Susie in the room.
Susie shook her tail enthusiastically, and then made way in front of the window so that Asta could jump in through the window. Asta shook his head and gently opened a door in front of him. Then, under the curious gaze of Susie and Audrey, Asta walked through the door in front of him and entered Audrey's room. It's amazing. I suddenly envy Fur's extraordinary ability. The envy in Audrey's eyes almost turned into a spring of water. This extraordinary ability is really useful for visiting households at night. Does Mr. Asta often enter and exit other people's rooms at will in this way? This is a good idea. I will come here late at night every day in the future, just in time to see Miss Audrey's sleeping posture. Asta gave Susie a look and said, Susie, you must pretend not to see it. Woof. Susie agreed happily. Faced with the cooperation of Asta and Susie, Audrey just rolled her eyes at Asta, and didn't know what Mr. Asta had given Susie.
Let's do business first. Asta glanced at Audrey's big bed, indicating that Audrey could lie on the bed and fall asleep peacefully, and Susie also went back to sleep in her own little nest.
Mr. Hastur, where are we going? Audrey, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, asked in confusion. She had already prepared for an adventure tonight, but now, it seemed that it was useless.
The Garden of Eden in the spiritual world. The headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society is in the spiritual world.
Audrey could not hide the shock on her face. No matter how real the spiritual world was, it was not the real world. Could such an illusory world really exist for as long as reality? Do you know what the end of the audience path is? Sequence 0 visionary. Whatever you think will come true.
Asta just said a few simple words, and Audrey and Susie felt a sense of awe at the same time.
Sequence 0 visionary? Whatever you think will come true.
Audrey repeated it twice in her mind, her scalp tingling, fear and surprise in her heart.
She finally knew the news of Sequence 0 of this path, which was undoubtedly something to be happy about, but it also meant that Mr. Hastur was far more powerful than she thought. He just casually mentioned such precious mystical knowledge, without any awe in his words, as if it was just a very common term. And tonight, Mr. Hester not only wanted to go to the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society, but also had the energy to take himself and Susie with him. Such ability requires at least a sequence 4 demigod, no, it should be higher, such as a sequence 2 angel. Is Mr. Hester already an earthly angel? So amazing. I was recently happy about my promotion to a sequence 5 dream walker.
The gap is a bit big. Audrey's mind was full of mixed thoughts, and for a while, her joy about going to the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society tonight turned into complex emotions such as uneasiness, hesitation, and worry.
Just go and take a look tonight. Hester saw Audrey's complicated mood, walked over, took her slightly cold little hand, and whispered to comfort her. Really, just take a look. Audrey held Hester's palm in reverse, raised her head, and showed a worried and expectant look.
Well, I just want to take you to appreciate this almost miraculous Garden of Eden tonight.
Asta did not lie to Audrey with this sentence. If he wanted to take away the extraordinary characteristics of the Dreamweaver, if nothing unexpected happened, the entire Garden of Eden would be destroyed, and it would most likely attract Adam. For Audrey and Susie, who had never visited the Garden of Eden, this was undoubtedly a pity. It happened that Mrs. Lisa had left a secret door on the Dreamweaver and took away his 3 identities, which was just used to disguise their identities for sneaking in this time. Whether it was an accident or a coincidence, this was a very good development. The Garden of Eden is the paradise created by God for Adam and Eve in the Bible. It also refers to the beautiful homeland that can be pursued in later generations. God created Adam. This is a myth and legend, and it is also a piece of history that has happened. But at that time, God was called the ancient sun god, and Adam was still the same Adam, but he was not created by God from dust, but originated from God. The spiritual world is vast and boundless. Hester and Audrey rode on the back of the spiritual dragon transformed by Susie to the legendary Garden of Eden. Seeing that there was still some time, Hester told Audrey and Susie about the legend of the Garden of Eden. In order to prevent Adam from eavesdropping, he did not tell the legend in too much detail.
Audrey, who had already learned about the existence of Adam from the Tarot Club, naturally thought of the Angel King. If the audience said that there was anyone who was closest to the Sequence 0 visionary, it must be the Angel King named Adam. The howling spiritual world contains all kinds of strange phenomena. Some of the scenes were also seen by Hester for the first time, which was also an eye-opener. Audrey and Susie were almost addicted to the dreamlike spiritual world, but fortunately they did not forget the goal of the Garden of Eden. We are here. We are here. Audrey blinked subconsciously in confusion.
Because they were just walking through a spiritual ocean, there was nothing in front of them, let alone a miraculous Garden of Eden. Soon, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed in shock to Audrey and Susie. A strange city, shrouded in the night, appeared in front of them out of thin air, even though there was nothing here at the beginning. In the city, there are dark and gorgeous buildings with a mysterious atmosphere, and gentlemen wearing top hats and windbreakers, as well as ladies in complicated dresses, walking.
Not only are there normal men and women, but there are also many unusual non-human species that move people.
There are werewolves with short black hair, bears walking upright, lazy cats, colorful spiders, giant rats with red eyes.
Is this the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society, the Garden of Eden? Audrey asked uncertainly. The scene in front of her looked more like a zoo.
Well, the scene you see in front of you has a corresponding psychological symbol, called animal desire. Asta patiently explained to Audrey. They are all living people in the real world, but here, they choose to show their unknown side.
Everyone has an animal desire deep in their hearts, it's just a matter of more or less.
Animal desire. Audrey repeated the word silently, and then subconsciously glanced at herself. Fortunately, she did not turn into a messy animal. She looked at Mr. Asta beside her again. He still maintained a normal human appearance and did not change because of this. Susie on the other side had undergone obvious changes. Her body had increased dozens of times compared to the normal state, and looked like a walking golden house.
Mr. Asta, you don't have animal desires? Audrey asked tentatively. Asta just looked at Audrey deeply. Yes, but it's not appropriate to show it in front of you.
Before Audrey could continue to say anything, Asta reached out and gently stroked her rabbit ears that had grown longer at some point.
Ah! Audrey couldn't help but let out a low, suppressed and seductive sound because of Asta's intimate touch, which was several times more sensitive than usual.
As soon as the moan came out of her red lips, Audrey hurriedly stepped back several steps, then stretched out her hands and tremblingly touched her ears. Sure enough, her ears had quietly turned into a long rabbit's ears, furry, pink, and extremely sensitive. This discovery made Audrey almost scream subconsciously, but fortunately she was already very good at controlling her emotions. "Mr. Asta, don't look." Audrey blushed and wanted to hide the pair of long ears, but she couldn't do it. "This is very cute, Audrey." Asta smiled and stretched out his right hand in front of Audrey, and a smooth mirror appeared out of thin air. In the mirror, Audrey's charming appearance at the moment was reflected. She had a tall and slender figure, with long golden hair naturally scattered down, not tied up, and without wearing any hair accessories. The pair of pink bunny ears, standing high between the golden hair, had a bit of the beauty of a little lotus just showing its tip. Because of Audrey's shyness at the moment, the pink bunny ears looked crystal clear, and the blood vessels on them were clearly visible. As for the clothes Audrey was wearing at the moment, it was a set of white lace nightgown, which just covered her perfect figure. The nightgown hung 2 inches above the ankle, revealing the snow-white and crystal feet without shoes. Because of anxiety, it was like the toes cast into snow, tightly pressed together, and the instep was slightly arched. Seeing her charming appearance, Audrey's face flushed even more. Her feet exposed without socks and shoes made her feel uncomfortable for a while. Fortunately, she soon understood the reason for this phenomenon. After calming down and thinking for a while, she changed into a more decent outfit. A bright yellow and light green dress replaced the white lace nightgown, and her delicate and cute feet were also put into a pair of brown flat shoes. Only the pair of pink bunny ears are still there. I don't know if she kept them on purpose or if she couldn't get rid of them completely. Well, Hasta let out a sigh of regret. He really felt it was a pity.
Audrey, who has bunny ears, will definitely be the most charming bunny girl if she puts on matching black tight clothes and black stockings.
Unfortunately, it cannot be replaced. Mr. Hasta, it's time to go. Audrey rolled her eyes at Hasta, took a few steps closer, waved her little hand in front of Hasta, then naturally took one of Hasta's arms and headed towards the Garden of Eden ahead. Woof! Susie, who has become taller and stronger, can walk a distance of 4 to 5 meters with just one step. It looks down at all the creatures here, and its eyes have a light that is obviously different from usual. At this moment, it is noble and majestic, like a spiritual dragon overlooking the creatures in the world. Only when Audrey or Hasta calls it, will it reveal its usually gentle and obedient side.
The 2 people and the dog walked among all kinds of pedestrians, passing by Gothic buildings. The pedestrians here are like real residents living here. They not only live in this city according to certain rules, and have their own houses. They are very talkative and candid in their conversations. Even if it involves personal matters, they can discuss them directly with people on the street. For example, a raccoon couple talked about their sexual intercourse after getting married, including the positions they used and the number of orgasms they had in one night. Audrey, who happened to pass by and overheard the conversation, hurriedly pulled Hasta away from the conversation place. While walking on the road, some people came to chat with Audrey, but none of them could get past Hasta, a competent flower protector. As she went deeper into the city, Audrey, who had extensive knowledge, quickly recognized that the styles of some of the buildings here were very ancient, even older than the Fourth Age. But as far as she knew, the Psychological Alchemy Society had only been active for the past 200 or 300 years. With emotions of surprise, adventure, and excitement, Audrey quickly followed Hasta to a church in the center of the city. This is the core of the entire Garden of Eden, and the destination of all pedestrians on the road is here. The church is very huge, more than 80 meters high, and is supported by huge black pillars. Each giant pillar is inlaid with a certain number of skulls, some of which are from humans, and some from other different creatures. Because of the angle, they all pointed their empty eyes downward, as if they were watching every living being who entered the church. Susie, who was 4 to 5 meters tall,
behaved like an ordinary golden retriever in front of this huge church. Passing through the main entrance is a grand and empty hall. Deep in the hall stands a huge cross with a gray-white dragon statue wrapped around it. This is the symbol of the spiritual dragon. Woof. Susie was very dissatisfied and let out a bark, as if she didn't like the design of the spiritual dragon wrapping around the cross.
The cross is a symbol of the Creator. He has indeed reclaimed the authority that belongs to the spiritual dragon.
Hastur's explanation did not make Susie happy. It shook its head and motioned for Hastur and Audrey to go in, while it stayed outside the church. "Mr. Hastur, aren't we here to find the treasure house?" Audrey also stopped. "The real treasure is inside. Is there any danger?" "There will be no danger if you don't actively cause trouble." "All right." Audrey turned to look at Susie again and told it not to run around later to avoid getting separated later. Passing through the hall and deep into the church, most of the pedestrians who came in stopped here. They seemed to lack some kind of identity certificate to continue moving forward. Hastur and Audrey successfully passed the identity test and entered the deepest part of the church with their special identities and Miss Arrogance respectively. Before coming here, Hastur asked Mrs. Lisa to steal the identity of Vin Rambus, also known as Mr. Arrogant. After giving it to Audrey, she naturally became Miss Arrogant. As for Hastur's special identity, it was one of the 3 identities that Lady Lisa had stolen from the Dreamweaver. Although this identity has been forgotten by their owners, they still have the highest right to pass here. Because that Dreamweaver is the current president of the Psychological Alchemy Society, Pauli Delaw. According to Mrs. Lisa's estimation, the president is still in deep sleep, and he doesn't even dare to send out a clone to avoid being targeted by her again. Arriving at the innermost room of the church, in front of a giant dragon statue, there was a small long table with 5 seats on the left and right sides, and the upper and lower seats were empty. There were already quite a few people sitting in the room. They seemed to be discussing halfway, but Asta and Audrey suddenly appeared, causing them to stop talking and look over. Audrey looked at Asta with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no extra expression on his face, she knew that Mr. Asta was still in control of the situation. She raised her chin slightly, and with the advantage of her height when standing, she looked down at the others with a slightly arrogant attitude. Now she was not Audrey, but Miss Arrogance of the Psychological Alchemy Society, although this identity was only stolen temporarily. For this kind of role-playing, it was not difficult for her to get started. On the other side, Asta looked down at the people present with the attitude of a high-ranking person, and then naturally walked to the empty seat at the top and sat down. No one questioned this.
Even their sitting postures were quietly sitting more upright. I don't know if it was an illusion. The deterrence exuded by Mr. President tonight made people lack the courage to even look at him straight in the eye. He just sat casually like that, but the feeling he gave people was comparable to the vast ocean. I formally introduce a new member of the jury. This is Miss Pride, the new head of the Backland region of the Kingdom of Lowen. She has noble character, profound knowledge, and a heartfelt love for psychology. Asta introduced calmly, and then signaled Audrey to sit down and participate in tonight's talks. After Audrey sat in the empty seat, Asta's eyes once again swept over the people attending tonight. Then, he looked at Audrey and said, "Perhaps you don't know much about the members of our Psychological Alchemy Association. Now, let me introduce you briefly." "Thank you, Mr. President," Audrey said very cooperatively. "This is Mr. Lust, he is in charge of Trier, the capital of Intis. M's Greed is in charge of St. Myron, the capital of the Faesac Empire. M's Laziness is in charge of Faenator City, the capital of the Faenator Kingdom. Mr. Jealousy is in charge of Dilly's City in the Republic of Intis. Mr. Glutton is in charge of Constant City in the Kingdom of Lowen." Asta finished the introduction and added, The purpose of our Psychological Alchemy Society is to discover, explore and research, and we don't care about irrelevant things such as the scope of influence, the number of members, and the possession of resources. Therefore, we don't have any members of the jury in the Misty Sea, the Violent Sea, and the Southern Continent. Of course, we also have many members who often go to the sea to explore ruins and pursue history. Haha, I almost forgot that I was once the king of the Black Seed on the 5 seas. Asta paused after sighing about the adventures of the past across the sea. You continue.
He leaned back slightly on the back of the chair, and his seemingly casual tone made the people present more serious. "Mr. President, we thought you would not come to the meeting tonight, but you came to introduce a new member to us." Someone said with a smile, "I think this arrogant lady must have extraordinary abilities to let you introduce her in person." "Miss Arrogant is enough to match all the praises." Asta kept smiling.
Mr. Asta is really pretending. Audrey couldn't help sighing in her heart.
If she hadn't known in advance that Mr. Asta, like herself, was just posing an identity to attend this meeting, she would really have thought that Mr. Asta was the president of the Psychological Alchemy Association. Mysterious, powerful, and unpredictable true identity. Sometimes she even thought that the identity of Earl Campbell might be the least worth mentioning among all the identities of Mr. Asta. "We were just discussing the war between the Fasak Empire and the Kingdom of Lowen." Ms. Greedy spoke up, and seeing Asta's eyes sweeping over, she subconsciously explained, "We don't want to participate or interfere in this war. We are just simply discussing the possible outcome of the Fasak Empire in the future." Asta nodded, indicating that the greedy lady continued. "Although the Fasak Empire, which lost the protection of the god of war, has the help of many secret organizations, it is only a matter of time before it fails under the joint efforts of the Kingdom of Lowen and the Republic of Intis. There is a very interesting psychological phenomenon. The Fasak Empire, which lost the protection of the god of war, should have collapsed directly in terms of fate, but due to the blood feuds of generations, they still fearlessly blocked the attacks from the Kingdom of Lowen and the Republic of Intis even without the protection of the gods.
Especially when facing the Kingdom of Lowen, the people of Fasak, who lost the protection of the gods, jumped from fighting for the gods to fighting for the country, and then to fighting for their own homes in a short period of time." Speaking of this, Ms. Greed's eyes were very bright. Perhaps gods are not a necessity for ordinary people, but gods need people to believe in them. It is the gods who cannot do without people, not people who cannot do without gods. These words were no less than a spiritual shock to Audrey. It turns out that the relationship between gods and humans can be interpreted in this way. Weak people are more self-reliant than gods. In this respect, humans are superior to gods. That's a very good remark. It reminds me of a story I once heard. Hester affirmed the remarks. In a place surrounded by mountains and cliffs, which is difficult to climb out, there lives a group of isolated villagers. They have believed in a mountain god for generations. They believe that it is the protection of the mountain god that allows them to settle down in such a dangerous environment. Whenever the village is in danger and needs help, they always put all their hopes on the mountain god. Sometimes the mountain god responds to their prayers, and sometimes he deliberately turns a deaf ear to them and lets them experience all kinds of pain. The villagers did not dislike the mountain god because of his inaction. Instead, they attributed the reason to someone's insincere faith. For this reason, they are more devout in their faith and offer food to the mountain god. The more food there is, the more villagers die of hunger. Until one day, the mountain god disappeared and never responded to the villagers' prayers. Some people thought that without the protection of the mountain god, the end of the village would come. But more than 100 years have passed, and the village is still alive. The villagers there have even opened up a road leading to the outside world along the steep cliffs, and their lives are getting better and better. Asta paused for a moment and smiled again. The person who told me the story said something very interesting. He said that life will find a way out by itself. This is a story that is not very tortuous, but the revelation it gives people is particularly alarming. Life will find a way out by itself. Just this simple sentence made the people present fall into a brief silence. If there is no God, will people's lives really be better? Audrey also had such an idea in her mind. She is a believer of the goddess. Such an idea is undoubtedly treasonous and blasphemous. The gods guide the direction of all living beings. Without them, all living beings will step into the abyss of death and despair. But deep down in her heart, she didn't have much confidence to refute Mr. Asta's words. Life will find its own way out. Perhaps a world without gods would really be a better world. Until the end of the meeting tonight, Audrey had not recovered from this sentence. She had been trying to build a godless world in her mind, to imagine what such a world would look like and what kind of life people there would live. "Miss Arrogant, wake up, we should go find the treasure house here."
After sending others away, Asta walked to Audrey, who was obviously in a trance, and called out twice.
Dear President, do you also think that a world without gods would be better?
This is a direction worth thinking about, isn't it? Asta did not discuss this issue too much, so as not to let his ideas interfere with Audrey's independent thinking. Okay, let's go find the treasure house. Audrey quickly recovered and followed Asta out of here one after another, passing through another corridor next to it. Not long after they walked, they found a white rabbit wearing a black top hat, a black suit, and holding a ruby cane the size of a pigeon waiting in front of them, as if it had stopped here to wait for them. The rabbit gentleman saw the two of them approaching, smiled and gestured to Asta, then took off the top hat on his head and bowed deeply. Then he raised the ruby cane and pointed to the left front, as if to point out the direction of the treasure house for them. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. Before Audrey could say her thanks, the elegant and generous Mr. Rabbit in front of her jumped away without looking back. Mr. Asta, do you know this Mr. Rabbit? I guessed who he is. Facing Audrey's inquiring eyes, Asta just chuckled and said, if I can see him again next time, I will tell you about his identity. I believe you will be surprised. After the conversation, the two followed the guidance of the rabbit gentleman and successfully came to the door of the treasure house. Asta easily opened the door of the treasure house with the authority of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Here is the complete brain of an adult psychic dragon, the heart of a dream catcher, the crystal of a psychic phantom. When Audrey saw the extraordinary materials collected in the treasure house, her eyes, as bright as gems, narrowed up, and she looked a little money grubber, which was particularly cute. After all, the noble Miss Audrey has never been short of money. Hasta just glanced at it and had no interest. Rather than a treasure house, it was more like a material warehouse. The extraordinary materials stored here were only up to the sequence 4 level at most, which had no appeal to him. The complete brain of an old psychic dragon, this is the extraordinary material needed to be promoted to a sequence 4 operator. Audrey began to search and plunder, and asked Hasta to help pack up the things she couldn't take. Although this is a spiritual world, these are real and can be used normally as long as they are brought back to the real world. Okay, Mr. Asta, let's go. Audrey, who had packed a bunch of extraordinary materials, came to Asta contentedly. She was in a good mood and stood on tiptoe to kiss Asta on the right cheek. Before Asta could react, she ran away quickly. Mr. Asta, hurry up, it would be bad if someone found out.
Audrey, who was running in front, turned around with a smile and waved to Asta behind her.
The Garden of Eden is indeed a dreamy home, and the various psychological phenomena here are also very interesting. Of course, the most important thing is to harvest this pile of precious extraordinary materials. After I return, I can prepare the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion. Walking in the dreams of thousands of creatures and witnessing the interesting dreams they weave in the middle of the night, this extraordinary ability is really exciting. Miss Audrey, who had gained a lot, always had a bright smile on her face as she returned to leave the spiritual world. Wow! Susie raised her share. Oh, Susie, it's a pity that I only found the brain of an adult psychic dragon in that treasure house just now. I can't make a magic potion for you yet. Susie, who transformed into a spiritual dragon, lowered her head, as if thinking, could her head at this moment be considered the head of an adult spiritual dragon?
This is a very complex and meaningful subject, and Susie sets her sights on Mr. Hasta. Susie, I understand what you are thinking, but it is a pity that your life level is always different from the real spiritual dragon. You can only reveal the spiritual dragon in your dreams.
Hearing this, Susie sighed and flew Hasta and Audrey out of the spiritual world. After returning to the real world, Audrey opened her eyes and woke up. She looked sideways at Hasta, who was sitting at the head of her bed, and smiled. Mr. Hasta, enjoy your adventure. Although I don't like to say something that is embarrassing at this time, Audrey, we have to put your harvest tonight in your family's treasure house first. Hasta stretched out his right hand, and Audrey naturally took the back of Hasta's hand and got up from the bed. Looking at the wall clock, it was just past 9 o'clock. At this time, Earl Hall was between the possibility of sleeping and not yet sleeping.
Without Audrey's instructions, Susie naturally opened the door and explored the way first. After a while, it trotted back again, signaling with its eyes that Earl Hall had fallen asleep.
Audrey relaxed a little and led Hasta to the treasure house of her home. Along the way, Hasta easily used the darkness to hide his existence. Even if he walked in front of the maids, they could not find him. There are 2 attendants guarding the entrance of the treasure house carefully. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult not to alarm them. "Mr. Hasta, let me do it this time." Audrey did not let Hasta open the travel portal, but walked towards him. With just 2 simple words, she easily hypnotized the guards to open the treasure house door and made them forget that they had seen her come to the treasure house tonight. Enter the treasure house of Earl Hall. To be precise, this is just one of the treasure houses. Several balls of bright but not hot light emerged from the palm of Hasta's palm, allowing them to float over the entire treasure house, lighting up the entire treasure house. There are all kinds of collections piled up here, including several shelves of paintings, calligraphy, porcelain and antiques, boxes full of pearls, agates, emeralds and diamonds, precious Chinese medicinal materials such as ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma and Polygonum multiflorum, as well as strange and weird collections whose origins cannot be identified for a while, and other items. Miscellaneous items. Asta glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Mr. Fool is allowed to see this scene, he might also want to be a gentleman for once. After thinking about it for a while, Audrey finally chose an empty place to place tonight's harvest. There are too many things here and they are too complicated. Count Hall doesn't even remember what is in here. It won't be discovered. According to Audrey's command, Hasta took out the things stolen from the treasury of the Psychological Alchemy Society from the spiritual world to enrich the treasury of Earl Hall's family.
The collections of the Psychological Alchemy Society have not disappeared, they have just been transferred.
After doing all this, Audrey looked at the 2 large shelves of items in front of her and narrowed her eyes with joy. Speaking of which, this was her first time as a thief. "Mr. Hasta, is there anything you like here?" Audrey muttered again as she spoke. Anyway, Count Hall never cares about the things inside, so it doesn't matter if there are a few missing items.
"I have taken away Earl Hall's most precious collection to date." Audrey was stunned for a moment, then woke up, with a cute expression of shame and joy on her face. Finally, Susie's barking came from the treasure house as she was fed a mouthful of dog food. Late at night, Furs, who lived on William Street, suddenly had a nightmare. She screamed and was frightened awake by the scene inside. Her little hands fumbled in the darkness to turn on the bedside lamp. The dark bedroom was illuminated, and she panicked. My heart felt relieved. Next door, Zio, who was awakened by Forsy's nightmare scream, was wearing a set of light yellowed translucent pajamas and opened the door to Forsy's room with a key. "Is this the 3rd nightmare you've had recently?" Zio walked to Forsy's bed and sat down, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of warm water. "Every dream is different. There seems to be a continuity between them." Forsy took a sip of warm water and waited for a few seconds before continuing. "It's just that every time I wake up, I always forget some key points. Place, which leads to intermittent dreams." Zio glanced at her angrily. "Tell me, what kind of inhumane persecution did you dream about yourself suffering this time?" "Nothing compares to the torture you suffered in the Devil's Oil painting." Forsy rolled his eyes at Zio. His mood improved a lot, and then he told Zio the content of his dream tonight. "Maybe you can go talk to Mr. Asta." Zio was silent for a while before giving his suggestion. "But I can't keep bothering Mr. Asta like this. Are you afraid you can't repay the favor?" "Yeah." Zio looked Furs up and down, reached out and patted her bulging chest, and said with a chuckle, "Then you can pledge your love to me. Emperor Russell once said that you can't repay with words, you can only pledge your love to me." "Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Asta already has Miss Audrey and Miss Sharon." "Tisk tisk, it seems you have thought about this problem seriously. You just want to make fun of me." Furs pressed Zio under her at once, but after a while, she was pressed under the delicate body of Zio, who was good at fighting. Zio spread his legs, sat on Furs' thighs, raised her chin, leaned over, and said in a frivolous tone, "It seems that Mr. Asta doesn't have this blessing, let me enjoy it." Furs, who was lying on the bed, just raised her head, glanced at Zio's chest, and said, "Sometimes I really can't tell whether you are facing me or your back to me." "Furs, The two of them played for a while, and the sky soon brightened.
Furs and Zio finally decided to look for Miss Audrey. The problem of dreams should also belong to the category of psychology. Miss Audrey is undoubtedly the best at psychology among the people they know. In addition, they haven't met Miss Audrey for a long time, and they miss the days when Miss Audrey always took them out to improve their meals.
After receiving the invitation, Miss Audrey, who was in a good mood, generously invited Furs and Zio to a private custom restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal from various countries, and then took them shopping, and then went to have a cup of afternoon tea and started to talk about business.
Miss Audrey, this is what happened. In the private aristocratic courtyard, there were only 3 of them and a dog, so Furs had no scruples and began to introduce the nightmare she had recently.
Her first nightmare happened 5 days ago in the middle of the night, roughly at 3 or 4 o'clock.
In the dream, it was a gloomy and dark world with a weird atmosphere everywhere. Hundreds of mirrors stood silently here, like portals that could be passed through. Each mirror was 2 meters high, with a pure black frame and blood-red lines embroidered on it. The mirror surface was smooth and transparent, and it would emit a bright light when approached. She encountered such a dream for the first time, and curiously approached a mirror to check it out, but was directly sucked into the mirror. Inside the mirror, it was a completely different world. As soon as she entered, she felt a madness and evil from the depths of her soul, as if to drag her entire soul into the bottomless abyss of depravity. But she always remained awake, and then she began to experience various punishments like hell.
Sometimes her body suddenly fell down, her head and body split apart, sometimes her stomach began to swell, and then gradually turned into a horrifying, indescribable monster. Sometimes she was soaked in a pool full of filthy water, and could only watch her body corroded into a skeleton. At this time, the awake and unconscious mind became a cage that was difficult to escape. Until she screamed at some point, she got out of this nightmare. At first she didn't take it seriously, because of the need for writing. Sometimes she would actively imagine some terrible and terrifying scenes, and it was normal to dream about what she thought about during the day. Until the second nightmare 2 days ago, she once again came to the world full of mirrors, and the mirrors she had entered before had cracks on the surface, and she could no longer enter. What made her feel even more horrified was that the placement of these mirrors seemed to be exactly the same as in the first nightmare. She walked between the mirrors, and she seemed to hear some calls, but she couldn't hear them clearly. She thought she should have heard a complete sentence at that time, but she forgot it after waking up. It was after that call that her body was dragged into a mirror, and she experienced all kinds of horrible nightmares again. The third time, which was last night, she went to that mysterious dream again, and what greeted her was still the silent mirrors. With the experience of the first 2 times, she subconsciously wanted to stay away from this place. She ran towards the side without the mirror. But in the end, she was swallowed into the dark abyss until she screamed unbearably and woke up. After listening to Furs's description, Audrey comforted her softly, and then said, "Miss Furs, besides dreaming at night, have you encountered any strange things recently?" "No, I have been staying at home recently," Furs added, "writing at home."
"Does your writing have content about this? Or do you usually imagine similar horror scenes?"
"No, I won't,"
Furs answered affirmatively. Audrey thought for a while, and said seriously, "Perhaps your dream experience comes from the influence of a high-level existence on you." "A nightmare caused by a high-level influence?" With the stars and the fool at his back, Forsey quickly accepted this statement. This means that the full moon's murmurs, which were originally directed at him, have evolved to the point where they can invade his dreams. To solve this problem, only the stars and the fool have this ability. The easiest way to eliminate the influence of a higher personality is to seek shelter from a higher personality. Audrey took a deep look at Forsey and believed that Forsey would seek help from Mr. Fool. "But apart from having nightmares at night, there are no other effects on me, and there are no abnormalities in my daily life?" Forsey asked seriously. "What if this is just the beginning?" Audrey's jewel-like eyes seemed to see clearly the worry in Forsey's heart, and then said, "Your dream may be more complicated than you think. That call, maybe it's the key to unlocking the truth about dreams. I know that you will encounter full moon whispers when you are full moon, which is a kind of harm to you, but this time your dream may really be asking you for help." Otherwise, the influence of high-level people on low-level people would not be so mild, but would be full of terror, blood, and mutations. Audrey's gentle words made Forsey make a decision in his heart.
At night, around 10 o'clock, Forsey began to pray to the stars, seeking their protection.
The stars will always be watching you. In the Hall of Stars, Hasta left these words and disappeared into the starry sky in Forsey's room. He just sat in the Hall of Stars, overlooking Forsey. Under the protection of the stars, Forsey only lay on the bed for 3 to 5 minutes before successfully falling asleep. That night, Forsey slept soundly, with neither sweet dreams nor nightmares.
This made her sigh. It was the protection of the stars that made people feel at ease.
For the next 2 days, Forsey slept peacefully under the protection of the stars, without any nightmares the whole night. Forsey was naturally very happy about this, but Hasta didn't think so, so he planned to test it. Tonight, Forsey, as usual, sought refuge from the stars and then fell asleep peacefully on the bed. However, Hasta withdrew the protection from the stars and stopped watching what was happening on Forsey's side. At around 3 o'clock in the night, Forsey once again dreamed of a dreamland with hundreds of mirrors. She once again entered a mirror and suffered various horrific and bloody deaths.
After waking up with the same scream, Forsey seemed to understand clearly what the call was.
She turned on the light and got up, came to the desk, took a quill, and wrote a name on the blank paper. Bethel Abraham. It's the Abraham family again. Forsey's heart sank. Mr. Hasta warned her last time that the Abraham family would definitely come to retrieve the 2 lost sealed objects in the near future. She didn't expect that they would use this method. Ways to influence yourself. The next night, Forsey explained this when he prayed to the stars again. In the Hall of Stars, Hasta sighed, thinking that Mr. Men and the fallen Mother Goddess were trying to cause trouble through Forsey again. Unexpectedly, it was just the Abraham family that influenced and tortured Forsey through dreams.
No wonder Forsey never had nightmares come to his door every time he was protected by the stars.
Even the protection of the stars that he dropped casually through the Palace of Stars couldn't be broken through. This kind of influence is really limited. Hasta thought quietly for a while and felt something was wrong. The people in the Abraham family have basically lost their minds under the influence of the fallen Mother Goddess. Would they have the leisure to interfere in Forsey's dream? Could it really be Mr. Men's request for help? Bethel Abraham. Does this name belong to Mr. Door? Hasta was accustomed to calling him Mr. Door, and had never known his real name.
If it was really Mr. Men, then the dream that Forsey experienced would be very interesting.
The so-called calling should be just to let Forsey find the real mirror. Only the correct mirror is the door to Mr. Door. Once you choose the wrong portal, it will lead to the dream world affected by the fallen Mother Goddess, so Forsey will suffer various tragic deaths after entering the wrong mirror. It's just Forsey. Well, she really doesn't have the observation skills and a calm enough mentality. The stars will guide your way. After speaking, Hasta closed the connection with Forsey again, sat and thought for a while, and then came up with an idea. After he was promoted to Sequence 4 Homeless, he gained a total of 4 extraordinary abilities. Lost. People who have lost their hometown are always wandering away, unable to find the right path. This extraordinary ability is more like a conceptual ability, such as the star container sealing the historical fog of the Fourth Age. When he appears as the king in yellow, everyone around him will also lose his direction and move towards him unknowingly. The second extraordinary ability is Loss, also known as Loss.
This is an extraordinary ability that is coercive and biased towards rules. For example, when fighting, you can declare that the enemy has lost a certain ability, or lost a certain part of your body. You can also make people lose their thoughts, you can also make the enemy lose money every day, etc. Crucially, once successful, the loss will be permanent. That is to say, Hasta can completely make a Beander lose all his Beander abilities, making him a Beander without Beander abilities, with only the risk of the potion getting out of control accompanying him. The third Beander ability, a guest in a foreign land. In the dream, I don't know that I am a guest, and I enjoy myself for a while. The lost people always long to return to their hometown, but they are in a foreign land and can only reunite and be happy in dreams. This ability is a bit like the combination of the Dream Walker and the Dream Weaver in the audience channel. It allows him to enter other people's dreams and weave and manipulate other people's dreams. The fourth Beyander ability, the fate of the stranger, also known as the mobile disaster. When the lost people travel to other places, they naturally become strangers relative to the people and things there. And strangers often bring changes and disasters to people living in the local area. This is a curse ability based on fate, which will bring unpredictable changes and disasters once used. For example, a drought, a meteor shower, a war, a plague. Hasta used this extraordinary ability very cautiously, and only used it twice. Once it almost caused the extinction of the black gibbons living on an island, and once it caused a small village and nearby hills to suffer from the natural disaster of a meteor shower. The impact range is very large. With his current ability, it can probably affect half of Backland. These abilities were slowly explored and excavated during his promotion to the Starpath Sequence 4 Lost Hometowner for a period of time, and he also named these extraordinary abilities himself. The problem that Furs encountered this time was very suitable for the ability of a stranger. He didn't need to squat in the Hall of Stars and wait, he only needed to lie on the warm big bed in his home to go to Furs's dream. William Street is very close to Queens, and you can reach Queens through King Avenue and Savella's Square. It was past 12 o'clock, and Furs hid in the quilt, feeling uneasy and unable to sleep. In order not to implicate Zio, she declined Zio's proposal to sleep together at night. Recently, she has been sleeping alone every night. No, I can't be passive all the time. Furs, who has learned a lot of knowledge about dreams from Miss Audrey, quietly clenched her fists. In Miss Audrey's story, most dreams can be manipulated by people themselves. In dreams, you can imagine yourself as a king, a god, a creator, or a beautiful dream. Miss Audrey also suggested that she could resist nightmares by actively creating beautiful dreams, which might be effective. Last night, she tried it a little and the effect was not bad. In the dream, she has become a household name in the North and South continents. One of her works can make enough money for a lifetime. In addition to traveling around to see the scenery and enjoy delicious food every day, she lies in bed and sleeps anytime and anywhere, unrestrained, and will not be urged to write. Although this is an imaginary dream, it also made her happy for a long time. Even if she suddenly jumped into a nightmare in the middle of the night, her mood was not as bad as before. Just like taking medicine, if you eat a piece of candy before taking the medicine will not be so bitter. Forsee thought about it and fell asleep again. This time, her identity in the dream was a queen, and Hugh was the head maid who served her and occasionally had the obligation to warm the bed. Hugh is still so unruly. Forsee, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, frowned unhappily. In the dream, every time she played with Hugh on the bed, she was always pressed under Hugh. But in a trance, Hugh, who was sitting on her thigh and teasing her, seemed to have become Mr. Hasta. He looked down at her from a high position, pinching her chin with his right hand, with a much stronger force than Hugh, with an unquestionable attitude. "Don't move, don't look away, just look at me like this." Hasta leaned over and said domineering words beside her ear, then licked her ear, making her tremble all over, her eyes watery, her legs unconsciously rubbing together, and her instep arched. When Hasta kissed her from her ears to her eyebrows, cheeks, and red lips, Furs suddenly woke up from this beautiful dream. Her cheeks were red, and she reached out to cover her dry lips, looking extremely unnatural. "Why did I suddenly dream of Mr. Hasta? It must be the jokes that Hugh played on me before, which made me think too much. Hey, strange, the dream was fine just now, why did I suddenly wake up?" Furs thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. She lay in bed tossing and turning until late at night before falling asleep again. This time, she came to the dream world with mirrors again. Bethel Abraham. The shouting was more obvious than before. Furs bravely walked through the mirror jungle and finally found the mirror that made the shouting sound. It was right in front of her, but it seemed to be infinitely far away. Furs was extremely curious about the scene in front of her. When she found the right mirror, all the messy things in the world around her disappeared. In the gray world, there was only herself and the mirror in front of her. But such a mirror that she could reach with her hand gave her a sense of distance that she could never touch. It was as if there were two different time and space between the two,
and it just happened to be a portal of communication through this mirror. "Are you calling me?" Furs asked carefully. "This is not a call, but a search." An old and simple voice came from the mirror, like a jar that had been sealed for countless years, and today the lid can finally be opened and its voice can be heard.
"What are you looking for?"
"Hope." "What hope?" "The hope for the future of the Abraham family." "Am I the person you want to find?" "Maybe." Furs was stagnant when he heard this. What was this? It was obviously the other party who often entered her dreams late at night and messed up her peaceful life. "I'm in a very far place, and I can't fully sense what's happening over there, so I can't be sure if you're the person I'm looking for. Please forgive me." Seeing that the other party's attitude was pretty good, Furs broke the silence. "Are you also a member of the Abraham family? I'm the source of the Abraham family's shining history." "Oh." Furs didn't care at first, but soon she reacted, subconsciously stepped back several steps, and then said in a trembling voice, "Are you the great ancestor of the Abraham family? Are you the creator of the full moon whisper of the Abraham family? You are that Mr. Men?" The man opposite the mirror was silent for a long time. "It seems that you are the person I'm looking for." "No, I'm just a little writer who likes to stay at home, and I can't bear the important responsibility of promoting history." Furs denied 3 times in her heart. "It was not my intention to talk about the full moon. I never wanted the descendants of the Abraham family to track me down. I would rather they had completely forgotten my existence." "You drove the whole family crazy. You're the biggest promoter of the decline of the Abraham family." Mr. Men did not deny this. "I need to atone for this. Then go find the pure-blooded descendants of the Abraham family. I don't have the blood of your family flowing in my body, and the rise and fall of your family has nothing to do with me."
Furs rejected Mr. Men with a cold face, so as to prevent him from pestering her all the time.
"This may be the best arrangement. He is here. You should leave." A slightly hurried voice came out, and the whole mirror exploded completely, and the dream also turned into pieces and cracked. "Huh." Furs woke up in bed all of a sudden. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, leaned back against the mattress, and took a few deep breaths before she came to her senses from tonight's dream. "I actually met the legendary Mr. Men." Furs' heart was still beating violently. According to Mr. Fool, this Mr. Men even surpassed Adam and Amen in the history of the 4th epoch. The Abraham family was so glorious because of his existence. After a while, Furs hurriedly climbed up from the bed, put on a prayer posture, and began to pray devoutly to the stars. For such a major event, it must be reported to the stars in exchange for the protection of the stars, otherwise he would definitely be eaten by an old monster like Mr. Men without leaving any residue. Nice development. After the calm words fell, the starry sky above his head dissipated, leaving Furs alone, unable to fall asleep. In the Hall of Stars, Hasta, who personally followed Furs to experience the dream, also heard the conversation between Furs and Mr. Men. As for this Mr. Men, whether he is a truly awake Mr. Men with an independent personality, or a false identity occupied and packaged by the fallen Mother Goddess, it is still uncertain. But one thing is certain, Mr. Men's interference with Furs is very limited, and such a simple conversation consumes all his spare energy. Let Furs handle this matter herself. Anyway, with her temperament, she will refuse any possible request from Mr. Men. The salted fish mentality can sometimes protect oneself better. Asta retracted his thoughts and looked at the Pale's clone in the God-forsaken land. Recently, Aemon has not entered Backland to harass him again. It is estimated that he has discovered that Pale's clone is hiding in the God-forsaken land and is rushing back to deal with it. Hee, I am also very good at hide and seek. Asta controlled Pale's clone and hid him deep in the Giant King's court, very close to the place where the Dark Angel Sazriel, the Vice Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven, was sleeping. And used the secret authority to deal with it again, and then let this clone enter a dormant state and restrain all its breath. After doing all this, Asta glanced at the high-dimensional overlooker. He was chatting with Adam in a church, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. Backland is a place where people can easily forget about time. The constant smog weather covers the sky above Backland on time every day. Time quickly passed November and came to December. There was only about a month left until the new year. At Earl Hall's house, Audrey has successfully concocted the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion and was successfully promoted. As for Susie, Audrey had already completed the deal with Derek the little son for the brain of an adult psychic dragon that she needed. Today, she hid in her alchemy laboratory and created another Dreamwalker potion based on her previous experience. Susie, I worked hard to get this deal. After you are promoted, you must remember to listen to me. You can't always go to Mr. Haster's side. Woof. Okay. I don't need you to swear. Of course, if you are willing to do this, I won't stop you. Woof. Finally, with Susie's repeated assurances, Audrey put the prepared Dreamwalker potion in a container and placed it in front of Susie. I'll keep you here, nothing will happen. Woof. Susie shook her golden tail excitedly and began to take the magic potion. After half a day's rest, when Susie woke up again, she had successfully been promoted to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Susie, you are amazing. Audrey was very happy that Susie was successfully promoted, and she was thinking about whether to let Susie also join the Tarot Society. The strength of the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker is much more powerful than Mr. Moon, Miss Magician, and Mr. Sun. It seems that Mr. Hanged Man has not yet reached Sequence 5. After just thinking about it for a while, Audrey put away this little idea. It would be bad if it aroused Mr. Fool's anger. Sharon on the other side also completed the Sequence 4 puppet play. She left Haster's villa on the day she completely digested the potion. She should be working hard to be promoted to Sequence 3 Silent Disciple. Restraint rather than prohibition. Sharon, you are obviously guilty. Haster looked at the empty mirror and already thought about what he wanted to do the next time Sharon came back. He didn't want to delay it any longer, so he took advantage of the 2 or 3 years of peace to get everything done that needed to be done. Earl Hall has vaguely mentioned matters about marriage in front of him more than once. If nothing unexpected happens, he and Audrey will announce their engagement in the first month of the new year. Although he and Audrey were not so anxious about this, Earl Hall seemed to know that a peaceful life could not last long, so he wanted to arrange these things earlier. In addition to these personal matters, Haster has recently been busy digesting the last bit of the homeless potion, and at the same time actively looking for traces of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Since the last time he went to the Garden of Eden with Audrey and Susie, he found that the Dreamweaver had been hiding far away, most likely hiding in Adam's church. If this is the case, he is very unlucky because he will be given to him as a gift by Adam. Haster had a premonition that Adam was coming to him soon. The church establishment matters for the monks in yellow are also being carried out quietly in secret. Most of the preparations have been arranged and the church belonging to the king in yellow is currently being built. In addition to the monks in yellow who want to establish a religion, Backland has also recently started a trend of believing in Mongolian religion. The greeting used by Mongolian believers when they meet, Amen. Judging from this performance alone, the so-called Ming religion was definitely created by Amen out of boredom. Maybe even those active believers are clones of Amen himself. Amen. 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 Stop it, this is not something you can joke about. In the office, Leonard rubbed his brows, and was very troubled to see the team members in front of him making fun of the latest greeting of the Mengjiao.
Captain, we just find it strange why such a simple greeting has become the greeting of a new church.
This is not a question we need to explore. There is only one thing we need to do, which is to prevent people from believing in the so-called Mengjiao as much as possible, and prevent the influence of Mengjiao from spreading further.
Leonard endured the discomfort in his heart and carefully instructed each team member what they needed to be responsible for. At the same time, he warned them again not to mention the word Amen casually when they were free. After all the team members left, Leonard closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He was still found by Amen. Just 10 days ago, the team he led encountered some major events, and he had to leave Street Samuel Church to deal with them. He met Amen halfway. He fell into Amon's hands without any resistance. Fortunately, Amen searched his memory and found no clues about the old man, so he had a gentle heart-to-heart talk with him. It was this simple heart-to-heart talk that almost made him suffer from Amen's stress disorder. When he returned to the office to handle official business, another Mengjiao that needed attention emerged. It was obvious that this was a church created by Amen, a madman. Sadly, he also had to deal with the mess of Mengjiao believers.
It has only been about 7 days since he heard about the Mengjiao Church, and 3 extremely bad incidents have occurred.
Amen is a madman, and the believers who believe in the church he founded are naturally madmen.
One of the believers sneaked into the Harvest Church late at night to steal, pried open the donation box, took out the money inside, and was captured by the priest stationed there when he left. A believer ran to the Holy Wind Church in the middle of the night and set a big fire. Although the fire was extinguished by rain when it just started, the insult was still very strong. The third believer seemed to have an incurable disease. While praying in the prayer hall of the Holy Wind Church, he suddenly ran forward and crashed into the emblem of the Lord of Storms.
These 3 believers are ordinary people, either living in poverty or suffering misfortune.
After believing in the Mengjiao, they recognized the doctrine of freedom and indulgence, and the things they dared not do on weekdays have now become their reasons for indulgence. If Leonard were to deal with the Mengjiao believers, he would only have one word to kill, and leave none.
Unfortunately, it is quite difficult to kill people with criminal law in Backland. After all, the Kingdom of Loan did not force people to believe in a certain church, and belief is freedom.
Captain, there is another case involving Mengjiao believers here. Bring it here. Leonard opened his eyes, took the case record handed over by the team members and read it. His expression became strange. This happened in a nearby police station. A few nights ago, the local police station arrested a Mengjiao believer. After criticizing and educating him, they planned to lock him up for 2 or 3 days to calm down before letting him go.
But who knew that when the police released the prisoners, the Mongolian believer had already used his words to convert the 4 prisoners in the same cell into Mongolian believers. 2 of the prisoners were originally devout believers of the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of Storm. After the local night watchers sent people to investigate, they found that these prisoners who changed their beliefs were not interfered with by extraordinary factors. They really believed in the so-called Mongolian religion from the bottom of their hearts. In this way, the local night watchers had no choice, but they did not want to release these Mongolian believers, so they sent people to ask how to deal with this matter. Lock them up and starve them for a few days to see if they still have the energy to preach again. Leonard wrote his own solution on it. The residence of Furs and Zio. In the closed room, the thin door could not completely block the sound of loud talking.
Furs, it's time for you to get out of your doghouse. You've been staying in the house for a whole month. Except for the last time when Miss Audrey invited you to enjoy delicious food. You haven't left the house. You even asked me to wash your clothes and hang them on the clothes rack outside to dry. Your laziness should have a limit, right? If you continue like this, you will be ruined. Queen's complaining voice reached Furs' ears in the room one by one. After a while, Furs, who couldn't stand the nagging, came out of the room. Facing the momentum of Quiet's tiptoeing, Furs just said lightly, "I'm about to be promoted to Sequence 5 Traveler." Quiet was stunned for a long time, and said in disbelief, "How could you digest the record officer potion so quickly? You should know that I joined a mysterious organization. With the help of one of its members, I have been traveling to various regions in the world during this period to record the local customs, history and culture." Okay. Queen, who originally wanted to ask for punishment, suddenly lost his confidence. First patted Zio's shoulder and said with a smile, "I have the potion formula for a Sequence 6 judge here, do you want it?" "Yes." Xiu grabbed Fur's hands at once, his eyes sparkling. "Who will do the laundry and sweeping at home?" "I will." "Who will be responsible for the 3 meals a day?" "I will. I've been running around outside for too long lately. Who's going to give me a shoulder and a pat on my legs?" "Foresee. Don't go too far." "Oh, forget it then." "No, I'll do it. Woohoo." Xiu felt that she was about to be trained by Foresee into a shape that belonged to her. So good. Foresee returned to her room humming a proud tune. Recently, in addition to playing the role of record officer, she often had brief conversations with Mr. Dorr in her dreams. During every conversation, Mr. Men would tirelessly teach her a lot of extraordinary knowledge, and this knowledge was just within the scope of what she could accept, and would not become a burden to her, let alone affect her. With such dual efforts, she made rapid progress, but this also caused her to often feel overwhelmed during the day, lying at home and falling asleep. "Master, I am ready to sacrifice, please don't pity me." Because my sacrifice is to fulfill the great master. This is something to be extremely proud of. In the study, 008 wrote a sentence on a blank piece of paper, saying that he was ready to die. Hey, how about I find a quill and give it to you as a new home? Woo. WW. No, Master. 008 drew a series of crying expressions on the paper. Please don't break us up. We are the most compatible pair in nature.
Listening to 008's cuteness, Hasta was really reluctant to trade it.
But the guest seems to have already come to visit. Here he is.
Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the study door.
How polite. Hasta sighed in his heart, glanced at 008 who was shivering on purpose. Come in. The door opened with a creak, and an ordinary priest walked in wearing a simple white robe, with a light golden beard covering the lower half of his face, eyes as clear and simple as a baby, and a cross pendant hanging on his chest. Adam appeared in front of him in this extremely simple way. There was no foreshadowing of climaxes or any vast epic scenes.
It's just that in a small study, I am free and Adam is free, that's all. This should be our second meeting, spokesperson of the stars. Adam paused for a moment as if on purpose, then smiled gently, or I should just call you stars.
Testing words won't help you get the right answer. There was no unnecessary expression on Asta's face. He just said calmly, I prefer the title Mr. Asta, if you want to continue the conversation. If so, don't ignore the master's warning.
Adam smiled and nodded, bowing politely and saying, Mr. Hasta, good afternoon.
Backland in December has gradually entered winter. When it was close to 4 or 5 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. Waves of cold air began to rage back and forth in the streets and alleys. Pedestrians on the road returned home early and began to prepare dinner. The cold wind blew over the treetops and penetrated through the gaps in the windows that had not been closed tightly. Hasta and Adam sat across a desk, and the 008 that Adam needed was placed on the table.
In my original prediction, it should have stayed with Ince Zangwill, because I helped him exchange it from the night for 008.
Ince Zangwill was destined to be unfortunate, so he met you. Before I had time to make a move, he met you again because of 008's active intervention, causing 008 to fall into your hands. I have to say that 008 is indeed smarter than Ince Zangwill. It knows that it should find a suitable owner for itself, and it has indeed successfully escaped from its own predicament. In order to find out what happened specifically, I went to Southville County where you are, but I didn't expect to meet to an incarnation of a high-dimensional Overwatcher. Since then, I understand your origins, stars. The night and I noticed you at the same time, although you were not so outstanding at that time.
The Knight and I had a disagreement on how to deal with you. He thought that the world no longer needed so many variables, while I thought the more chaotic the world, the better.
Especially since you awakened the ancient phoenix that had been sleeping for who knows how many years, and successfully took away the power of the god of death before the night, he could no longer tolerate you. Adam slowly recounted what happened in the past, and his tone was as gentle as a distant lullaby. It seemed that no story or experience in the world could cause any ripples in his heart. In the southern continent, in the battle of temptation from the gods, the foolish god of war fell first, and I and Haya also took the opportunity to explore some of the power of the stars. The barrier originally blocked the outer gods in the starry sky. Since there is a barrier, there is naturally a way to bypass the barrier. The stars have such power. Haya's thoughts have also changed. He no longer wants to target you, so as not to force you to attract the gods of the starry sky to enter the world and bring the end of the world in advance.
You who control such power naturally have the capital to confront the gods.
Adam stopped here again, his eyes fell on 008, and smiled. Speaking of, it's a bit far away. If someone happens to take away your key thing when you are about to become a god, will you also find a way to solve the problem? Allowing you to grow up to this day, I came to take back 008, this is already my biggest concession.
I have foreseen the tide of the times. I don't have much time, and you don't have many choices.
Quote. This is not a threat, but a frank talk. This may avoid unnecessary disputes. After all, I am also looking forward to the day when the stars return to the starry sky.
Even after saying such words, Adam's mood is still very stable and he always keeps smiling.
Asta understands Adam's words. If he holds 008 again, He will do everything he can to take it back, even if he will burn himself and attract the outer gods outside the starry sky.
Because if he continues to grow, Adam will not have the confidence to threaten him.
So, he must talk to him openly during this time period.
Now he can only protect himself at most, and he seriously lacks the power to protect others.
If he left Backland with 008 and disappeared, Hester had no doubt about how terrible Adam's madness would be. Although you are very honest, this is still a threat, Hester said slowly. No matter how many beautiful words you say, it can't change the fact that the biggest reliance you have on this trip is my humanity that I can't completely abandon. You are still young, and the weaknesses of human nature still exist in you. Adam whispered. The stars are ancient, and one day he will wake up from his slumber. I won't bet on this low-probability event.
It turns out that what Adam is most worried about is that the stars will wake up in his body. The stars without humanity will never give Adam such a key thing as 008.
Adam will completely lose 008. Even if he has other ways to become a god, he can't go perfectly. For him who has been planning for a long time, this is absolutely unacceptable. Hester pondered Adam's words in his heart, and was also very curious. Did the ancient stars really exist? Will he really wake up in his body? What about the king in yellow?
He really had too many questions, but at this moment he didn't have much time to think slowly. I can give you this extraordinary writer's characteristics, but there is no free trade in this world.
It seems that we have reached a good consensus in our conversation. Adam looked at the distance with clear eyes like a child, and Polly Dellau, who was hiding in the church, was taken into this study out of thin air. Polly Dellau was surprised at first, and when he saw Adam was here, the vigilance and tension on his face slowly dissipated. Respected angel of fantasy, do you have any instructions? Polly Dellau bowed to Adam, respectful and obedient. What he believed in was the omniscient and omnipotent creator, and the fantasy angel Adam was not only a powerful king of angels, but also the son of the creator.
I need you to do something for me. Please give me your instructions, Lord Fantasy Angel.
I need you to sacrifice your life. Adam still maintained a gentle smile on his face. This is a necessary sacrifice. Ah! Polly Dellau was so frightened that he took half a step back, and his originally rosy face instantly turned pale. He obviously came to seek shelter from this utopian angel because he wanted to take refuge, but he didn't expect that the person who was supposed to protect him turned out to be the one who wanted to kill him. The frightened Polly Dellau only then discovered that there was a young man sitting behind the desk. He looked to be in his early 20s and was very handsome. I. The expression on Polly Delau's face changed drastically for a while, and finally he said with a helpless smile, I am willing to give everything I have for the awakening of the omniscient and omnipotent creator. Having seen Adam's methods before, he knew very well that when Adam said this, he was not discussing with himself, but a notice. No matter how reluctant he is, he can't disobey a king of angels. Very well, the Lord will remember your contribution. Adam nodded, picked up the cross hanging on his chest with his right hand, closed his eyes and said a prayer. In front of him, Polly Delau's body began to decompose for no apparent reason, and in the end, only the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver were left, flickering with hazy light. Not enough. Hester just stared at Adam quietly. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver's extraordinary characteristics are exchanged for a Sequence 1 writer's extraordinary characteristics. This is too disparate. This is just a meeting gift. There was no surprise on Adam's face. If he hears this, he will probably regret his devout belief just now. He has never had faith. The reason why he didn't escape just now is because he knew that he would never leave here alive. Necessary sacrifice, what an ironic statement, Hester sneered. I can exchange you for a copy of Sequence 1 Extraordinary Characteristics. This is just equivalent, Hester said with an indifferent expression. You need to add another Sequence 1 Extraordinary Characteristic as an apology for today's threat. Adam was silent for a while. He only had the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 1 Hand of Order. But after only about 3 seconds of silence, Adam recognized Hester's trading method. Because this kind of transaction was also within his expectations. There is no such thing as equal exchange, because today's transaction is not equal to both parties. I have a copy of the sequence 1 Hand of Order Extraordinary Characteristics. Adam took out a copy of the Hand of Order's characteristics that emitted a pale golden light in the previous copy of the Dreamweaver's extraordinary characteristics and suspended them in midair. Where's the other sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics? Hastur was also curious. Which other sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics could Adam find? Adam's eyes were calm and he said, the other part is with Medici. How cruel. Hastur clicked his tongue. Adam's answer was both expected and unreasonable. Just coming from Adam's mouth still made people feel cold all over. Is this also a necessary sacrifice? Hastur asked this question again. Even though he knew that the hunter died of loyalty in the end, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Outside the house, the dark sky was blowing with gusts of cold wind. It was obviously not the day for snow yet, but the coldness penetrated from the soles of the feet to the person's body. Azishara, who didn't want to endure the cold wind, crawled out of her warm bed and came to the window sill, trying to reach out and close the 2 stained glass windows. But she didn't close the window immediately. Instead, she stuck her head out of the window and looked sideways at the study room several rooms away. Although she couldn't see through what was happening in the study at the moment, she could understand that major events related to the owner were involved there. She stared blankly for a while, and a gust of cold wind blew into her collar. She no longer wanted to worry about her master's current situation. She shrank her neck and closed the window tightly with a snap. It's a pity that Miss Sharon is not at home. Azishara muttered and lay back on the bed again. In the study room, Adam, who was questioned again, had clear eyes. A pair of crystal clear eyes of a child who were not familiar with the world. But at this moment, this child said words that made people feel chilled all over. Below me, everything is a necessary sacrifice.
You are very frank. Hastur could only find such a word to describe Adam at this moment. He didn't make any excuses for his behavior, nor did he flaunt that he must be a great and upright person. He just honestly said something that was selfish and cold-blooded but close to the truth. You are very emotional and have enough humanity. Only in this way can people feel reassured. Adam reminded kindly. Sometimes deliberately showing your cold-blooded side can actually protect the people you cherish from unnecessary threats. Deliberate disguise is ultimately false. I don't think I can compete with you in this regard. You seem to have a certain affection for Medici? I just do it out of appreciation for the wonderful quality of loyalty. Loyalty, selfishness, beauty, evil, hope. No matter whether it is good or bad, it has no meaning, because the so-called good or bad is only human beings' own definition. Adam smiled and said, but everyone, the classification of good and evil is different, and such a moral framework cannot even be convinced by humans themselves, let alone high-level mythical creatures. Then have you ever thought about why divinity coexists with humanity? If everything makes no sense. You, like him, are trying to convince me, but you should understand that I cannot be convinced like this because I am Adam. Hastur chuckled, and then fell silent. Yes, the man in front of him was Adam, who only had the divine side. How could he be moved by his words? If it were so easy, he wouldn't have been entangled with the true creator for so long. It was because I was angry and had mood swings that I thought of using words to defeat the other party. You can take away this extraordinary characteristic of a writer and leave me with the consciousness of 008. Okay. Adam looked at 008 on the table with a smile. You have really found a good master for yourself. Haha, do you think everyone is as bastard as you? 008, who already knew his ending, had no scruples at this moment and frantically wrote paragraph after paragraph on the blank paper. What do you mean by necessary sacrifice? Why don't you, bastard, make the sacrifice yourself?
Asshole Adam, don't tarnish the noble word of sacrifice so casually.
Medici is loyal to the Creator and is willing to sacrifice everything, including life, for the ancient sun god.
He is such a proud king of angels, but he is willing to restrain his sharpness and bow his head, while you decide his future destiny with just one sentence. It is precisely because of your personality that the original cherubim, wind angel, and pure white angel chose to attack at critical moments. If they are as loyal as Medici, then all history will change.
You have already failed in this area once, and now, do you want to fail in the same place a second time?
008 wrote impassionedly, and Hasta read it with gusto. At this moment, 008 is simply his most ideal substitute. In order to maintain the strong character of Kungshin, he was too embarrassed to deal with Adam like this with a burst of crazy output. From 008, it couldn't be better. What is strange is that Adam did not shout to stop, but allowed 008 to continue writing, while he watched silently with his eyes as calm as water. Amen is known as the god of deception, but sometimes you can tell his mood at the moment from his body movements or facial expressions. But Adam always maintained an unchanged face, smiling and indifferent. It was difficult for anyone to guess what he was thinking deep in his heart.
It is difficult to detect even a little bit of joy, anger, sorrow and joy.
Do you know why I am writing so hard about death, Zangul? Because I hate you from the bottom of my heart. The thought of being held in your hands makes me feel sick and want to vomit.
If you are half, no, 1/10 as good as my master, I will take the initiative to surrender to you and help you ascend to the throne of God. Because I know that even after my master becomes a god, he will retain my consciousness and find me a new place to stay. When he has nothing to do, he will treat me as a friend and follow me. Chat and even listen to me complain. You will only erase my consciousness forever and make me completely disappear from this world, because in your eyes, a sequence 1 writer's extraordinary characteristics should not have given birth to consciousness. You won't praise the miracle of the birth of consciousness, nor will you appreciate whether the birth of this miracle is meaningful. 008 became more and more excited, and had already written several pages in a row, but Adam did not stop, and Hasta was happy to let 008 vent his anger and dissatisfaction.
Do you know what the hidden sage wants to do now? After a long time, Adam slowly spoke.
Hidden sage. Would he want to take the opportunity to target Bernadette?
Asta's heart was slightly shocked. He knew that Adam would definitely not shoot without a purpose. His words proved that the hidden sage was going to do something, or was already taking action. Seeming to understand the importance of the matter, 008 took the initiative to stop writing and signaled Adam to hurry up and finish the business. Your temperament has indeed changed a lot, which is very good. Adam said to 008, and before 008 could respond, he easily pulled out a ball of 008's consciousness from the pen of Elishad, separating it from the writer's extraordinary characteristics. This is its new home. Asta motioned to Adam to integrate 008's consciousness into the Book of Prophecy. This book is also very good. Adam praised, and 008's consciousness was easily integrated with the Book of Prophecy. Although Asta could also do this, he could not do it as easily as Adam. I'm waiting for you to complete today's transaction. I always keep my promises. When this sentence comes out of your mouth, the word promise seems to lose its original function. I just don't want to leave any loopholes that can be exploited. Tisk, as ruthless and cold-blooded as ever. Asta put away the Dreamweaver extraordinary characteristics and the Hand of Order extraordinary characteristics in midair. Waved his hand, indicating that Adam could leave. Before leaving, Hasta asked again, if you really don't care, why do you always indulge and dote on Amen?
Adam did not answer this question, but said, Amen doesn't know your true identity yet.
Amen doesn't know your true identity either. This time, Adam did not stay any longer, and his body disappeared in the study like a dreamlike bubble. The wave of the times, after the new year, Adam will become a god.
Asta whispered, he didn't know the wave of the times Adam saw, but he understood the situation of the future North and South continents.
After the new year, the South continent will launch a full-scale northern expedition. After a year of repair, the South continent has the strength to fight a real battle. And on the North continent, it is still unknown what kind of chaos will happen. It's about the current positions of the 6 gods, and they will inevitably be unable to unify their will. Woo woo woo, master. Look, am I ugly now? 008 twisted his new body and stood up from the table, split in half by the middle of the book, acting as 2 long legs that can walk freely.
Something is missing, really. Originally, 008, who was trying to be cute, got nervous when he heard this. Asta said seriously, a short bookmark in the middle of the book is missing. 008 took a long time to react, and immediately cried, Master, I may not be a boy.
Tisk. What kind of lewd words are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Master, it was you who mentioned it first. I just think there should be a bookmark in the book, such as a tarot card, so that it will be more stylish. Master, you don't need to explain, explaining is covering up. I know your little thoughts very well. Asta smiled, took out a witch tarot card with the image of Roussel, placed it in the center of the Book of Prophecy, and said gently, whether you want to be a boy or a girl, it's up to you to decide. 008 quickly closed the Book of Prophecy, and lay on the table quietly pretending to be dead. The Rosyth Islands are a pearl in the vast ocean. The gentle currents in the nearby waters and the numerous islands make it a good place to stay for ships. It is also a favorite place for pirates. Merchant ships coming and going will choose to avoid this sea area and take a detour unless necessary. Recently, news that pirates on the sea want to establish an island kingdom has spread throughout the coastal areas. The descendants of the returning Emperor Russell will use the pirate kingdom as a starting point to re-establish a new order and a new future. The territory of this new pirate kingdom is based on the Rosyth Islands as its royal capital. In order to build a new kingdom, pirates turned into merchant ships carrying various goods, so that several incidents of pirate robbery occurred from time to time. The capital of the pirate kingdom has been designed with precise construction plans. Even pirates who know nothing about it can build it in a decent way with reasonable arrangements. During this period, Star Admiral Catalyaw and latecomer Iceberg Lieutenant General Edwina Edwards were the most proactive. Many pirates have nicknamed the two of them as the flawless twins of the new pirate kingdom. In the dusty and orderly place where the royal capital was built, Catalyaw sometimes looked at Lieutenant General Bingshan, who had rich knowledge and not only understood astronomy and geography, but was also proficient in architecture, management, sewer design, etc. The two people who are also responsible for the construction of the royal capital, Lieutenant General Bingshan, can always use her outstanding knowledge and ability to win the admiration of the Queen. Although she is equally knowledgeable, she is indeed not as knowledgeable as Lieutenant General Iceberg in these miscellaneous industries, even though she can be regarded as a doctoral student among pirates. She had privately asked the Iceberg Lieutenant General why he was willing to come here to serve the Queen. Lieutenant General Bingshan's answer was, "It's so interesting to watch the birth of a new kingdom from scratch up close. How order and rules are generated bit by bit, and how they are deeply rooted in people's hearts step by step. After the establishment of the pirate kingdom, what will the social atmosphere be like? What kind of legal system will the rulers of the kingdom enact, and what direction will it develop in the future? Being able to personally participate in it is the greatest reward I can get." Quote. Catalyaw felt ashamed after hearing such words, because for such reasons, Vice Admiral Iceberg was more selfless than she was. No wonder the Queen valued her so much, and even often kept her in the room late at night to discuss various aspects. Question. Catalyaw glanced at the construction site of the royal capital where she no longer needed her participation, and sighed slightly. She might as well go see what other instructions the Queen had. The first thing built in the entire Rosyth Islands was the Queen's Palace, which was a fairy tale kingdom located in a dense forest. It is the Queen who personally uses her extraordinary abilities to make the fairy tale kingdom that is only described in books truly appear in the real world. It was a castle-like palace built mainly with vegetation and vines, combined with various flowers and trees. Generally, only people who are close to and approved by the Queen can pass through the castle gate and see the Queen, and she is one of the very few people. Walking through the path paved with flowers, entering the door covered by vines, and walking along the corridors woven by pea vines, you came to a large tree over 20 meters high, which was the main part of the castle. There is not a single servant in the entire castle. This is the only place where the Queen lives in seclusion. Catalyaw walked all the way and finally saw the Queen she believed in her heart next to a swing in a spacious courtyard. At this moment, the Queen changed from her previous casual dressing style, and changed into a burgundy palace dress, revealing her slender swan neck, which was surrounded by a bead chain connected by pearls and emeralds, and her chest there is a small but beautiful diamond flower in full bloom. Her long chestnut hair was simply tied up in a bun, with a jeweled crown on top. A bunch of long hair was slightly curled at her right ear, swirling and falling on her chest, making her overall look noble, elegant and charming. It also has a nobility that is hard to desecrate. But at this moment, this charming queen was holding a copy of the Intis law book in her hands, sometimes frowning, sometimes lost in thought.
Catalia knew that the queen was worried about the important matter of formulating laws again.
The pirate kingdom is no different from other countries on land. It is very difficult to control and make pirates who are accustomed to burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil consciously abide by the laws of the kingdom. The queen has been thinking about a solution to this matter for more than half a year since she came to the island. The arrival of Lieutenant General Bingshan did solve some problems for her, but in this regard, Lieutenant General Bingshan could only provide her with some ideas.
Moreover, Lieutenant General Bingshan also needs to be responsible for the construction of the royal capital, so it is difficult to distract him from other things.
Catalia watched quietly for a while without interrupting. Instead, she went to the kitchen and made a cup of salvia and wolfberry tea for the queen, which was suitable for relieving fatigue and refreshing. This was the favorite tea of Emperor Russell during his reign. The queen followed suit and also liked this tea.
When she was in the palace of the Republic of Intis, she once made this kind of tea for the queen to drink.
Thinking of her days in the Republic of Intis, Catalia raised her lips slightly, walked briskly to the queen's side, and placed the salvia and wolfberry tea on the tea table supported by a pea vine. Bernadette, who was thinking about it, naturally picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down again and continued to indulge in questions about the law. Catalia just watched quietly, without saying anything to interrupt. After more than an hour, she checked the time and went back to the kitchen to get busy. She wanted to prepare some suitable pastries for the queen. Although it was lunchtime, the queen had a big habit about eating. Once she was bothered or in a bad mood, she didn't like to eat a full meal. She would rather eat some snacks to relieve her hunger. Emperor Russell had taught her before, but it didn't work. Compared to being busy outside, she preferred to stay here, staying closest to the queen and serving her all the time.
After tasting a few pastries and drinking a few sips of tea, Bernadette finally put down the Intis Law Code in her hand, sat aside dignifiedly, closed her eyes slightly, and showed a rare trace of fatigue on her face.
Catalia's eyes flashed with heartache. She wanted to speak, but she was not afraid of disturbing the queen's rest at this moment.
After 3 minutes, Bernadette opened her eyes again, and the fatigue on her face was swept away, and the cold majesty reappeared from her eyes.
How is the progress in the capital? It will take another half a year to complete the initial construction. If you want a complete capital, it is estimated that it will take about a year. No accidents? Everything is going in an orderly manner. Admiral Iceberg is a very reliable person. Although Catalia didn't want to mention outsiders at this time, she still gave a more appropriate evaluation. Yeah, Bernadette nodded, and after a while she said, "Anything else?" "Not yet. Then you go down first." Perhaps she felt that her words were too impersonal. Bernadette said again, "Your world does not have to be limited to me all the time. You can use your talents to do more things. In terms of knowledge, you are no worse than Admiral Iceberg." I just want." Catalia's words have not been completely finished, and a meteor shower with flaming lights suddenly surged in the cloudless blue sky above her head. The scale was so large that she had never seen it before. Before she could feel the magnificent shock of this meteor shower, Catalia's eyes were filled with deep horror. Because the direction from which this meteor shower was passing was the entire Rorstad archipelago. "Oh, it's so beautiful." Although she was praising, Catalia still felt the icy chill from the queen. The next moment, Bernadette, who was still in the courtyard, came to the air. Under her feet was a strange flying machine that could fly freely. Airplane, she had heard the queen introduce the origin of this thing. It is said that it can carry many people to soar in the sky together, and even ordinary people can experience the feeling of flying in the sky. This is a strange flying machine that only exists in fairy tales, and it is the future thing imagined by Emperor Russell in fairy tales.
In the real world, a war weapon called airship was derived from this fairy tale. In that simple and beautiful fairy tale, the pilot of the plane was a mouse named Shook. What is that? You are so ignorant. Of course it is a rare meteor shower. It is so rare that there are meteor showers falling from the sky in broad daylight. It is so magnificent. It is indeed shocking, but don't you think the direction of this meteor shower is just towards where we are? It's okay.
It's just that the distance is far. Once they get close to the ground, they will only fall into the endless ocean. Instead of worrying about ourselves, we might as well worry about which lucky marine creatures can have a close contact with this meteor shower. But when the meteor shower falls into the ocean, won't it produce huge waves? Will it? Is there such a thing? How come we don't know? Nonsense, I have lived for more than 30 years and have only witnessed this meteor shower with my own eyes. Who knows what impact it will cause?
At the construction site of the royal capital, more and more workers put down their work and looked up at this rare and vast meteor shower.
As the meteor shower got closer, most of the sky was covered. The instinctive awe from the depths of life made many people turn pale and their legs weak. Their lips were dry, and some had tried to find a place to hide, or dig a deep pit to bury themselves, or jump into the sea to avoid this natural disaster. As the person in charge of the construction site of the capital, Admiral Edwina of Iceberg also had a slightly pale face, but her body was still standing firm, and her eyes showed curiosity and shock. It's not that she didn't think about how to avoid this meteor shower, but under a meteor shower of this scale, except for being able to teleport over long distances, no matter what measures people here take, they will inevitably end up dead.
Even if the area at the center of this meteor shower is not the Rorstad Islands, the shock wave caused by them falling on the sea alone is enough to set off a huge wave that swallows the entire Rorstad Islands.
The entire emerging pirate kingdom will be destroyed. This meteor shower is aimed at the pirate kingdom. Some people don't want the mysterious queen to establish a new kingdom, so they want to destroy the entire pirate kingdom in this way. Edwina quickly figured out the tricks here, and her eyes showed worry and regret. After today, there may be no more pirate kingdoms on the sea.
Because this meteor shower is a precise strike that can only be summoned by gods.
This is God's punishment. The power of the gods is so beautiful. Edwina sighed and prepared to leave here. She was not loyal enough to live and die with this pirate kingdom that had not yet been fully established.
At this time, under the vast meteor shower, a tiny figure appeared, and she seemed to be stepping on the clouds. It really seems like the wise man who saves people in danger in an adventure novel.
Edwina whispered, and she was not in a hurry to leave the Rorstad Islands. She wanted to see with her own eyes how this wise man would save all living beings under the natural disaster. In the sky, facing the huge meteor shower, Bernadette looked solemn and calm. She took a deep breath and took out the wishing lamp. I want you to eliminate the meteor shower in front of you. Tisk, this is already your second wish, but unfortunately I can't meet your request. The shadow of the lamp god emerged from the wishing lamp. Because this is a great power from the level of gods, it is difficult to eliminate it directly. Of course, if you are willing to take the risk of losing control, I can also meet your request.
Then I want you to protect everything in the Rorstad Islands and keep it from being disturbed by this meteor shower.
With my current strength, I can only transfer everything here. I can't, as you think, support a protective shield to resist the erosion of this meteor shower. The lamp god added, defense is always more difficult than destruction. What I can't solve, maybe you can solve it easily by yourself. Bernadette thought silently for a while, and then said firmly, Eternal Lamp God, my second wish is to gain the power of the Knowledge Emperor one day.
Okay, this is a very reasonable decision. The lamp god smiled happily, like a little devil who succeeded secretly.
The eternal great lamp god, at this moment, fulfilled Bernadette Gustave's wish to gain the power of the Emperor of Knowledge for one day.
The lamp god seemed to be making a solemn declaration, with a majestic and heavy tone.
The light of the wishing lamp was shining brightly, and Bernadette, who was originally a Sequence 2 sage, briefly gained the power of the Sequence 1 Emperor of Knowledge. Bernade, who was full of power, was a little glad that she did not choose to make a wish to the wishing lamp when she tried to stop George III from becoming a god. Otherwise, she would not be able to make a third wish today. Wishful Lamp, Seal 005. This seal can fulfill any 10 wishes of the holder, but it will either be completed in a distorted way or will have unpredictable and extremely terrible consequences. Her father, Emperor Rissel, once warned her that she could find a way to use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought by the first 2 wishes, but she must not make a third wish, absolutely not.
Although the lamp god has been very honest recently, he is still an outer god from the stars in his bones. If you believe in him, you will not even have bones left. Bernadette stood up straight, and the endless knowledge runes around her began to multiply and repeat, gradually forming an ocean of knowledge. An ocean of knowledge that covered the sky above the Rorstad Islands and blocked the meteor shower. The reason why the lamp god could not fulfill Bernadette's initial wish was because he was only the god and the lamp imprisoned in the wishing lamp. The way to directly solve the meteor shower must not be as convenient as Bernadette, the subject of the wish. And if he took action, it would definitely be directly against the shameful god who hid behind and launched the meteor shower, rather than just eliminating the meteor shower. Knowledge flashed with the light of wisdom. Although it did not look very bright, and even seemed dim in front of this meteor shower, it calmly embraced the raging meteor shower. Each meteorite, under the impact of a series of knowledge runes whose specific meanings were difficult to understand, melted silently. There was no violent explosion, only pure melting. If it was just a simple collision, the meteorite would crack, which would also endanger the Rorstad Islands below. Not to mention the capital that had not yet been built. When about 1/3 of the entire meteor shower was melted, the ocean of knowledge across the skies suddenly set off a huge wave. A huge face formed by the gathering of pure knowledge suddenly swallowed Bernadette in one gulp. Hidden sage. Bernadette could tell at a glance that it was the hidden sage hiding in the dark to cause trouble. Only he could stir up a storm in his ocean of knowledge. Tisk, how insidious. The lamp god only commented lightly. The hidden sage did not dare to descend in person. He only dared to sneak attack Bernadette at the critical moment to prevent the stars from finding his hidden traces. Bernadette blocked the wishing lamp in front of her and held up a golden shield. The lamp god snorted coldly at this behavior and did not comment. If you want to break the wishing lamp, let alone the hidden sage, even if there are two more true gods, they may not be able to break it. He is not confident in the hardness of his body, but in the means of the old immortal Gimi. The face formed by the gathering of endless knowledge swallowed Bernadette in one gulp, and the wishing lamp blocking the front did not move at all. Bernadette, who held up the golden shield, had blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Even if she now possessed the power of a knowledge emperor for a day, she could not resist the sudden attack of the hidden sage. If she were only a sequence 2, she would have been seriously injured if not killed. This was also the real reason why Bernadette, who had sensed the hidden danger, chose this wish. When Bernadette managed to survive the attack of the hidden sage, her mind was still confused due to the impact of knowledge, and the ocean of knowledge with a major loophole could no longer intercept the meteor shower that was rushing in. Bernadette's body was also knocked away by a meteorite. There were still hundreds of meteorites, turning into a rain of fire and falling straight to the Rorstad Islands below. The further they fell, the faster the meteor shower was. The blazing flames and scorching temperature on the meteorites caused the surrounding void to ripple slightly. It could not be stopped. Bernadette knew very well that she could no longer intercept this meteor shower after being attacked by the hidden sage. "Hey, do you need my advice on how to solve this problem?" The genie came out calmly, his tone briskly showing that he was in a good mood at the moment. "I won't make a third wish. I know you won't take this risk, and I didn't think of asking you to make another wish. To be honest, I didn't expect you to make a second wish today." Bernadette was silent. She naturally understood what the other way the genie was talking about was. It's just that from the beginning she wanted to solve the problem with her own ability, so she would rather make a second wish to the genie. Looking at the meteor shower that was gradually approaching the Rorstad Islands below, Bernadette finally chose to lower her head and pray to the stars. The master of chaos and order. The origin of all rules in the starry sky. Guide everything to reset to zero. The one who returns the stars. People always like to prove themselves. Just as Catalya always wanted to prove to herself that she had grown up and was an independent adult, and no longer needed to be treated like a child. For me, such behavior naturally seems extremely childish, because this is exactly what you do when you are immature. When you don't need to prove to anyone or get anyone's approval, you will naturally grow up. In the eyes of the stars, does my behavior today look like Catalya's? The reason why I don't want to bow my head and ask for help is because of my pride and my confidence in my abilities. Don't you want to prove your ideas in front of the stars? Bernadette bowed her head and praised the stars with a more pious voice. When the familiar starry sky blooms in this sky, the whole world seems to become brighter.
The stars that have already disappeared into the depths of the sky seem to be summoned by some kind of call to amplify their own light so that people in the daylight can clearly see their existence. Restart. Deep in the brilliant starry sky, shrouded in illusory nebulae, the ancient and almost eternal palace was quietly suspended.
It is like an eye, overlooking everything happening under the starry sky all the time.
When this order roared out from the Hall of Stars, everything around him, including the meteor swarm that was about to hit the Rosyth Islands. Wrapped in the meteorite that pierced the flames in the sky, the bursts of coercion had already scared the people below and fled frantically. Even the ignorant creatures in the ocean were diving deeper into the sea at this moment.
When the natural disaster was about to break out, time seemed to restart. The meteorites that were about to fall on the Rosyth Islands were quickly regressing back to where they first appeared. Return to zero. The meteorite group just disappeared into the depths of the sky silently, without even a single ripple. The God who reversed time once again showed incredible miracles to his believers. Restart, return to zero, just 2 words, can easily resolve the doomsday scene that you can't change even if you try hard. The power of the stars is becoming increasingly difficult to fathom. At the same time, Bernadette had inexplicably subtle emotions in her heart. It's a bit like when I was a child. In order to resist the authority of my father, I did some ridiculous behavior on the grounds that I had grown up, and then my father still had to help me clean up the mess. Such an almost absurd and blasphemous thought made Bernadette wake up instantly. When she looked up again at the palace of stars suspended above the starry sky was gradually retracting, and the palace of stars was slowly disappearing.
The stars had no idea of talking to her. While this made Bernadette feel relaxed, it also once again made her unable to help but have that absurd association. At that time, her father was like this, silently wiping away all troubles for her, and then left as if nothing had happened, just quietly and secretly paying attention to her development. Strange, I shouldn't have so many distracting thoughts today. Bernadette frowned slightly, and soon she found the reason why she couldn't calm down. The hidden sage's previous attack on her had a great impact on her mental state, so that now she is so full of distracting thoughts. Knowing where the source of the problem was, Bernadette closed her eyes for a few seconds, and her inner lake became calm again, regaining her former wisdom and calmness. Now she still has many things to deal with, such as quickly calming the panic of the Pirate Kingdom's subjects to prevent fear from turning into rumors and spreading. It's a miracle, but it's a miracle in the Pirate Kingdom. Bernadette has already thought of how to deal with the impact of today's changes. In the name of God, she will declare that the Rosyth Islands are the land of God's favor, and the Pirate Kingdom is the country of God's favor. And she, Bernadette, is the favored one who has received divine grace and is the most orthodox ruler of the Pirate Kingdom. Her father had mentioned to her the combination of state and theocracy before. Today's Loan Kingdom seems to have this trend, but legally the Augustus family is the orthodoxy of the Loan Kingdom recognized by the people, and they are not closely integrated with the theocratic power. They are more of a helpless compromise to the powerful theocratic power. What she wants to do is to use this incident to perfectly integrate the Pirate Kingdom and divine power. The divine right of kings is a state of national politics that her father once proposed. In the name of God, I will open an era of great navigation that truly belongs to the Pirate Kingdom. Bernadette already had a rough idea of the future in her mind. Return to position, restart. The condition of the stars is getting better and better, and the day when he will truly ascend the starry sky is not far away. The genie in the wishing lamp looked up at the stars and let out a whisper that only he could hear. After successfully resolving this natural disaster, Bernadette put away the magic lamp and looked down at the unfinished capital of the Pirate Kingdom below. At this moment, she still possesses the strength of a day sequence 1 knowledge emperor, and she cannot let this power disappear in vain as time goes by. God, I will assume your name again. Bernadette whispered and fiddled with the fingers of her hands as if playing piano music. She commanded and manipulated all the building materials in the Rosyth Islands and built them according to the already set drawings of the royal capital. Now that God has revealed a miracle, let's make this miracle even more shocking.
She wants to complete the construction of the entire royal capital within today.
In the name of God, below, in the fairy tale castle deep in the forest, Catalia had already come out of the castle. She saw that the queen had not returned, and she caught a glimpse of the construction site of the royal capital not far away. Various building materials were flying around in an orderly manner in midair. Just like building a sandbox, the royal capital is gradually growing and being completed towards perfection.
Catalia did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the construction site area of the royal capital. The workers who were originally responsible for the work were now standing far outside, with their heads slightly raised, dumbfounded as they witnessed the birth of a new royal capital.
Today is really a memorable day. When Catalia walked over, she heard Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina murmuring and writing something quickly in a blank diary.
She didn't bother, just walked to Edwina's side and took a look at what she had recorded. Friday, December 5th, is a day worth remembering forever for the pirate kingdom that has not yet been officially established.
On this day, all the construction workers on the Rosyth Islands who were building the pirate king's capital, as well as all nearby people and marine life, witnessed a meteorite rain falling from the sky. This was a horrific natural disaster on a scale that was enough to destroy the emerging pirate kingdom together with the Rosyth Islands.
In times of great danger, a miracle happened. The ocean of knowledge has blocked the ruthless rain of meteorites and dispersed the haze of disaster from the starry sky that shines in the daytime, while the miracles belonging to God continue. We witnessed together that a majestic and magnificent royal capital was completed little by little before our eyes without the need for any manpower.
Catalia withdrew her gaze and looked back at the royal capital, which was being built and completed, letting go of her worries about the queen. The eyes of the stars have been focused on it, and miracles have been revealed on the Rosyth Islands. The brave and fearless queen will eventually establish her own kingdom.
An unprecedented pirate kingdom. Bernadette Gustave, this name will not only shine in the sea, but also shine in history.
Thinking of this, Catalia's eyes were a little crazy. As time went by, when the sun stumbled into the embrace of the sea, shining goldenly on the sea and paving a golden road, a new royal capital was completely completed.
Not only every architectural detail is not much different from the drawing design, but even the street lights on the street light up one after another.
Stretching from the city gate to the depths of the palace, the owner of the royal capital, the queen of the pirate kingdom, slowly descended from the clouds. After a brief silence, there was a tsunami of cheers and praises. Some pirates even tore off their collars and danced excitedly on the spot, while many pirates quickly entered the royal capital, touched and took a look, trying to convince themselves that the scene in front of them was really an illusion.
It's time for us to leave. Don't keep the queen waiting.
Catalia, who was in a happy mood, extended an invitation to Edwina, and the two walked into the royal capital together, from the city gate to the palace gate. At this moment, the sky was completely dark, the crimson moon on the sea had not yet risen, and the sky was already dotted with stars. Their positions are exactly the same as the starry sky during the day. On the palace gate tower, the noble and elegant Bernadette was standing alone, overlooking all the people below.
Today, the miracle of the stars descends on the Rhode Islands and on our kingdom. The new royal capital has been completed, and a new future is in sight.
I have heard God's will, and will build a country in the name of God where all pirates can find a home, a maritime paradise for all creatures in the sea. On January 1st of the new year, the starting point of the new year, we will hold the founding ceremony of the kingdom. The Star Sea Kingdom is our new kingdom. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks. Lord of Mystery. The Return of the Stars Chapter 521 to 540. Star Sea Kingdom, a new kingdom was born under the gaze of the stars. Hastur, who is sitting high in the Hall of Stars, is not very interested in the name Star Sea Kingdom. It is too simple and ordinary, and has no flaws, although it does represent Bernadette's inner thoughts very well. The Divine Right of Kings is more interesting. It seems that Russell did teach Bernadette a lot in the past, and she was indeed his most beloved eldest daughter. For this era, the state of the country with the divine right of kings is more obscure and is a transaction conducted in private. There are so many countries in the northern continent, and the influence of gods is behind the establishment of each country, but they are not stated openly. Because the gods don't want the people to know that the establishment of this country was supported by their tacit approval behind the scenes. The advantage of this is that when the country is too chaotic and lethargic, the object of hatred and hatred of the people will be the royal family itself, and will not be transferred to the gods. They will still be the best believers of the gods. The misfortunes encountered by the country and individuals will not cause them to direct their anger and resentment towards the gods. But once you know that the gods are supporting the country, the situation will be different. Therefore, for the gods, the apparent divine right of kings is not desirable. Anyway, the church is independent from the kingdom and is a special existence. It's just that there is missing an official explanation. At Bernadette's step, he had no intention of interfering, nor did he intend to ask for the power of faith from the pirate kingdom. Faith that was not pure enough was also a kind of poison to the gods. Moreover, he had a hunch that if he really became a god, his anchor would definitely not be these easily accessible believers, but the bright starry sky above his head. After her short speech, Bernadette summoned Catalia and Edwina in the palace library. The royal capital was built ahead of schedule and the kingdom ceremony started ahead of schedule, making Bernadette's time increasingly scarce.
All other matters can be left to Catalia and Edwina. Only the legal aspect can only be handled by her personally.
Even Backland's law school professors could only provide her with some relevant advice, and most of them had a natural aversion to disorganized pirates. Let them make laws for themselves. It is estimated that 9 out of 10 laws will be death sentences. For various reasons they are not as useful as Torah books that cannot speak. As for the talents related to piracy, you're already a barrister. Why do you have to become a pirate because you are not good enough? Edwina is a self-taught person who became a monk on the way, and is not systematic, so she can only serve as an assistant. To make a long story short, Bernadette closed a law book and looked at Catalia. You will be responsible for the founding ceremony on January 1st of the new year and all related matters. I won't let you down. Catalia accepted the task. Edwina, during this period you need to stay in the library to accompany me in sorting out and formulating the relevant laws. You must complete this code before January 1st. It's an honor. Edwina bowed gracefully. I am also very interested in the founding code of the Star Sea Kingdom. Catalia was subconsciously disgusted to hear that Edwina could always stay with the queen, but she also knew that she could not compare with Edwina in this regard. Alas, after winning a Miss Magician, another iceberg lieutenant general came, and I really couldn't relax for a moment. December 7th, Sunday, Backland. As the new year approaches, the streets of Backland become more and more lively, and even the workers are full of anticipation for the new year these days. During this period, a ridiculous thing happened. It is said that some royal staff member suggested that all factories in the Kingdom of Loan should not have a holiday on New Year's Eve and adjust the holiday to the end of the year. The reason is, the closer to the end of the year, the busier all aspects become and the more inseparable they are from people. Fortunately, the Loan royal family discovered the opposition from various places against this arrangement and hurriedly cancelled the adjustment plan of not having a holiday on New Year's Eve. As for the staff member, it is said that many people threw rotten eggs at his home. When he was sleeping in the middle of the night, he was dragged out of bed and hung on the bright street lamp. There are many things happening in Backland every day, and there are many kinds of news that can be published in newspapers. Soon no one cares about the follow-up of that staff member. He should be dead, someone said. It was rare that the clouds and fog parted, revealing the red sun in Backland. The sun was just right, and Hastur led Azishara out for shopping, and on the way to where Sharon and the temperance sect were. It had been a long time since Sharon had fully digested the puppet potion and left home. Mainly because Ashera wanted to see her mother Sharon. On the carriage, Hastur was thinking about how to mention things about the future to Sharon later. He suddenly sensed something and asked the driver to stop the carriage and take Azishara to a nearby high-end Intis-style restaurant. When Hastur and Azishara sat down and ordered a few of the signature dishes here, Bernadette came over naturally and sat opposite Hastur. Azishara tensed up as if faced with a powerful enemy, her hands tightly grasping Hastar's arm, her eyes filled with vigilance.
It's been a short time since we last met, but your child with Sharon has grown so big. Facing Ashera's vigilance, Bernadette just chuckled and spoke. It's normal for children to grow up fast. Hastar patted Ashera's head, indicating that she didn't need to be so vigilant. If you are not used to it, you can go back to the carriage and wait for me. Ashera shook her head and sat quietly aside without saying a word. I'm going to pick up Sharon's family for a reunion later. If you have anything to say, please keep it short. I believe you still have a lot of things to deal with. I just went to Backland's law school and happened to meet your teacher, Professor Wayne. He has extensive legal knowledge, but unfortunately many of his ideas are not suitable for the Star Sea Kingdom, and he is not interested in helping me formulate a new code. He is more keen on changing the existing laws of the Loan Kingdom. He has never had a good impression of pirates. Yes, so he recommended you to me, saying that your thinking logic is different from that of ordinary legal practitioners, and maybe you can help me a little. So that's the case. Asta nodded, was silent for a while, and organized the somewhat scattered knowledge a little. He did have a certain interest in the laws of the Pirate Kingdom, and he had thought about the formulation of many related laws and regulations. He did not immediately give Bernadette the answer she wanted to hear, but first asked Bernadette about the general content and direction of the current code. Who knows if Roussel had expressed similar views to himself at the time. Fortunately, Roussel, who is good at creating a knowledgeable personality, did not tell Bernadette too much about pirates. After all, Roussel did not expect that his sweet little cotton jacket would become a big pirate who roamed the sea in the future. I have never been a pirate, so my understanding of pirates may not be so comprehensive. I hope this will not mislead your thinking. I am looking forward to different ideas. Bernadette put on an elegant posture of listening. My vision of pirate laws can be summarized into 4 points. First, everyone on the ship has fair voting rights, which is a sacred right that everyone should have by birth. Second, citizens of the Pirate Kingdom are prohibited from fighting and killing each other. This is a prerequisite for maintaining the stability of the kingdom. If there is a deep hatred, fighting can be carried out under the witness of official institutions. Third, respect private property. Pirates are often confused by the golden coins. They want to plunder other people's wealth, but they can't keep their own wealth. Fourth, the level of the spoils distribution system is determined. Unequal distribution of spoils is definitely a taboo for pirates. There must be a fair and convincing spoils distribution system to avoid regrettable things. After Asta finished speaking, he took a sip of the jasmine tea from the Republic of Intis on the table. Flower tea is a popular tea-drinking culture in Intis, especially among the nobles. After thinking and savoring Asta's 4 pirate fantasies, Bernadette's eyes showed surprise. It's hard to imagine that you have never been a pirate. I haven't reached the point where I need to go to the sea to plunder for a living. I'm just surprised at your understanding of pirates. This is not an opinion that someone who only knows how to read books at home can say. During the time I was stationed in South Wales, I have seen and killed many pirates. Bernadette put away the surprise in her eyes and smiled. Do you have any more specific suggestions? Asta thought for a while and then said in a calm tone, I have indeed thought about related issues. As for whether it is appropriate, you have to judge for yourself. Every crew member on the ship has equal voting rights, but the captain's orders, as long as they do not violate brotherhood, must be obeyed. Those who steal their companions' property will be abandoned on a deserted island, and those who cheat their companions should also be punished, and in serious cases, they can be put to death. Gambling on the ship is strictly prohibited, private fighting is strictly prohibited, women and children are not allowed to be brought on board, those who desert in battle will be killed, and crew members injured in battle can receive necessary compensation. When distributing the spoils, the captain can take 20% of all the property, the deputy captain 5%, the bosun and the ship maintenance technicians together get 10%, and all armed sailors will share 30%. Those who fight bravely can get extra rewards, and the rest will be distributed to the logistics personnel who assist in the battle. These are the 8 pirate commandments I have summarized. In order to prevent suspicion caused by too much repetition,
Asta deliberately deleted 2 of the 10 pirate commandments and slightly changed some of the content. The pirate 10 commandments were not figured out by Hasta himself, but were rules and regulations summed up by a legendary pirate, Bartholomew Roberts. It was thanks to his strict discipline and personal charm that he was truly supported by his crew and created a legendary story in the Age of Discovery. Unfortunately, he did not have a privateering license of that era and eventually died under the gunfire of the British Navy. The other 2 commandments that Hasta did not say were: turn off the lights on time at 8 o'clock in the evening and do not carry unclean weapons on board. It's an interesting view. If I didn't know that you were a young noble, I would have thought that the person sitting in front of me was a mature and stable pirate captain. Bernadette narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she saw something, but now she had no energy and time to discuss other irrelevant issues with Hasta. This is the greatest compliment to me. Next, Hasta discussed with Bernadette the direction of many laws after the establishment of the Pirate Kingdom and the specific implementation measures. The 2 chatted for more than 2 hours until Azishara felt drowsy and leaned on Hasta's shoulder, and Bernadette ended the conversation. If you have time next time, you can bring Sharon to the Rorstad Islands. I want to talk to you in detail again. Speaking of Sharon, Bernadette smiled and said, besides, you are newlyweds, you always need a holiday resort. The Rorstad Islands will be a good choice.
I don't think Sharon will refuse your warm invitation. Asta also had a smile on his face.
The flower tea here tastes really average. Bernadette left the last sentence and disappeared. She should have rushed back to the Rorstad Islands to continue to deal with tedious matters. It is not so easy to be the queen of a country, especially since Bernadette does not have so many talents available. Azishara, wake up, your saliva has soaked my clothes. Ah! Azishara woke up all of a sudden, looked carefully, and pouted. Where is the saliva? It's time to go, you still have to pick up your mother Sharon. Sharon's mother, I'm here to take you home. In the manner where the Temperance faction was, Azishara showed an innocent and cute smile, and shouted sweetly to the obviously embarrassed Sharon. Sharon is a mother? Sharon actually already has a child? And the child has grown so big? After a moment of silence, everyone present looked at Sharon with strange and shocked eyes. In response, Sharon did not explain anything, but just glanced at Hasta, the instigator. It must be Hasta who brought Azishara to find her, otherwise Azishara would not even want to go out of the door of her house now. Asta, you're great. Marich came over with a smirk on his face, hit Asta's shoulder, then squatted down and smiled at Azishara. I'm a good friend of your mother Sharon, come on, call me Uncle Marich. Azishara looked at Sharon uneasily, and then whispered, Uncle Marich. The crisp and slightly childish voice made the other Temperance elders eager to move, and many of them were elders who had taken care of Sharon since she was a child. Seeing that things were gradually getting out of control, before Sharon spoke, Asta took Sharon's little hand and pulled her back to himself and Azishara.
Ashera, say goodbye to all the uncles, aunts and grandpas. Ashera shouted very cooperatively, and then followed Asta and Sharon to leave in the carriage. In the carriage, Asta held Sharon's right hand and played with the slightly cold and delicate fingers. Sharon did not withdraw her hand, but taught Azishara, who was shrinking aside like an ostrich. She had emphasized to Azishara many times that she could be allowed to shout a few words in private, but she was not allowed to call him randomly when she went out, especially when there were too many people present. Azishara had clearly agreed to it when she left last time. Sharon, don't be angry, I just think that the master will be happier when I call you like this. Although she was timid, Azishara still naturally directed the spearhead to Hasta. After all, she was also an excellent instigator. Hasta held Sharon's hand and paused slightly, then turned to Sharon's cold face and said, It's normal for children to make mistakes. Just educate them simply, don't be too strict. What if it's an adult who makes a mistake? Sharon's eyes were unkind. That also needs to be analyzed according to the specific situation. Even God allows his believers to atone for their sins to him. Knowing that she couldn't win Hasta's argument, Sharon turned her head to the window and chose to remain silent. The carriage rumbled forward. After more than 10 minutes, Sharon suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. The coachman who was supposed to drive the carriage disappeared from her perception.
Even Azishara left her original seat silently and disappeared. Don't be nervous. Hasta patted the back of Sharon's hand and whispered, we have entered the spirit world. In a while, we will reach your teacher's castle. No, Sharon's eyes flashed with panic. She wanted to turn into a resentful spirit and leave, but found that she could not use this ability. Hasta held Sharon's little hand tightly. I forgot to tell you that resentful spirits are forbidden to appear in this carriage. Let go. No, you have been avoiding for a long time. I have been waiting from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. How can it be that long? It means the same thing. Moderation is not escapism. Isn't it also the doctrine of your temperance faction to dare to face your own heart? It's different. Sharon tried to break free from Hasta's hand again, but was held tightly. Finally, she lowered her head slightly and murmured, I'm not ready yet. Sharon, we don't have much time. There won't be such a quiet time next year. What did you see? Chaos and war. Sharon fell silent, but still slightly tilted her body, staring at the pattern of the window, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, Hasta leaned close to Sharon's ear and whispered, if you really want to escape, just prohibiting the resentful spirits from appearing can't stop you from leaving. Sharon trembled slightly, and then wanted to forcefully leave the carriage. This time, her body was forcibly imprisoned by Hasta.
I haven't said one more thing. Even if you want to leave, it's impossible.
After Hasta's words fell, the carriage they were riding turned into smoke and dissipated, and what appeared in front of them was the Black Castle. Perhaps sensing their arrival, the castle gate has been opened. Looking at the castle that belonged to her teacher, Sharon became more and more flustered. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't escape Hasta's restraints. Yes, she couldn't beat Hasta at all now, even though they were both sequence 4. Let go. It's very rude to let your teacher wait in there for a long time. Let go. Are you still running? No, really? Yeah. Sharon rarely showed her obedient side, with fragile watery light flowing in her eyes. Hasta loosened the restraints, and the next second, Sharon's body quickly disappeared and ran away. Alas, she doesn't keep her integrity. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie.
Hasta sighed and walked into the castle alone. Inside the castle, Renette Tinnicole sat quietly on the sofa alone, and made tea, waiting for guests to come. Are you alone? Where's Sharon? Oh, she ran away.
Asta sat down opposite Renette Tinnicole naturally. Did you bully her? I guess so. Asta nodded and gestured his height. Our children have grown up so big. Reinette Tinnicole looked strange, and after a while, she didn't do the impolite behavior of spitting tea on the guest. Maybe I pushed her too hard and ignored her inner thoughts. Sharon is a very decisive child. She will not change her mind easily and will not give up on things she has determined. Reinette Tinnicole also poured a cup of tea for Asta. She chose to run away because she was still confused and didn't know what decision to make.
I will respect her choice. Asta chuckled, but I don't want her to have an excuse to escape all the time.
Reinette Tinnicole nodded, without asking what happened between the two. She is now more interested in the matter of the child between the two. In the extraordinary world, the newborns born between extraordinary people do not have to be in the infant state. Theoretically, the children born by high-sequence extraordinary people can grow to the height that Hasta just gestured in a short period of time. It's just that it's difficult for high-sequence extraordinary people to conceive naturally, because the essence of their life has changed. The stronger the individual, the less likely it is to have the next generation. Of course, creating the next generation through extraordinary abilities is another matter. Let Sharon tell you about the child herself. Hasta had no intention of discussing it in detail. Not long after, he got up and left the castle. Renette Tinnicole sat alone quietly for a while, drank a cup of tea, and then slowly said, "He has left. Why don't you come down and explain to me about the child between you two?" Sharon's figure slowly emerged at the stairs on the second floor of the castle. Her eyes did not fall on Reinette Tinnicole in the lobby on the first floor, but looked at the person who disappeared outside the castle.
Don't you want to avoid him? Reinette Tinnicole said with a smile, but now you can't bear to let him leave.
Sharon did not answer, but silently walked down the stairs to her teacher's side. She naturally lay down on her side, resting her head on Reinette Tinnicole's lap, closing her eyes, as if thinking about something.
I once taught you a lot of knowledge, but I forgot to tell you how to fall in love.
Teacher, haven't you always been single? Where can you teach me your experience? Sharon whispered, causing Renette Tinacold to pinch her little face twice. I have lived for such a long time, so I naturally know more than you. Sharon didn't hold back, but it was obvious that she didn't believe the argument. He is a very mysterious person. If you haven't really fallen in love with him yet, I hope you can stay away from him. In the future, the distance between you will only get farther and farther.
Sharon's closed eyelids trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything to refute.
In a normal marriage, the two parties cannot be too far apart, otherwise the balance will be lost. One person is in heaven and the other is on earth. They are destined to only look at each other and not stay together. Reinette Tinacold did not have much personal experience in matters between men and women, but the more she saw, the more she would understand. She could see that Earl Hasta Campbell would go very far in the future, and it was not impossible to reach the stars one day. The reason why he said there is not much time is because he himself also understands that there will not be long days when we can stay together peacefully in the future. Reinette Tinacold continued to teach seriously for a while, and saw that Sharon's mind was not here, but that she was daydreaming about something alone. Do you think you can hide what you just did from him?
Hearing these words, Sharon opened her eyes and looked at her teacher curiously.
He has a close connection with the spirit world. It's impossible for him not to know whether you took the opportunity to leave the spirit world just now. Reinette Tinacold saw the melancholy expression on Sharon's face and smiled. He must. I know you were hiding on the second floor just now, so those last words he said were to you.
He is right about one thing. Sharon, how long do you want to escape?
At night, Hasta, who had returned from the spirit world, was on the balcony on the second floor, admiring the brightly lit street view of Backland.
In the light snow, the bright lights are even more unique.
Azishara, who was sitting aside with a small dried fish in one hand, tilted her head and asked curiously, Master, is it true that Miss Sharon won't come back? Maybe. Hasta retracted his gaze, looked at Azishara and said, if your mother Sharon doesn't want you, you won't be able to fight Susie in the future. Meow? Azishara subconsciously returned to her original voice, her expression becoming panicked. Do you think you can hide it from me about sneaking around to find Susie? Azishara lowered her head and remained silent. The dried fish in her hand no longer smelled good at all.
When I think that my master will be engaged to Miss Audrey in the future, and that big golden retriever dog has the support of its mistress, my status in this family will definitely take a turn for the worse.
Are you scared? Yeah, Azishara nodded honestly. There is one thing you are better than Susie. Susie probably can't turn into a human being. When you get along with Miss Audrey in the future, Susie can only lie in the distance and look at you with envy.
A picture was instantly sketched in Ashera's mind, and she immediately became energetic. Master, when are we going to visit Miss Audrey's house?
Before Hasta said anything, the wind and snow outside stopped for a moment, and a figure emerged from the resentful spirit state. It was Sharon. It's windy and snowy outside, come here, there's a stove to keep warm. Hasta waved, and Sharon walked closer step by step, letting Hasta hold her little hand, and then hugged her into his arms. Azishara secretly observed Sharon's expression with small eyes, for fear that she would hear what she just said. She is definitely on Miss Sharon's side and is a staunch Sharon party. Sharon just looked back at her, and Azishara was so frightened that she hurriedly grasped the dried fish in her hand and slipped away quickly.
Without Ashera present, Hasta hugged Sharon, who was obviously shy and pretending to be calm, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, you won't run away again this time, right?
Not anymore. Bernadette invited us to visit the Rhode Islands in the next few days. What do you think?
Good. Let's find a suitable time before the new year to formally visit your teacher.
Good. Let's make a little man together tonight, okay? Okay. Monday, December 8th, 3 p.m. The Tarot Club for Fools was held again. Klein returned to Backland and was in a good mood as he prepared to spend the new year here. Although he has not yet collected all the extraordinary information about the magician, Mr. Azek will return to Backland to celebrate the new year with him.
This is a new year worth looking forward to. Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Miss Justice was as polite as ever, but today her voice was slightly raised, which showed that she was in a good mood.
Mr. Fool, this is the diary of Emperor Roussel this time. Catalya handed over 2 pages of Emperor Roussel's diary. You can think about the questions later. After Klein finished speaking, he began to browse the contents of Roussel's diary. 2 pages full of information, which recorded many secret topics and knowledge in the later period of Roussel's life.
It really gave him a lot of knowledge, but also made him feel sad that this senior traverser was about to leave.
Even though he was already a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor, he still felt powerless, so he wanted to jump again and become a Sequence 0 black emperor. Throughout Roussel's life, he was undoubtedly a person with a full luck value. He became a traverser and went all the way to the governor of the Republic of Intis. First, he jumped from the Sequence 2 knowledge instructor of the perfect extraordinary path to the Sequence 1 knowledge emperor of the adjacent extraordinary path, and then from the Sequence 1 knowledge emperor, he was forcibly promoted to the black emperor of the non-adjacent extraordinary path.
Although he did not succeed completely, he did not die completely. He was still alive.
Moreover, he has a son and a daughter. Now his eldest daughter is planning to establish a pirate kingdom on the sea. It is said that she will attract miracles and build a majestic capital in one day.
If I die, I am afraid that few people in this world will know that Klein has ever lived.
Klein laughed at himself in his heart, then put down the Roussel diary in his hand and looked at M's hermit.
Mr. Fool, can I accumulate some more of Emperor Roussel's diaries so that I can exchange them for corresponding help at some point in the future? Catalya said nervously.
It depends on whether the help you need is equivalent. Klein answered with a smile, but he wanted to refuse this proposal in his heart. It is better to ask questions. Anyway, Ms. Hermit asked about the contents of Roussel's diary, which is very simple. If I choose to exchange for corresponding help, I may not have enough power.
Mr. Fool, thank you for your generosity. Catalya was very satisfied with this answer. No, I am not generous at all. Generous people do not need to work hard to make money. Klein silently complained, and then let the Tarot Club members start discussing the transaction freely. Mr. Sun, should there be news about the adult psychic dragon brain I need?
I will complete this transaction at the next tarot meeting. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Audrey's mood became more and more beautiful, and now Susie's Dreamwalker potion was also available.
I want to know the latest situation of the Abraham family now. Furs also put forward her own transaction request. I will help you keep an eye on it. The person who took on this task was Catalya. The Abraham family, the blood descendants of Mr. Men mentioned by the Queen, is the focus of attention. Recently, she received news that it seems that a group of people are secretly establishing a new organization under the banner of the Abraham family and actively developing members in secret. Others also put forward what they need in help. After the transaction, Alger naturally talked about the latest things happening on the sea. The most noteworthy thing at the moment is the news that the mysterious queen is going to establish a pirate kingdom. It is said that this new kingdom is called the Star Sea Kingdom, and the founding ceremony will be held on January 1st in the Rorstad Islands. All pirates with a certain reputation on the sea have received invitations to the founding ceremony. I heard that the church has also received a corresponding invitation. Alger paused for a moment and said, but I don't think there will be too many people going to attend the founding ceremony. January 1st is indeed a good day, but not many people like to spend a new year on a ship. For such remarks, Catalya sneered in her heart and did not comment. How could a small pirate captain see through the queen's mind? What a pity. Audrey sighed. She was really interested in this founding ceremony, but on January 1st, she would definitely be busy socializing and find it difficult to distract herself. It's indeed a pity. For she felt sorry for Zio. The sage had extended an invitation some time ago, but Zio ultimately refused to go to the pirate kingdom to serve. If she goes, she can at least become a count. What about the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China? Where are the dolls for fun? With the New Year's money, I can buy a few suitable dolls. Hee. Mr. Moon has already begun to fantasize in his mind. Little son Derek hesitated several times, but finally said nothing. Mr. Fool smiled and did not express any opinion on this. Naturally, it was impossible for him to leave Backland on January 1st. He had to visit Benson and Melissa, and then find an excuse to have a meal with them.
After the Tarot Club, in the operation room of the Blue Avenger on the sea, Alger was asking the crew to turn the ship around and return. It was less than 20 days before the new year, and it was time for him to end this journey and return to land. Give yourself a little reward for your hard work during this time. As for the founding ceremony of the Pirate Kingdom, he is not very interested. Who knows what kind of surprises will happen on the founding day?
Maybe the day the country was founded would be the day it fell, and he didn't want to be a cheap victim. 2 days later, Alger turned blue as he read the letter in his hand from the top of the Church of Storms. The above clearly instructed him to go to the Rosyth Islands as the captain of the Blue Revenge to observe the founding ceremony of the Pirate Kingdom. Alger was silent for a long time. Do you want to find a reason to refuse this mission?
Well, just pretend that you haven't received this letter yet and wait until you return to the port to reply. This way, there won't be enough time to go to the Rhode Islands. Alger quickly thought of a countermeasure to get the ship to return to the port quickly. In the Rosyth Islands, Asta took Sharon here for 2 days. After receiving a wedding blessing gift from Bernadette, he returned to Backland. As for Bernadette's invitation to the founding ceremony, Asta did not have a clear invitation. Express.
Time passed little by little, and although Sharon was still a little shy, she finally accompanied Hastur to the spirit world, and under the witness of her teacher Renette Tinicole, she successfully entered into an engagement with Hastur.
On the other hand, Earl Hall has recently frequently invited Hastur to his home to discuss and determine the engagement date between Hastur and Audrey. Why hasn't Azishara come with you recently? After chatting about business, Audrey and Hastur were alone for a while, and then asked about Azishara's current situation. It was only after Susie mentioned it that she realized what happened to Azishara recently. She has become shy recently and doesn't like to go out much. Is that so? I thought she wasn't feeling well. Her? Audrey paused and grasped the key point of Asta's words just now. Well, Azishara took the path of a witch, and now she is a true witch of pleasure. The witch of joy. Azishara has really turned into a human? Audrey's pupils shrank, with an incredible expression on her face. In the mysterious world, such things are not uncommon. That's great. Audrey glanced at Susie, who was twitching her ears with complex eyes. You think so, Susie? Susie trembled and hurriedly got up and stayed away from Audrey. It still felt that this appearance was better. If it turned into a human, it would be scary to think about it. Susie, are you hiding something from me? Audrey looked at Susie with an increasingly uncomfortable look. Susie, who knew that Audrey had already imagined a lot of stories, wisely hid behind Mr. Hastur, buried her head deeply, and turned a deaf ear to Audrey's questions.
Yes, Susie, you should confess and be lenient at this time. Hastur also joked.
Woof. Susie really couldn't stand the two people making fun of it, so she hurriedly left here and found an area away from the two people that was covered by sunlight and continued to sleep on her stomach.
Mr. Hastur, do you think Susie will become a human one day? Audrey's eyes were almost filled with stars.
Susie may become a spiritual dragon in the future. Oh. The stars that lit up in Audrey's eyes gradually extinguished, and she felt very sorry for this answer.
But if it wants to, it is also very simple to become a human. Really. The extinguished stars in Audrey's eyes popped up again, more than before, and her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky. The higher the sequence of beyonders, the easier it is for them to change their own form. It is not difficult to exist in human form. That's it. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Audrey raised her lips and thought about the future for a while before saying, Mr. Hastur must stand on the same front as me on this matter and can no longer protect Susie. Hastur just smiled and nodded. He was already worried about Susie's future. With a master like Audrey, Susie would inevitably have to turn into a human and be tortured in the future. However, he is also looking forward to what Susie will look like if she becomes a human, a blonde and tsundere girl. Audrey was in a good mood. She paused for a moment and looked at Asta and said, Ms. Sharon should still be in Backland. If it's convenient, I want to see her.
Asta also looked at Audrey. Their eyes met and Audrey's face flushed slightly. I don't have any other ideas. Okay, it's time for you to have a good chat. Audrey heard the hidden meaning. Mr. Asta, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? There is one thing. Asta nodded and told her about his recent trip to the spirit world with Sharon to see her teacher. Is Miss Sharon still ahead of me? Audrey seemed to whisper, thinking of the life game she played in South Wales at that time.
In the first game, when Miss Sharon and Mr. Asta became a couple, she was still working hard to make a lot of money. 2 days later, Asta arranged a meeting between Audrey and Sharon at Asta's home.
It's not convenient outside after all, and Sharon doesn't like to go out. When Audrey brought Susie over and saw the cute and tender Azishara, she kept holding her little hand and carefully looking at her, and at the same time gave Susie a look that said she had to do her best.
Susie whimpered and looked at Hasta for help, but only received a reply that she should take care of herself. Susie, who was depressed, looked at Ashera who had turned into a human, and felt uncomfortable everywhere. Finally, she found a quiet place to hide. On the second floor, inside Sharon's room. Mr. Hasta, now is the time for the two ladies to talk. Audrey blocked Hasta, who wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation, from the door, and added, "You are not allowed to secretly eavesdrop with extraordinary abilities." Hasta could only take Azishara to the first floor lobby and wait. After waiting for a while, Azishara ran to play with Susie. In the room, Audrey and Sharon faced each other. Both of them had enviable golden hair, as dazzling as the sun and as soft as silk. The difference is that Audrey's blonde hair has a bit more aristocratic elegance, while Sharon's blonde hair has a bit more exquisiteness. The two talked in the room for 2 hours before coming out of the room. When they came to the first floor, Hasta had disappeared. At the reminder of Butler Neal, they turned to the garden behind and found Hasta and Ashera squatting down to tease Susie. From time to time, Ashera's happy laughter and Susie's seemingly dissatisfied but perfunctory barking could be heard. As the two came over, Hasta also stood up from the ground and invited them to sit at a rectangular tea table next to them. Azishara looks very happy. Facing Hasta's inquiring eyes, Audrey deliberately talked about other topics. This is also a kind of joy, Sharon also echoed. I don't know when Susie can become a human. I have prepared a bunch of beautiful and cute clothes for her. Different paths have different requirements. What about the audience path? Sequence 4, this is a qualitative change. That's coming soon. I'm really looking forward to it. The two answered and agreed, ignoring Hasta next to them. Seeing this scene, Ashera and Susie looked at each other in tacit understanding, deliberately not getting involved, and staying far away. December 25th is also an extremely important day for the Yellow Monk organization. They finally built the church, carved the statue of the Yellow King, and made all the arrangements. They just need to wait for the day when the church is established, the last day of this month. Lord God, everything is ready. Lady Lisa came to Hasta's study and reported to him the progress of the Yellow Monk organization during this period. Lord God, you should attend the ceremony on the day of the establishment of the church, right? Yes. Asta gave an accurate answer, and Lady Lisa was relieved. The founding ceremony is the most important day for the new church, and she was really afraid that the envoy of God would not be interested in participating. Because she always felt that the envoy of God was not so firm in his belief in the King in Yellow, and his relationship with the gods seemed to be very unusual. But she didn't dare to ask too much, and even thought that it was blasphemous to speculate in her heart. You go down and prepare first. Asta thought for a while, and added, remember to send the invitation letter to the person in charge of the 6 major Orthodox churches. I'll take care of it now. Mrs. Lisa took the order and left, feeling uneasy and excited. The significance of sending the invitation letter to the 6 major Orthodox churches is not ordinary, which means that the 6 major Orthodox churches must recognize that the Yellow Church is the next Orthodox church that is on an equal footing with them. Rather than secret organizations such as the Twilight Hermits, the Moss Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, and the School of Life that are not recognized by the Orthodox. But if the 6 major Orthodox churches are unwilling to recognize it, they will definitely take this opportunity to deal with the believers of the King in Yellow. But she was not too worried. The gods were watching them all the time, and the Lord Messenger of God was with them. I should take another step forward. Hasta whispered. He was also looking forward to the founding ceremony of the Yellow Church in a few days. How would the 6 major churches of the true gods choose? He had given them another chance to choose.
If they stood on the wrong side again, they would be the next true gods to fall. In order to prevent the 6 major churches of the true gods from joining forces to deal with him, he also needed to consider a second plan. Enough power to defend the Yellow Church ceremony. Looking at the 6 major Orthodox churches, if there is no god descending, at most one church can send an angel. If they really want to do it, they can't not descend. Asta pondered for a moment and chuckled. Send them an invitation letter from the old clones of the outer gods outside the starry sky. There are also secret organizations such as the Aurora Society, the Dusk Hermit Society, the Witch Sect, and the Life Sect. Just in case, I also need to prepare a perfect retreat, so as not to become the public enemy of the whole world. Well, you can go to Bernadette to borrow the wishing lamp. You can also contact Mr. Men through Furs. You can open the starry sky door in the Hall of Stars and let the Mother Tree of Desire, the high-dimensional overlooker, the superstar overlord and other forces enter the real world. Asta carefully summarized the trump cards he had in his hand.
Each trump card is a bomb for the real world, hurting others and himself.
I hope it won't be used. Asta continued to ponder. This was a matter of life and death, and a future situation. I believe that after the Yellow Church ceremony, the situation will be much clearer than it is now. Otherwise, the situation was too chaotic, and it was difficult for him to determine who the enemies were. This time was a great opportunity. After knowing who the real enemies were, he could point the spearhead at them.
Are you worried? Sharon walked in from the door of the room. For her who was used to mirror teleportation, such behavior was rare.
Well, I did encounter something. What can I do to help you?
If you are willing to stay with me for a while, my troubles will soon disappear.
Sharon did not answer, but walked behind Asta and gently massaged his shoulders. That's great. Asta closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then reached out and held Sharon's little hand, pulled her to sit on his thigh, gently put his hands around her waist, and held her in his arms. He still prefers this way of relaxation. Sharon, if one day I become the public enemy of the whole world, what will you choose?
Sharon stared at Hasta for a while, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Hasta. This question is really boring. At night, Hasta stayed in the study alone, leaving Lady Lisa and Sharon and others nearby. He was preparing to be promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightened Master. A few days ago, he had completely digested the potion of the Lost Homelander. With the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, it was easy for him to gather the potion of the Enlightened Master. This was also the real reason why he agreed to participate in the founding ceremony of the Yellow Church. What is enlightened? What is a Saint Master? He already has the answer in his heart. P.S. There is only one update today, and it will be made up in a few days. In the room to the right of the study, Sharon was waiting for Ashera. She seemed to have a premonition that something unexpected might happen with Hasta's promotion this time. When promoted to a higher sequence, the existence of the extraordinary would be more easily exposed to the sight of the top high-level existence. It was like a star suddenly emerged in the endless darkness, so dazzling and so eye-catching. When she first met Hasta was obviously on the Black Emperor path, but after being promoted to Sequence 4, she could no longer see Hasta clearly. What she was sure of was that Hasta must have jumped to an extraordinary path, but she couldn't tell which extraordinary path it jumped to. The adjacent judge path? Not likely. The other extraordinary paths didn't seem to satisfy the extraordinary abilities displayed by Hasta. Meow. As if seeing Sharon's heavy mood, Azishara came over and rubbed her head on Sharon's arm. You had to gradually change your habits as a cat. Well, Mom Sharon. Seeing Sharon speak, Azishara's mood improved. After whispering a few times, the room fell silent again. Sharon didn't like to light up at night, and Azishara didn't need to use lights to illuminate. In the dim room, there was silence until a burst of light suddenly came from outside the window, disturbing Sharon and Azishara from their silence. The two of them came to the window and opened it, only to see that the originally hazy and dark snowy night, the stars in the sky lit up, bursting out with brighter light than any other night before. The light of the stars dispelled the haziness and darkness of the snowy night, allowing people's vision to easily pass through the scene of light snow flying, and directly appreciate the brilliance of the starry sky tonight. It's so beautiful, very comfortable. Ajara reached out of the window, as if she wanted to take back a handful of starlight.
Sharon's eyes showed worry. This scene was definitely not a normal phenomenon. The blooming of the stars could only be related to one existence. The stars, an ancient existence that had awakened from an unknown time, and a mysterious master who seemed to be in charge of the entire starry sky. Only his mighty power could easily cause the stars to shine tonight. Why would he create a miracle at this time? Sharon had the answer in her heart, and her eyes subconsciously looked towards the study next to her. The windows of the study were tightly closed, and it seemed that the inside was shrouded in an undispellable darkness, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside through the window. One could only vaguely feel that a new force was brewing and generating. Tonight, the starry sky appeared abnormally bright, attracting many people to look up. Klein on Bachland Street was also disturbed by the vision tonight. He came to the window and looked at the starry sky above his head. The power of the stars is shining again. Is something big going to happen tonight? Will it be a new war of gods? Klein just took a look, suppressed his curiosity, and retracted his gaze to avoid looking at the starry sky for too long and causing accidents. Finally, he let his secret doll guard the window, and he lay on the bed, waiting for the changes tonight. On the other side, Furs and Zio also saw that the starry sky tonight was particularly bright. They lowered their heads and began to pray devoutly to the stars. When the stars showed miracles, as believers of the stars, they prayed devoutly, which was what they should do. With each prayer, they seemed to feel that the power of the starlight was attracted by the prayer and slowly flowed into their bodies. Their minds became clear, their heads became empty, their hearts were comforted, and the coldness of the snowy night was dispelled bit by bit. They felt that they were becoming smarter and smarter at this moment. This discovery made Furs and Zio stop praying for a while and look at each other, and then prayed more devoutly. On the sea, in the Rorstad Islands, Bernadette, who was staying up late to sort out the final revision of the laws of the Star Sea Kingdom, also noticed the unusualness of tonight. She and Edwina walked out of the library and came to the courtyard, and Catalya also rushed over from not far away. The three of them looked up at the starry sky together, and Bernadette's eyes were dim, as if she had seen through something. Edwina was very curious about the cause of the strange phenomenon tonight. "Respected Queen, can you answer my doubts?" Edwina asked.
"This is the power of the stars," Bernadette answered while praying to the stars in a low voice.
"Is this the origin of the stars in the Sea of Stars?" "Yes." Bernadette added in her heart, "The Sea of Stars also carries the beautiful vision of the Sea of Stars." Her father often said to her that he would conquer the Sea of Stars one day, and she always believed that there would be such a day. Now that her father has failed, it is her turn to conquer the Sea of Stars.
Stars, what a majestic existence that is. He is always watching everything.
As the two whispered, the light of the stars in the sky became brighter and brighter, and the stars that had no sense of existence on weekdays burst into light no less than the crimson moon. The entire starry sky seemed to be dyed into daylight, interweaving a dreamy sea of stars.
Shanghai Kingdom, Catalya murmured, with deep awe in her eyes. If the vision tonight happened at the founding ceremony of Shanghai Kingdom, it would be so exciting.
Bernadette agreed with Edwina's words. Nothing can consolidate the status of the Star Sea Kingdom better than another miracle. As the starry sky above became brighter and brighter, a travel portal suddenly appeared above the Rorstad Islands, directly above the capital.
Bernadette's eyes changed slightly, and she disappeared from the spot in the next second.
Catalya and Edwina also hurried to the capital. A figure covered with blazing starlight walked out of the portal that penetrated the space. At this moment, he was like a morning star coming from the starry sky, descending into the vision of the people of the capital, becoming the only one in their eyes. His appearance was no less than the rising sun in the daytime, and the entire Rorstad Islands were shrouded in starlight. When Bernadette approached, the stars in the starry sky each dropped a starlight, which merged into this figure, making the starlight on his body more dazzling.
The beams of light falling from the stars gathered together to form a shocking miracle. At the same time, it also attracted eyes and sights from all over the place.
While Bernadette was shocked, a chill ran down her spine. One after another, gazes that were higher than her status came from the starry sky, from the kingdom of God at the crack of the initial barrier, from the God-forsaken land, from the distant seaside church, from the hidden space vault, and from one indescribable place after another. The entire Rorstad archipelago trembled in these gazes that did not yet carry any malicious intent, if it were not for the protection of the light of the stars.
Even such a simple gaze would be enough to cause the entire Rorstad archipelago to crack and collapse.
This was undoubtedly terrifying, especially when she vaguely guessed the identities of the owners of those gazes, which made Bernadette even more anxious. At this time, ignorance was actually a kind of kindness. The more you know, the more you feel deeply afraid of it.
Soon, a figure came to the Rorstad archipelago from the end of the site.
There were also invisible figures who were coming to observe and detect in their own ways. In the capital, Catalya and Edwina both felt that their hearts were shrouded in a haze and felt blocked, as if something terrible was about to happen.
They were not the only ones who felt this way. All the extraordinary people in the Rorstad Islands were now shrouded in the depression and panic of the impending storm. Some of them had already crawled on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. On the contrary, ordinary people did not have any special feelings, but simply praised the beauty of the starry sky tonight. Praise the stars. A voice came from the depths of the palace in the royal capital. It was Bernadette's voice.
Catalya and Edwina gathered their minds. Catalya believed Bernadette's instructions without hesitation. Edwina hesitated for a moment, but then began to praise the stars.
There were also many people who heard Bernadette's voice. According to Bernadette's instructions, they began to pray devoutly to the stars.
The starlight falling from the starry sky was like a flowing sea of stars, and the light washed over every believer who prayed to the stars. It melted the anxiety in their hearts, restored their sober minds, enlightened their wisdom, and made them have waves of enlightenment from the bottom of their hearts. They all felt that they had suddenly become smarter. Things that they couldn't figure out on weekdays, their depressed moods, and their melancholy and puzzled thoughts all seemed to be solved at this moment.
Is this the blessing from the stars? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. This is a gift, but also a crisis. Bernadette saw it much more clearly than Catalya and Edwina.
The source of this blessing from the stars was the figure that walked out of the travel portal. Although he was shrouded in dense starlight that was difficult to see, she could still see the identity of this person.
Count Hasta Campbell from Backland was a believer of the stars like her. Hasta had said before that he was a favored one of the stars. At that time, she had some doubts, but now she was convinced. The abnormality of the starry sky tonight should be caused by Hasta's promotion ceremony. The stars just gave him the response he deserved. This is an extraordinary path different from what she knew. I'm afraid only Hasta knows the details. But one thing is certain, Hasta's existence has been completely exposed to the vision of those high-level beings.
And when Hasta is discovered and watched, danger will naturally come.
Otherwise, Hasta would not have to stay away from Backland and choose to come to the Rorstad Islands.
He didn't want to harm Backland's friends, and he wanted to benefit the entire Star Sea Kingdom with this gift of stars, and also to build momentum for the Star Sea Kingdom's founding ceremony in the future. Bernadette roughly guessed what Hasta was thinking, and with deep eyes, she looked towards the southwest, and she sensed the breath from the hidden sage. Other beings may not want to be the first to test, but the hidden sage has already made enemies with the stars, and will not miss this opportunity tonight.
Moreover, the secret hidden in Hasta may be more terrifying than he thought. Stars, is this the truth? The lamp god spontaneously appeared from the wishing lamp, his expression was cold, and there was deep thought in his eyes.
Maybe this is just a fishing. Even if he witnessed this scene so closely, the lamp god was not completely sure to see the relationship between Hasta and the stars. But he was sure that Hasta must not be an ordinary star-loving person, and there was a great possibility that he was the incarnation of the stars in the real world.
Just like the high-dimensional overlooker, the super-star master, and the original hunger.
Hastur is also the incarnation of the stars from the Hall of Stars. But there is another possibility. Hastur is another outer god of the old days.
The king in yellow. Recently, the Yellow Monk organization, the followers of the King in Yellow, has caused a lot of trouble, and even plans to establish a church on the last day of this month. The church has been built and the statue of the King in Yellow has been carved.
In the past, many secret existences who knew about the Yellow Monk organization naturally regarded the King in Yellow as the incarnation of the stars. But now it seems that perhaps the two are not the same. It is more like the stars awakened the sleeping King in Yellow and helped him return to the throne step by step. The lamp god couldn't help but think of the topic about the King in Yellow that the Mother Tree of Desire and the original Hunger had discussed. Calculating the time, the short time that the King in Yellow was in the starry sky was exactly the time when Hasta was born. At that time, the stars said, "The stars are awakening."
Perhaps the King in Yellow is one of the awakened stars.
The genie felt that he had grasped the key point. The stars had a deal with the King in Yellow. It was he who sent the King in Yellow into the original barrier in some way. Hasta is the King in Yellow, tonight. He is using the power of the stars to further awaken and return. "What did you see?" Bernadette asked with a frown. "The question now is not what I saw, but what other hidden beings saw." The genie laughed and looked at the space and time where the hidden sage was. The endless illusory knowledge torrent came from all directions, trying to force through the obstruction of the starlight and swallow Hasta. The hidden sage was the first to make a move. His move was like turning on a start button. The layers of space and time were like a big whirlpool, sucking the torrent of knowledge into it.
He was the first high-dimensional overlooker to come here on the Rorsted Islands. In the sky, muffled thunder sounded, and golden thunders fell densely and violently. The mighty power frightened many pirates on the Rorsted Islands, and some of them collapsed to the ground, with yellow liquid oozing from their lower bodies. The pirates who roamed the sea had all heard of or seen the miracles from the Lord of Storms. At this moment, the thunder in the sky was definitely the Lord of Storms venting his anger. On the sea, no one dared to question the power of the Lord of Storms. A black holy mountain seemed to rise from the Black Sea, and at the same time a huge cross stood in front of the golden thunder, blocking all the thunder roars. This was the real creator taking action from a distance. It seemed that a sigh came, and then brass gears spread across a large area of the starry sky, forming a yellow wall covered with symbolic symbols of the civilization of the times. Then an irresistible wave of the times surged towards the cross held up by the real creator. This was the god of steam and machinery, and he also chose to take action at this moment. Although he seemed to be simply standing on the opposite side of the true creator, his actions were undoubtedly standing on the other side of the stars. Ha ha ha, it seemed like someone was laughing, and then opened an indescribable big mouth, swallowing the surging tide of the times in one gulp. Unfortunately, his power seemed insufficient for him to accomplish such a feat, and his belly was burst alive. But despite this, he did not die. After resting for a while, all the injuries on his body recovered. In the forsaken land of God, an ancient and vicissitudes clock rose up, and the hands of time moved gently. The shadow of fate also wanted to rush to the Rorsted Islands at this moment to participate in this rare event. At this time, a bone church rose from the ground, accurately smashed the clock that moved time, and returned to the ground again. Soon, everything here fell into silence again, as if nothing had happened. Just when Bernadette thought that the night was about to end, the crimson moon hanging high in the sky also bloomed with a blood-red light far beyond the usual day. Could it be that the goddess of night and the mother goddess of the earth took action? Bernadette had just raised this doubt in her heart, and the light of the crimson moon became less stable again, as if several beings were joining forces to fight for the crimson moon. The light of the crimson moon was no longer pouring in, but the power that had just been triggered also opened several blood-colored portals, which later made a gurgling sound, as if they were connected to an abyss. Then, the blood-colored portals opened wide, and the blackish-red filthy water began to pour into the Rorsted Islands. The filthy water fell to the ground, polluting the light of the stars. At the same time, waves of almost dreamlike whispers came from the filthy water. His voice was very light and intermittent, but it never dissipated. The whispers quickly spread with the spread of the filthy water. Bernadette tried to stop it, but she realized that there seemed to be two different forces contained in it. One came from the filthy water itself, and the other came from the intermittent whispers.
At this time, a sharp whistle came from the air, like the legendary banshee singing, and like the charming voice that could seduce ignorant boys and girls. It was the original witch. Bernadette was very curious. Why did the original witch choose to stand on the side of the stars? Was it a deliberate disguise, or did she really want to help the stars?
As the original witch made her decision, the scene seemed to be deadlocked.
But it was only for a short moment, and then they dispersed, revealing the starry sky that was always bright, as if nothing had happened.
Weird, a very weird feeling lingered deep in her heart.
Bernadette pondered for a long time, but it was still difficult to understand the thoughts of those hidden existences. On what grounds did they try? On what grounds did they stand on their own sides, and on what grounds did they disperse in the end? Was this a test of the stars, or a test of them? Or was this a test that they each wanted to deduce once?
Will this team be the final team? Will their positions and relationships remain unchanged?
In addition to being able to confirm the thoughts of the hidden sage, Bernadette found it difficult to find the correct answers to other questions.
Next time will definitely be more exciting. The lamp god seemed to understand something and began to laugh.
Bernadette just glanced at him and did not ask. Instead of asking the lamp god, she might as well ask Hastur. She believed that he could give her more answers. The light from the stars in the sky gradually faded, but the light on Hastur was still bright. He seemed to represent some kind of light, some direction to move forward, and some figure to follow. What a bunch of old bastards. Hastur looked at the starry sky that had disappeared above his head, and the hidden beings that had disappeared, and sighed with self-mockery. How could the situation just now form a balance? There must be many hidden beings deliberately disrupting the situation. Make the whole situation look like a balance, which can be broken at any time.
This is enough to make many hidden beings change their positions in the next situation. Maybe those who target me tonight will stand on my side in the future, and those who help me will be enemies in the future. The goddess of night, the mother goddess of the earth, and the god of knowledge and wisdom did not take action, which means that tonight is just a test for all parties.
Except for the hidden sage and the fallen mother goddess, they have completely stood on the opposite side.
Because of the high-dimensional overlooker, the Lord of Storm's position was fixed when the high-dimensional overlooker helped him.
The god of steam and machinery should have formed an offensive and defensive alliance with the Lord of Storms, which belongs to the passive team. The original witch had a covenant with the god of death. Judging from his recent performance, he is willing to form a covenant with the phoenix ancestor Grey Carey again.
The real creator, Adam, the high-dimensional overlooker, and the original hunger may defect and change their positions at any time. What Hastur fears most is the real creator and Adam. This ancient sun god is too mysterious and powerful. He definitely has the ability to overturn the table. No one can be sure of his true position. Hastur pondered for a moment and temporarily suppressed all kinds of speculations in his heart. If it were not for the ritual of promotion to the enlightened Saint Master, he would not be able to stand under the light of the stars and let all the hidden beings notice him. Fortunately, this is only promoted to sequence 3, and he can still rely on the Hall of Stars to suppress the movement. When he is promoted to sequence 2, it is estimated that it will be difficult. By then, whether it is the outer gods outside the starry sky or the 6 righteous gods hidden in the kingdom of God, as well as other secret beings, they may discover the truth of the stars. The identity of the King in Yellow can only help him complete sequence 3. Fortunately, he could choose to skip the sequence 2 star servant like Klein and rush directly to the sequence 1 star singer. By then, he would have a certain ability to protect himself. The next period of time is the most critical. Hastur put away all his distracting thoughts and looked down at the Rorstad Islands below. He saw Bernadette, who wanted to ask and talk, saw the high-dimensional overlooker who seemed to be smiling, and saw the smiling and somewhat honest original hunger. Hastur just smiled and gestured, then opened a travel portal to return to Backland. His head was splitting with a headache at the moment, and he urgently needed to rest for a while. It was based on this consideration that he did not choose to be promoted to sequence 3 enlightened Saint Master during the Yellow Monk's founding ceremony. On the Rorstad Islands, encountering an unprecedented night of oppression, most people have collapsed to the ground and trembled.
Even Catalya and Edwina leaned against each other, sitting back to back on the grass, barely maintaining their image. Just now, they couldn't understand which secret beings were fighting in the sky above the capital, and they didn't even dare to look up. The fear from the depths of their souls alone made them weak and limp. If it weren't for the starlight covering the entire Rorstad archipelago, they would definitely not be able to maintain their sanity, and they might go crazy and lose control on the spot. This was definitely the most terrifying night they had ever spent. Be calm. Bernadette came to the two of them, and a light white light radiated from herself to the entire Rorstad archipelago. As a Sequence 2 sage, Bernadette was naturally very good at healing extraordinary abilities. Catalya and Edwina, who were the first to be healed, quickly recovered their strength and stood up from the grass. Just as the three were about to leave, a young figure came over. He was not moving fast, but his body seemed to have crossed the boundary of space. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the three of them from a distance of hundreds of meters away. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to visit the pirate kingdom that is about to be established. The High Dimension Overlooker smiled kindly and said, I was a pirate for a while. Many people on the sea gave me a nickname, the King of the Sea. I think that's it. I've seen you before. Bernadette recognized the High Dimension Overlooker. At that time, the High Dimension Overlooker came to her and had a conversation with the Lamp God. Well, the Lamp God was very angry at that time. The believer of the stars is not bad, but the promotion time is a bit late. Then the High Dimension Overlooker looked at Catalya and Edwina and did not make any comments. Another friend will stay here for a while. You'd better invite more chefs, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. After giving a warning, the High Dimension Overlooker turned around and walked into the streets of the capital, slowly admiring this new capital. Backland, Queens. As soon as Hester came back, he barely said a few words to Sharon to reassure her, and then fell asleep on the bed, forgetting to take off his clothes and shoes. Master looks so tired. Azishara's eyes were red. Yeah. Sharon glanced at Hester, who was already asleep, and naturally went over to help him take off his coat. Azishara was responsible for taking off his shoes, then moved Hester's sleeping position, and pulled the quilt to cover him. Go and rest. Sharon asked Azishara to go back to the room to rest, while she stayed by Hester's side. On December 28, Hester, who had slept for 3 days, finally woke up from his deep sleep. Sleeping and resting is a good way to solve spiritual exhaustion. Originally, Hester only planned to sleep for about a day, but when he sensed that Sharon was by his bed, he felt relieved to sleep for 2 more days to allow his mind and body to recover as best as possible. Sharon, are you tired? Hester naturally held Sharon's hand beside the bed. Not tired. Sharon looked calm, but a little joy flashed in the depths of her eyes. You haven't rested well for 3 days, how can this be possible? Hester pulled open a corner of the quilt without saying anything, hugged Sharon into his arms, and then put the quilt down. Sharon just glanced at Hester, who looked serious, and sighed helplessly, then curled up in Hester's arms obediently, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Not to mention 3 days without rest, even if it was a month without rest, she had already gotten used to it and would not feel tired. Squeak. The door was opened, Azishara walked in and took a look, then hurriedly covered her mouth and left the room, closed the door tightly, and ordered that no one was allowed to disturb. In the whole villa, Hester was the biggest. Sharon didn't like to be in charge, so it was Azishara's turn to be the most authoritative. And housekeeper Neil loved her the most and treated her as his own lady. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hester walked out of the room alone, took a comfortable bath first, and then began to enjoy the various delicacies that housekeeper Neil had already prepared. Azishara took advantage of this gap and sneaked into Hester's room, but did not see Sharon. After waiting in the villa for more than an hour, Sharon reappeared in her room. Azishara keenly discovered that there was still a little blush on Sharon's face, and she had changed her clothes. Sharon, have you been bullied by the master? Azishara came closer with curiosity. She was a witch of pleasure, and she often went out to observe late at night before, so she did see a lot of inappropriate content for children. Don't think too much. Sharon knocked Azishara's little head. But the master will be so honest. Azishara wanted to say something else, but Hester lifted her collar and knocked her head, Don't you learn well at such a young age? Lilililio. Azishara made a cute face, and hurried out of the room, closing the door carefully. It's dark, and I've taken a shower. I should rest early tonight. I don't need to rest. Asta's pointed words scared Sharon so much that she hid in the mirror on the table again. So cute. Asta chuckled and came to Sharon's bed naturally. He still had something to do tonight, otherwise he would not let Sharon slip away from him. The Hall of Stars, Hasta, who has been promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightened Saint, feels that the Hall of Stars is getting closer and closer to the starry sky. It is almost about to pass through the initial barrier and reach the starry sky. According to this trend, after being promoted to Sequence 2, the Hall of Stars will completely reach the starry sky. As for wanting to transcend the starry sky, he should wait until the day he becomes a god. If he can reach that step. Enlightenment. Enlighten the mind and enlighten the heart. Compared with fooling the authority and making people stupid and obstructed, this extraordinary ability is the opposite. It can help people enlighten their wisdom and understand their true heart, find the right path from confusion, and recover sobriety from chaos. Immune to the influence of extraordinary abilities related to the spirit. Frequently affected by this extraordinary ability, the mind is active and agile, and the wisdom will be greatly improved. Treasure House of Light. All visible or invisible light can become offensive weapons in the hands of extraordinary people. Sunlight, moonlight of the crimson moon, starlight of the stars, water light, fire light, light of wisdom. All visible and invisible light are easy to use offensive means. Incarnation of light. Wherever the light shines, there are incarnations everywhere. An incarnation born from pure light, the main body can easily control the incarnation, and the incarnation can have the same extraordinary abilities as the main body. The damage of the incarnation will not affect the main body. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, there can be hundreds of incarnations. Guidance. The duty of the Saint Master is to guide the followers and move forward firmly towards the same distant goal. Mentally, you can guide the target's thoughts and ideas, so that the target can think what you think and think what you think. In battle, you can also guide the target to do what you want through appropriate guidance. The other shore. Where your heart is, it is the other shore. Not limited by spatial distance, regardless of the distance between the two places, there is no concept of distance. As long as the mind moves, you can reach it. This is a more convenient and more powerful extraordinary ability than the traveler. In the Hall of Stars, Hasta sat in the first place and carefully summarized the extraordinary abilities he had mastered after being promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightened Saint Master this time. These 5 new extraordinary abilities are all very helpful to his survival ability, especially the extraordinary ability named the Other Shore by himself, which is distance-free and ignores spatial distance. It is simply the best ability to run away. The incarnation of light is also in line with his expectations. In this way, he does not need to show up in person to deal with many things, which greatly reduces the dangers he may encounter. The extraordinary ability of the Treasure House of Light made him think of the so-called Treasure House of the King. The actual effect is similar, except that his treasure house is filled with all kinds of light. He still needs to test the specific power through actual combat. He doesn't know whether a light bomb can have the same effect as a nuclear bomb. Asta thought for a long time before looking around the Hall of Stars. In front of him is the starry sky within reach. With this promotion, more than a dozen stars are lit up in the dark and gloomy starry sky. It is no longer 1 or 2 stars as before, but more than a dozen stars, almost connected in series. Asta tried to explore several of the stars. Each star does correspond to an outer god old day. They are not as powerful and prestigious as the Son of Chaos, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the fallen Mother Goddess. Their status is similar to that of the true gods such as the Goddess of Night. They have more power than ordinary true gods, but not as much as the old days. This is in line with Asta's guess about the outer god old days in the starry sky. The source of things is definitely rare in the entire universe, otherwise those outer god old days would not covet the real world so much. Therefore, there can't be too many powerful beings who can truly become the level of the old ones. Most of them are gods such as the Goddess of Night and the Mother Goddess of the Earth. They have 1 or 2 complete extraordinary paths, but lack the corresponding source to go further. Which outer god old one should we invite to the Hall of Stars this time? Asta looked around and felt that the real creator was the most suitable. Although he had rejected the invitation of the stars once, Adam is about to become a god now. Even if his true identity is known, as long as the doomsday has not arrived and the initial barrier has not been broken, he does not need to be afraid of the outer god old ones outside. It seems there is another choice. Asta's eyes swept across the latest stars that lit up many times, and accidentally discovered that the star belonging to the goddess of night also lit up this time. The star belonging to the goddess of night was dim and there was no light penetrating out. Asta swept it many times and subconsciously ignored the existence of this star. It was not until he checked them one by one that he found the star representing the goddess of night. His secret authority is indeed very good at concealing his existence, but he currently still possesses the uniqueness of the Aries path and the extraordinary characteristics of the sequence 1 Pale Emperor. These powers and authorities that have not yet been fully contained make his secrets no longer so perfect and untraceable. Hasta used this to find the star to which the night goddess belonged. Because of the secret authority, Hasta could not fully see through the kingdom of the night goddess, but it was not completely dark and blurry. He could still roughly see the corresponding outline and the area where the night goddess was currently located. The night goddess. Hasta suddenly became very interested. The night goddess was best at planning in secret, and he still could not be completely sure of his position. Adam had said before that the night goddess wanted to target him at first, but later gave up. From his point of view, there was no reason to help him. Once the situation changed, the night goddess would definitely not mind adding insult to injury. It was just right to use the Hall of Stars to pull the night goddess out of the darkness, which could reduce some of the threats. Moreover, if he participated in the gathering of stars, he, the only local god, would have to face a group of foreign gods who were eyeing him covetously from outside the starry sky. I think he will be more cautious in dealing with the stars in the future. This has another advantage, which is that it can make the outer gods such as the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Overlord, and the High-Dimensional Overlooker feel the oppression from the local gods. If there are only two forces on the chessboard, the stars and them, there will definitely be a fight sooner or later. Only by introducing a third party can the chess game be stable. As we all know, triangles have stability. When the Mother Tree of Desire and other beings do not want the stars to fall to the local gods, they will try harder to please and win over the stars. In this way, the stars can withdraw and sit in the referee position in the middle to watch the fight between the outer gods and the local gods. It seems that only the goddess of night is not enough to form a deterrent. Asta looked at the star where the true creator was. Speaking of which, this is not the first time that the true creator and the goddess of night have joined forces. I believe that they will cooperate happily this time. While Asta scanned the stars of the goddess of night and the true creator back and forth, he thought about the triangular balance relationship. Finally, he made a decision. 6 chains of stars shot out from behind him, probing into the star where the goddess of night was, and breaking into the kingdom of the goddess of night. The initial barrier crack, the interior of the goddess of night's kingdom, which was originally dark and lightless, was now shining with stars, and a starry sky illuminated this place. Stars. The goddess of night just stood there quietly, without any other extra actions, and it seemed that she had no intention of dispersing this starry sky. An invitation, a gathering of stars. The illusory star hall appeared from the depths of the starry sky. The goddess of night just stared at the starry sky above her head in silence for a moment, and then slowly said, "Who are the members of the star gathering?" The Mother Tree of Desire, the Son of Chaos, the Superstar Overlord, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, the Original Hunger, the True Creator. Okay, I will attend this party. The goddess of night quickly made a decision. This is a very wise choice. The star hall disappeared, the starry sky above her head dissipated, and the kingdom of the goddess of night returned to its previous tranquility. After a while, the Earth Mother Goddess walked out from the depths of the kingdom of God covered by the night goddess. The gathering of stars is really terrible. The Earth Mother Goddess sighed sincerely. This is not a bad thing. The face of the night goddess seemed to be much more relaxed. If all the members of the star gathering were the former outer gods in the starry sky, that would be the most terrible thing. Since the stars invited the true creator to participate in this star gathering with him, it would make the position of the stars clearer. It seems that you already know the origin of the stars? I just happen to know something. The kingdom of the night goddess was soon shrouded in darkness. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur found the true creator, and when he was still hesitating, he told the news that the night goddess had decided to participate in the star gathering. This time the true creator did not refuse again and agreed to participate in the next star gathering. After finishing these, Hastur felt much more relaxed, and turned his eyes to the stars where the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, and the unextinguished whisper were. If he had not sensed it wrongly at that time, the undying whisper would have taken advantage of the portal opened by the fallen mother goddess to attack from a distance. Among the powerful and well-known foreign gods currently mentioned in the mysterious world, it seems that only one declining king has not yet moved. The king in yellow's star didn't light up either, it was so well hidden. Hastur thought for a while and then focused on the establishment ceremony organized by the monks in yellow in a few days. On the one hand, this ceremony to establish a religion was to determine the attitude of the 6 true gods, including the goddess of night and other hidden beings. On the other hand, it was also to determine whether the king in yellow existed. On such a large-scale day of faith, if the king in yellow really exists, can he really bear not to appear? Could he really just sit back and watch him steal the church and his believers that should belong to him? In this way, not to mention shaking the anchor of faith, I am afraid that even his authority and identity will be further invaded by me. Does he really not care at all? Or is he currently unable to intervene in matters in the real world? Hastur considered as many possibilities as he could on the subject. Compared to the old outer gods like the fallen mother goddess, it was the king in yellow and the stars that he feared more. Until now, it is not certain whether these two people have ever appeared. On December 30th, Hastur was resting at home and preparing for the religious establishment ceremony organized by the Yellow monks tomorrow. Suddenly, someone from the Lowen royal family sent an invitation, saying that he was invited to attend tonight's party. This is an old tradition in the Lowen kingdom. At the end of the year, the royal family always comes out to entertain nobles with a certain social status to attend a party. Similar to the company's annual meeting at the end of the year, after the party, the king of Lowen Kingdom will also stay with several nobles to discuss and summarize the various political affairs of this year. Hastur has received invitations to related parties many times, but he declined each time. He knew that the Lowen royal family had always wanted to find an opportunity to ease their relationship with him. But he has always chosen to let it go, simply to let the Lowen royal family worry and be afraid for a few more days. Sharon, Azishara, which one of you wants to accompany me tonight? Hastur looked at Sharon and Azishara. Not going. Not interested in. The answer was expected, and Hastur quickly thought of a suitable candidate. Since the Lowen royal family wanted to ease their relationship with him, he couldn't be too rude and took Shu there, which could be regarded as helping Shu get the justice he had been waiting for many years. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hastur family's carriage came to the street below the house where Hugh and Forsey lived. Mr. Hastur asked me to attend the party held by the royal family tonight? After hearing the visitor's intention clearly, Shu Zhen was confused. For a banquet of this level, shouldn't the most suitable candidate for Mr. Us to be Miss Audrey? Even if I choose Forsey, it would be more suitable than me. Zio subconsciously looked at her figure. Although she was still a little confident in her appearance, in terms of figure, she felt that even if she put on the most beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry, she couldn't turn herself into a princess. Your Majesty, the Earl, asked us to tell Miss Zio that tonight is a good opportunity to restore your family's honor. Okay, I'll go. Zio almost gritted her teeth and said this decision, but she soon realized that she didn't have a dress suitable for attending a party of this level tonight at home. Your Majesty, the Earl, has prepared everything. The attendant responsible for conveying Hastur's intention clapped his hands, and 4 young and beautiful maids quickly walked out of the door, holding evening dresses, shoes, and jewelry in their hands. Jewelry, complete sets of cosmetics. Zio looked dull. Forsey covered her mouth and laughed secretly, She pushed Zio, who was still standing there stupidly, and quickly went in to dress up. At about 7 o'clock, Zio, who had been dressed up with all the effort, got into the carriage heading for tonight's dinner under Forsy's joking eyes. In Queens, in a luxurious royal manor on the King's Avenue, many nobles with names came one after another. Soon, Greg, who had inherited the title of Duke Negan and gradually gained real power, got off the carriage, and the carriage of Earl Hall's family also arrived outside the manor on time. This time Miss Audrey did not come to the party, but Earl Hall and Hibbert came. Will he come? Probably. This is the last party of the year. If he comes, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble. This just helps me vent my anger. Greco chatted with Hibbert Manor for a while, looking towards the gate of the manor. Soon, 2 carriages belonging to the Hastur family arrived at the gate. Hastur got off the carriage first, and then walked to the next carriage. Zio opened the curtain of the carriage and glanced at Hastur anxiously. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped out of the carriage. Tonight, Zio, although due to his height, could not show off his graceful figure like those aristocratic ladies. He was able to show off his youthful, cute and petite side very well. From the selection of evening gowns to the matching of various jewelry, services are provided around these requirements. The effect is very good, more eye-catching than some royal princesses. Greco joked in a wicked way. Hibbert, Miss Audrey didn't come tonight. Could it be that she specifically made room for this lady? I rarely get involved in their affairs. Hibbert smiled and lowered his voice slightly. I saw that several members of the royal family seemed to be in a bad mood and were gathering together to discuss countermeasures. It seems that this lady is the finale of tonight. Greg exclaimed, looked at her carefully for a while and said, I have some impression. Do you still remember Mason Dill, the former commander of the Royal Guard? Hibbert narrowed his eyes and raised a small arc at the corners of his mouth. Remember, Mason Dill was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. His family title and fiefdom were taken away, and the entire Dill family died out. Hugh Dill, her original name should be Hugh Dill, she should be Mason Dill's daughter. They and even the royal family had investigated the people who came into contact with Hastur. This petite and sharp Miss Hugh Dill was naturally within their scope of investigation. Combined with Hastur's choice to bring her to the party tonight, its intention is self-evident. It's no wonder that some members of the royal family looked unhappy because of this. They were going to bring up old scores, even though George III hadn't been dead for long. Mr. Asta, don't worry, I'm not nervous anymore. Hugh took a few deep breaths and finally regained her usual calmness, but the strong fire in her heart was still burning. She had thoroughly investigated the unjust case of her father's treason. It was all a frame-up by King George III, just because her father saw something he shouldn't have seen. After the death of George III, although she got her revenge, the honor of her father and their Dill family was not restored. In order to achieve this goal, she declined the invitation of the wise man and chose to stick to Backland. Finally, the opportunity she was waiting for tonight came. I believe you will deal with your mood and collect enough evidence. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is no evidence, as long as I say there is. Asta glanced at the lively and luxurious manor, stretched out his arm, and smiled. Miss Hugh Dill, we should go to the party. The appearance of Asta and Hugh naturally attracted many eyes. There are at least 5 popular theories among the nobles about the conflict and rift between Earl Hasta Campbell and the Lowen royal family. Since Asta went to Southwell County to do business, 3 Grand Dukes of Southwell have died. It is hard not to make associations. The strange deaths of King George III and King Covington II also made people fear the young-looking Earl Hasta Campbell, even though there is no evidence. Since the new king took the throne, the Lowen royal family has been trying to win over Earl Hasta Campbell, but they have always been reluctant to do so. It would be strange if there is no trick. The party was held as usual, but many eyes fell on Hugh beside Asta. The person who hosted the party on behalf of the Lowen royal family tonight was Duke Georgina Augustus. It is said that she was not the original candidate to host the party. After seeing Asta bring Hugh to the party, the royal family temporarily let Duke Georgina Augustus take this position. Soon, the normal evening party process was over. Led by Georgina Augustus, Duke Greg of Nigan, the Prime Minister, Earl Hall, Hastur, and 8 other nobles came to the secret meeting room on the second floor to discuss and sort out the major events that happened in the kingdom of Loan this year. You are more troublesome and more of a bastard than your father. Seeing Hester openly bringing Zio to the meeting, Georgina Augustus finally couldn't help but scold him. The friendship between your parents is not a capital that you can speak freely, and if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. This is a very simple truth. Asta just calmly led Zio to his position and asked Zio to bring out some evidence that she had already prepared. Haha, will the eagle soaring in the sky forget the kindness of feeding him before leaving the nest? Georgina Augustus' tone was still very unkind. If you have carefully studied my life, you should know that I definitely hate my nominal father more than I love him. Georgina Augustus was silent for a while, no longer so quarrelsome. She turned to look at Zio aside, rubbed her brows and said, "Daughter of Mason Dill, what do you want to ask for tonight?" "My father, he is so upright and kind, he must not die unjustly on the charge of rebellion." Zio's eyes turned red. "I can help your father restore his reputation and return the title and fiefdom of your Dill family." Georgina Augustus nodded and said, "Is there anything else?" "The mastermind who framed my father's unjust death must receive the punishment he deserves. Death is like a lamp going out. It's hard for me to agree to this condition." Zio took a deep breath before saying, "I want to make the truth known to the public and completely restore my father's innocence." Hearing this, Georgina Augustus frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Asta aside. Mason Dill's case was simple. The mastermind behind his unjust death on charges of treason was George III. This was no secret within the royal family. But now that George III has died, wanting to reveal the truth is similar to the Loan royal family issuing a self-incriminating edict for this. Such behavior will greatly affect the authority of the Loan royal family. And this is not the only wrong thing that George III did. It should be said that every king is like this. There is no king with clean hands. "Miss Hugh Dill, may I have a word with you in private?" Georgina Augustus saw that the main breakthrough point to solve tonight's matter was Hugh. Zio hesitated for a moment, then agreed to the request when Hester didn't express anything special. About 10 minutes later, the two of them returned. Zio was in a good mood, but still slightly dissatisfied, while Georgina Augustus looked much more relaxed. Hester roughly understood what the two had just talked about. Georgina Augustus should have minimized George III's mistakes and blamed them on partial belief and lax scrutiny, and used this to introduce another scapegoat for slander, thereby concealing the disgraceful history of George III from the public. Although he was not very satisfied with this solution, Zio had already accepted it, and judging from her usual style, she would probably stay in the Loan kingdom to work in the future, so she didn't say anything more. To solve the problem of Asta, Georgina Augustus naturally led the meeting conversation on the right track. Asta only listened and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, as for Greg, who has now inherited the title, his uncle, the Prime Minister, seems to have given in, and is gradually praising him as the family talker. After the meeting, Georgina Augustus wanted to invite Hester to stay and talk alone. "I'm not as casual as my father," Hester just replied lightly, and led Zio out of the manor under her angry eyes. Along the way, Zio didn't say anything. He just held tightly a small bag of meager evidence that he had worked so hard to collect. No one looked at the so-called evidence, and Duke Georgina Augustus didn't even have the intention to take back the evidence. This undoubtedly made Zio feel frustrated and indescribably aggrieved. After driving Zio back to the street where she lived, before getting off the bus, Zio said in a depressed tone, "Do my efforts look ridiculous in their eyes?" The word, "them," is used here, but Hester knows that he is also in this category. "It turned out well, didn't it?" Zio was silent for a while. "I will still keep working hard." Hester just smiled and said, "The royal family should compensate you with a manor, and you can move in with 4C. "Thank you, Mr. Hester." Zio bowed seriously, then stepped out of the carriage, lifted up her skirt and went upstairs, as if she was eager to tell 4C the good news. On December 31st, in the West District, near Green Park Street, a brand new building finally appeared in the eyes of passers-by. A few months ago, a large piece of land here was suddenly purchased by a mysterious buyer for a large sum of money. Then the nearby area was fenced off and a large number of construction workers were called in to start work. People passing by can only see the dusty scene inside from a distance, and cannot find out what is being built here. It was not until today that the fence surrounding the perimeter was removed, and the buildings that had been under construction for many days were finally exposed to the eyes of tourists. This is a building with an obvious church style, mainly in yellow and black, with yellow walls and black pointed protrusions. The glass is not ordinary painted, but dotted with star spots, like stars. The fragments blend into the glass surface little by little. Entering the interior of the church, you will see a dark tone, like a dark night shrouding it. What is responsible for illuminating the church are the candles hanging on the walls, ceilings, and both sides of the corridor. Unlike ordinary candles, once these special candles are lit, the light they emit is neither fiery red nor orange, but rather a hazy light blue. When all of them are lit, the entire church seems to be blooming with a starry sky. In the central hall and prayer hall of the church, there are statues of the king in yellow. There is no specific face, only the ragged yellow clothes outline the general shape. A book called The Book of Prophecy floats on his chest. There is a courtyard in the church. Going deeper from the courtyard, there is a small forest that looks like a natural forest. In the center of the small forest, there is a natural lake in a round shape. This is the biggest consideration for the Yellow Monk organization to choose this place. In the villa in Queens, Asta was sitting in the study, listening to Mrs. Lisa's detailed introduction to the scene and object of the Yellow Church based on a church drawing. After the introduction, Hasta asked, "Have all the invitations for the founding ceremony been sent out in advance?" "It has been done. Please rest assured, Lord God." Madame Lisa paused, put away the church drawings and said, "I am just worried that there may be an accident tonight." "Isn't this good?" Asta saw the worry in Madame Lisa's heart. "Or do you think the gods you believe in are not enough to control the situation?" Madame Lisa hurriedly denied that she had such an idea, and then Hester asked her if she was ready to become the Pope. The Pope, sequence one of the extraordinary path of the Yellow Monk. Even Madame Lisa herself was not sure whether she could be promoted. "Perhaps the miracle will come again. This is what we have been looking forward to." Madame Lisa said goodbye and left. Hester stayed in the study for a while, and then took Sharon and Azishara out shopping. It was close to the new year, and it was the day when Backland was lively again. At number 160 Bachland Street, Klein, who still maintained his rich persona, finally waited for Mr. Azik, who came from the far northern icefield. At this time, I was sitting on the balcony on the second floor, listening to Mr. Azik telling me about his travel life during this period. From fishing for seals in the northern icefield to the current chaos in the Fasak Empire, Mr. Azik, who had experienced all of this personally, slowly told the story in his calm and gentle tone. Klein seemed to be following Mr. Azik's story and taking an adventure and traveling. "I really want to go out and see." Klein sighed. "You're making rapid progress. Maybe it's time to take a break." If a person only knows how to move forward in his life, he will definitely miss many scenery along the way. "Mr. Azik, I understand what you mean, but I am vaguely uneasy in my heart. Unimaginable things may happen in the future. I dare not slack off for a moment." The two chatted for a while, and the topic naturally turned to the fact that the Yellow Monk organization was going to hold a founding ceremony. At 10 o'clock tonight, the starry sky was bright. "I don't know much about this organization. I only came into contact with it once when I was traveling in the Fasak Empire. It's hard to say what their position is." "Does Mr. Azik know about the secret existence of the Yellow King?" "In my long historical memory, there is no information about this secret existence. Perhaps he is an even older existence." Klein showed a little disappointment on his face, and then he took out an invitation from the drawer. The cover was the classic image of the Yellow King in ragged yellow clothes. "They also invited me to attend the founding ceremony tonight." Klein handed the invitation to Mr. Azik, who was interested. "I'm still hesitating. I don't know whether I should go to attend this ceremony tonight. If it's not convenient for you, I can go for you." Mr. Azik seems very interested in this. "I once met a confused person who didn't know where to go in the distant northern icefield. In him, I vaguely saw the image on your invitation." Klein thought for a while and said with a smile, Then I'll accompany Mr. Azek. Want to steal? Steal. Don't steal. 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 Don't steal. It's better to steal. Even though it's dangerous, such an exciting life is interesting, isn't it? In the wasteland outside Backland, 6 Amen were gathered together for a show of hands vote, which ended in a 4 versus 2 situation. The Yellow Clothes Church is a newly built new church. Isn't this what we have been prepared for? We just happened to steal this yellow church to make our new church. This will save a lot of things at once. You need to plan carefully. If the robbery fails, it will be too embarrassing. Oh, when have we ever returned home empty-handed? Amen just quietly watched the discussion of his clone. He had already solved the puzzle of the land abandoned by the gods. The Pales hiding in the king's court of giants is just a clone used to distract himself, not his true body. As for where Pales is hiding, he already has a guess in his mind, and he will try to find Pales as soon as the new year passes. When a crimson moon rises in the sky, the hour hand points to 9 o'clock in the evening, and there is only 1 hour left before the monks in yellow organize the establishment ceremony. Amen also began to take action. In order not to attract attention, he could only let his clone carry out tonight's action. As long as the clone steals the yellow church, the main body will immediately take the yellow church away from Backland. This plan of action is simple, even crude, but this is his consistent style. Careful consideration of the variables was the specialty of the paranoid, and he was too lazy to be like him. In the West District, near Green Park Street, the yellow church sits quietly on a grassy field. There is a flat road leading to Green Park Street from the church gate. Tonight, under the bright starry sky, carriages came from various places and stopped at the gate of the yellow church. Members of the yellow-clothed monks organization were already at the door to welcome guests into the church. These yellow-clothed monks were at least sequence 4 demigods. Leonard followed Archbishop Anthony out of the carriage and entered the church. When he came to the central hall, he glanced at the other people around him and felt a shiver in his heart. He has some knowledge of other members of the Orthodox Church. Like Archbishop Anthony, the candidates from other Orthodox churches who come to participate in the establishment ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church tonight are basically archbishops. Even the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, whose parishes are not in Backland, also sent an archbishop to arrive on time. As for the Church of the Mother Earth, it is Bishop Utravsky of the Harvest Church. He is a favored person of God and his status is not low. In addition to members of the 6 Orthodox churches, there are also members of other secret organizations. Some of them made Leonard tremble with fear. Serafina, the immortal witch of the witch sect, a counselor of the School of Life, and a saint of the Aurora Order. Even the Rose School, a secretive organization that everyone yelled about, sent a saint to participate. There are also a few people whom Leonard cannot see through. An old man with gray hair and a gray-white robe wearing a rabbit mask, a thin old man wearing a lemon-yellow robe with a white beard, and a young man whose eyes seemed to contain multiple dimensions. Next to the young man was a strong man who was holding a half-meter-long grilled fish and eating it with gusto. Whether it was an illusion or not, Leonard felt that the Archbishop and other members of the secret organization present were consciously staying away from the two people, as if they were afraid of something. I told you a long time ago that we are not here for a banquet tonight. I want you to fill your stomach on the island first. It's okay, there are a lot of delicious things here. The strong man touched his belly with a big hand soaked in oil, and his eyes swept over everyone present with greed. Seeing this made people feel a chill in their hearts, and Leonard subconsciously stayed away from those two people. Many more people came one after another. What is certain is that these people are all powerful beyonders. Klein, who asked his marionette to attend the establishment ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church on his behalf, was also in the crowd at the moment. His eyes swept around vaguely, and the same thoughts as Leonard came to his mind. With so many members of the secret organization gathered here, there will probably be a big fuss later. Even if they don't know how to do anything in the church, once they get out of the church, the archbishops of the Orthodox Church will never let the people of the Witch Sect, Aurora Society and Rose School leave easily. It's really lively. I'm afraid something big will really happen tonight. Mr. Azek, who was next to Klein, looked around and was filled with emotion. In the mysterious world, it is usually difficult to encounter a sequence 4 demigod, but here tonight, let alone sequence 4 demigods, there are several even angels, and there are even some who cannot tell the difference, exist. Such a terrifying lineup gathered here will definitely attract the attention of the gods, and there will be more than one god. Maybe their eyes will be focused here tonight. If the king in yellow, whom the monk in yellow believes in, cannot control the situation, there is no guarantee that a divine war will not break out here tonight. The divine war that breaks out in Backland, no matter how careful you are, will definitely affect a large number of innocent people. As time approached the 10 o'clock founding ceremony, the entire Yellow Church was suddenly shaken, as if someone wanted to forcibly move the entire Yellow Church away. At this time, on the right shoulder of the Yellow King statue in the central church, there was a golden box shaped like a coffin. It seemed to shake gently, and the entire Yellow Church stabilized and could not be shaken again. Interesting things. The high-dimensional overlooker looked at the golden box carefully, as if he had confirmed something. I didn't expect that the first person to appear tonight would be a thief. He tastes good, do you want to try it? I'm a little hungry. It just so happens that we are short of a suitable gift. I can't wait to try it. The original hunger laughed and followed the high-dimensional overlooker to leave the church directly. You are so bold that you dared to steal the church at this time. The thin old man in a lemon-yellow robe showed a sarcastic smile on his face. The old man wearing a rabbit mask said, "He has always been indulgent and always does whatever he wants. The Angel King is strong, but he has not yet become a god. If you trust yourself too much, you will suffer a great loss in the future." Everyone present was shocked when the thin old man said this. Just now, an Angel King tried to steal the Yellow Church from a distance, but failed. And the young man and the strong man were planning to start hunting. This old man didn't seem to be afraid of the Angel King at all, and even dared to comment casually. The same thought came to Klein and Leonard's minds, it must be Aemon. Only Aemon, the Angel King of the Thief Path, could steal the church at this time. Soon, a second thought emerged in their minds. The Yellow King should beat Aemon up quickly, and it would be best if he beat him half to death. "Young man, do you have time to chat after the ceremony?" The thin old man walked to Klein's secret doll, and his cloudy eyes seemed to easily see Klein himself hiding in the distance and manipulating the secret doll. "I don't know how to call you yet, Veneton. This name may be unfamiliar to you. You can also call me Astrologer D. Fussman. This name should be somewhat well-known." Astrologer D. Fussman. This name is also unfamiliar to me, Klein secretly complained. The name Veneton made him feel very familiar, but he was not sure. "So you are a member of the Pure Light Brotherhood." Azek seemed to remember something. "I know you too, the descendant of the former god of death, the Death Archon of the Balaam Empire." Veneton naturally told Azek's identity. "It's nice to meet you, sir." Azek smiled and nodded, then said to Klein, "It won't hurt to have a good chat." Seeing what Mr. Azek said, Klein accepted the invitation. "Anyway, it's just a secret puppet, and it won't endanger me if something happens." After a brief chat, Veneton followed the old man wearing the rabbit mask and left. They seemed to have a good relationship. Venetian, also known as Huang Guang, represents the symbol of the astrology field. "What, it's him?" Klein understood it all at once. It turned out that the so-called Brotherhood of Pure Light refers to the 7 pure lights in the spiritual world. "No wonder he came to talk to me. He must have seen something from me. He has always speculated about the existence of gray fog. If he guessed correctly, the place where the gray fog is located should be at the highest point in the spiritual world, just above the heads of the 7 pure lights." Now Huang Guang Veneton's attitude has helped him prove his guess. After a simple prelude, when the wall clock pointed to 10 o'clock, all the candles in the Yellow Church were lit. The azure candles dyed the entire church the color of the starry sky. The dome glass above the head that can receive the light of the stars has already led the starlight into the church, which is even more like a dream, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Along the shore, cutting through the clouds, the twin suns sink into the lake, the long shadows fall down. There, the wonderful night when the black star rises. The wonderful moon running in the night, the ragged yellow clothes flutter in the wind. The song disappears silently there when the soul no longer sings. When the tears no longer flow, the Lord of the starry sea in the distant starry sky. The nameless one of chaos and formlessness, he will come in the expectation of thousands of believers. The neat chanting sounded from every corner of the yellow church. The yellow monks in ragged yellow clothes lowered their heads, closed their eyes, and clasped their hands in front of their chests, chanting this ballad in a distant and pious tone. The starlight in the church has a few more brilliance in the ballad, and the light spots are like elves, with their own will. At this moment, with the tune of the ballad, it is composed into a melodious melody, flying up and down. The gentle tune makes the listeners seem to be led by the ballad to the endless starry sky. Here, the Lord of the starry sea in the distant starry sky, the chaotic and invisible unspeakable one, slowly emerges from the vision, from the mind, and from the heart in the shining stars. An indescribable supreme existence, a mysterious existence that is difficult to peek into. They seem to have seen something, but also seem to have seen nothing. In a daze, the so-called starry sky and the so-called unspeakable one have disappeared. In the central church, a figure wearing a yellow robe, a golden crown, bare feet, solemn expression, elegant posture, slowly walked over accompanied by yellow monks on both sides. Mrs. Lisa came to the front of the crowd, took a book called Yellow God Revelation from the tray in the hands of the accompanying yellow monk, turned a page, and chanted loudly. On September 27, 1351, the great Yellow King once again sent down his will from the distant starry sea, and the devout believer Lisa Bastian received it. God said, "A church is needed." The Yellow Monk organization has since been renamed the Yellow Church, with Lisa Bastian as the first pope. On December 31, 1351, at 10 o'clock in the evening, believer Lisa Bastian will establish the Yellow Church under the gaze of the great Yellow King and the witness of the Lord of God. The vast starry sky seemed to be moved, and the stars were bright and dazzling, guiding the starlight through the dome glass and into the interior of the Yellow Church. The first pope of the Yellow Church, Lisa Bastian, was bathed in the light of the stars. The golden crown on her head gradually changed its original material and appearance with the infusion of starlight, and turned into a crystal clear, bright, light blue star crown. The yellow robe on her body also changed at this moment, from an ordinary yellow robe to a black-based, star-studded robe of stars. The crimson moon and the eternal sun each converged their light and were imprinted on the two ends of the star robe. At this time, the endless light of the stars slowly condensed into a staff with a light blue base, gold and black interwoven, the star staff, in the empty grip of her right hand. The golden lines began to extend from the bottom of the star staff, spreading all the way to the top of the staff to form a golden gem, like an eternal sun shining holy light. The black lines also spread and intertwined, forming a crimson and mysterious coral-colored full moon on the other side of the staff top, like a crimson moon spitting out moonlight. All the visitors who attended the founding ceremony held their breath and carefully observed every subtle change. The faces of the archbishops of the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the Eternal Sun were the ugliest and most serious, while Bishop Utravsky, the favored one of the Church of the Mother Earth, remained silent. The symbolism here was too strong, it was simply a blasphemy to their faith. The Lord of the distant star sea, known as the King in Yellow, seemed to be above the eternal sun and the crimson moon. If the gods had not sent down an oracle related to this, they would have definitely defined the newly established Church in Yellow as an evil and terrifying blasphemous organization. The high-dimensional overlooker and the original Hunger, who had returned at some point, were also observing the subtle changes in the light of the stars. Their idea was that the stars were gradually replacing the King in Yellow. Yes, this was an extremely clear signal. This was the Church of the King in Yellow, and these were his followers, but the first pope, under the blessing of the stars, gradually became like the stars. The golden crown turned into a crown of stars, and the yellow robe turned into a robe of stars. The so-called divine revelation, the so-called miracle, was the stars exerting their might in the air, not the King in Yellow whom they believed in. This scene seemed to explain the relationship between the stars and the King in Yellow. Perhaps from the beginning, the stars and the King in Yellow were not the same. It was the stars that devoured the King in Yellow, and gradually recovered and occupied the authority that should have belonged to the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, the Lord of the Sea of Stars in the distant starry sky. Such a description definitely overlaps with the stars in terms of authority. The two had fought, and the King in Yellow was defeated in the end. After a long period of digestion and slumber, the stars woke up before the end of the world, while the King in Yellow slept forever in the past history. Is this the truth about the stars? The high-dimensional overlooker and the original Hunger looked at each other, and could not be sure. Perhaps our idea is wrong. Since I woke up, I have witnessed the battle between God and the mysterious, but I have not sensed the war between the stars and the Yellow King. While saying words that only they could hear, Primordial Hunger threw a fat time worm into his mouth and chewed it as a snack. It is indeed impossible for such an ancient existence. Perhaps the stars are just a false identity. I am not good at thinking. Primordial Hunger ate another time worm and licked his lips. You are right just now. This worm tastes good, but the number is a little small. It's gone in a few bites. The high-dimensional overlooker did not speak again. His eyes moved from the Pope of the Yellow Church to the starlight falling from the dome. There, a figure was slowly taking shape. He seemed to be condensed from pure light, a collection of the light of the stars, and the incarnation of a powerful and extraordinary person. The messenger of the Yellow Church? He should be called the favored one of the stars. The figure that emerged from the starlight column also attracted the attention of others present. When the light of the stars was absorbed by the figure, the people present finally saw his specific appearance. He wore a plain white robe, with long smooth black hair hanging down to his waist, bare feet, handsome face, slightly open eyes, filled with a starry sky, which made people easily confused when they looked at him. What people care most is the holy light that flows naturally on him, as if he is made of pure light. If he didn't have too obvious scorching sun aura, the Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church would almost think he was the envoy of his own church. Lord Envoy. Even though he has become the first Pope of the Yellow Church, Mrs. Lisa's tone is still respectful. You did a good job. After Hasta adapted to this starlight incarnation, he slowly said, my title in the church from now on is the Holy Master. I will give you the wisdom to think, I will give you the determination to break through confusion, and I will lead you to pursue the figure of the gods step by step until you reach the end of the starry sky. Mrs. Lisa suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried to reply in a calm tone. Follow the oracle conveyed by the Holy Master. After solving the problem of his future identity, Hasta's eyes swept across the people present, and a smile appeared on his face and said, just now a thief wanted to steal the church. The thief is here. Before Hasta finished speaking, the high-dimensional overlooker threw the 4 time worms in his hand in front of Hasta. Just consider it as my gift for the founding ceremony of the Yellow Church. The high-dimensional overlooker deliberately paused for a moment on the word yellow. Primal Hunger looked at the last 2 time worms left in his palm, hesitated for a moment, stuffed them into his mouth and ate them cleanly, then pretended nothing happened, showing a simple and innocent look. You are so thoughtful. Asta glanced at the 4 time worms, looked far away, and saw Eamon still wandering around the outskirts of Backland. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Even though his clone responsible for stealing the church had failed, he still had no intention of leaving Backland. His eyes were always focused on everything that happened here. When Hasta's eyes met Amon's, he had an interesting idea. I will hunt down the thief tonight. Who wants to go with me? The Lord of the Yellow Church, no, the Holy Master, is going to cause trouble for Eamon. Is he trying to use Eamon to establish his authority? Klein and Leonard remained silent, but in their hearts they were shouting, great job. They had long been angry at this elusive Angel King, but the difference in strength was too great, so they could only avoid him and bury the idea of revenge deep in their hearts. Hey, count me in. Primordial Hunger was the first to sign up. His eyes swept across the others present and smacked his lips. After all, he tastes pretty good. The high-dimensional overlooker did not speak, but chose to watch. He was not the foodie Primordial Hunger. If he wanted him to deal with Eamon, the stars had to speak up in person, so that they could leave a favor. The others looked at each other. Although some of them did not know what the time worm represented, they still had the ability to read people's expressions and capture the atmosphere of the scene. They knew that it would be a difficult enemy, and it was not certain whether they would be enemies or friends with the Yellow Church in the end. "Let's go." Hastur nodded to the original hunger, and then said to Madame Lisa, "The next thing is up to you." Madame Lisa nodded in agreement. The reason why the Yellow Church invited so many people to tonight's founding ceremony was not only for them to watch the ceremony, but also for another purpose. The Yellow Church needs to promote its doctrines, express its position, divide the territory and recruit believers with the 6 major churches and other secret organizations. In short, it is to make them recognize the legitimacy of the Yellow Church and give up some of the related interests. This is the most concerned issue for the gods watching here tonight. As soon as Hastur and the original hunger left the Yellow Church, Aemon on the outskirts of Backland narrowed his eyes, smiled, gathered the clones around him, and stood there waiting leisurely. He also wanted to see what kind of extraordinary abilities the followers of the stars had, and perhaps take the opportunity to glimpse the power of the stars. Aemon the blasphemer, the sinner who blasphemes the gods, are you ready to receive the punishment of God? Hastur's incarnation of light, ignoring the distance, descended directly in front of Aemon. God? Blasphemy? Aemon just laughed like this? Aemon took off his monocle and threw it towards the Yellow Church through the air. The monocle instantly expanded hundreds of times and turned into a portal. The blazing light of the sun inside flashed and surged, as if it would burst out and melt everything in the next moment. Well, this is the daylight he stole a few days ago. A very good gift. Hastur's new incarnation appeared in the blazing light of the sun, and it continued to absorb the light belonging to the sun. Very interesting ability. Aemon just looked at Hastur curiously. Isn't it a star path that belongs to the stars and not a currently known extraordinary path? He had contact with the Yellow monks and knew that the extraordinary path of the King of Yellow did not have such an ability. Giving birth to an incarnation in any light and mastering light should be the authority of the stars. Hastur did not answer. The incarnation of sunlight in the distance, wearing Amon's monocle, also ignored the distance and came to Aemon in an instant. That's not how you wear glasses. Aemon just pushed his glasses lightly, and the incarnation of the sun opposite turned into Amon's appearance. Stealing, this is his most specialized ability, as long as there is a loophole. And wearing the monocle that he threw out is a very obvious loophole. Now, I have 2. The 2 Amons looked at Hastur at the same time. Then I should have 3. Hastur chuckled, and 2 figures walked out of the mirrors of the 2 Amons' monocles. This is an incarnation formed by mirror light. Want to be more than people? Aemon seemed to be interested in this, and he started to replicate himself on the spot. Soon, dozens of Amons appeared around, and there was even a trend of continuous flow. If there is you, there is me. One by one, Hastur walked out of Amon's monocle. Although their strength was very weak, they were spectacular. Hey, your clones look too fragile. Aemon exhaled, and turned into a series of thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, the light incarnations transformed by Hastur were swept away, leaving only the strongest starlight incarnation. Your clones are also very fragile. A voice that did not belong to Hastur sounded, and the original hunger, who felt it was boring, opened his mouth and sucked hard, swallowing dozens of clones transformed by Aemon into his mouth. He chewed several times, frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "Only 2, so stingy." Aemon was not angry, he looked up at the starry sky and smiled. The outer gods who colluded with the starry sky and claimed to be the true gods of the real world can't tolerate you. When his voice fell, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the dull and oppressive atmosphere continued to press down from the dark clouds, and purple lightning kept moving back and forth in the dark clouds. It seems that the Lord of Storms can't help it. The smile on Amon's face became more obvious. Suddenly, a thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning struck Amon's head. Although Aemon diverted the direction of the lightning at the last moment, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a chill that penetrated his bones. Tisk, it seems that the Lord of Storms can't tolerate you even more. This time, it was Hastur's turn to say a few sarcastic words. I forgot that he had betrayed me once, so he naturally doesn't mind betraying me again. Aemon just sneered. This is not Backland. There is no Church of the Lord of Storms, nor his believers. Even if the Lord of Storms wanted to target him, he could not bring down much divine power. The Lord of Storms naturally understood this truth, so the behavior just now was deliberately to disgust him.
It must be said that the Lord of Storms successfully angered him. Next time he will destroy the Church of the Lord of Storms and let his believers embark on the path of betrayal of faith one by one.
Aren't you going to escape yet? Maybe the next one to send down divine punishment will be the God of knowledge and wisdom. Hastur didn't mind provoking Aemon a little more. Childish provocation. As soon as Aemon finished speaking, a beam of knowledge as bright as a meteor in the sky pierced Amon's body directly, leaving a huge deep pit in the original place. Soon, another Aemon walked out of the original Amon's body. Just such a divine punishment that came out of thin air could not really threaten him at all. Aemon, guess who will be the next one, the god of steam and machinery? Faced with Hastur's ridicule, Aemon didn't say anything this time, but narrowed his eyes and looked at Hastur thoughtfully. Did they actually bow to the stars? This is not bowing, but standing in line. Hastur corrected the mistake in Amon's words. Last time in the Rorstad archipelago, the Lord of Storms stood on the opposite side of the stars. This time, between the stars and Aemon, he and the god of knowledge and wisdom clearly chose the stars. Haha, but you can't trust them at all. Aemon, with a cold expression on his face, wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the original hunger beside him, and swallowed him in one gulp. You are not even the original body, and you are still here, aren't you bored? Asta looked at the original hunger with a complicated look, and led him to continue the journey to pursue Amon's original body. Backland, on the streets of Queens, a two-wheeled carriage accelerated through the streets under the skillful driving of the coachman. Suddenly, the lights around dimmed and brightened, and a figure formed by the lights blocked the carriage. Aemon, are you looking for me? I'm curious about where your real body is hiding. The carriage stopped, the coachman pulled the reins, and the horse raised its front hooves to crush the figure in front of it. Under the light, the coachman looked very young and wore a monocle. A new light figure appeared in front of Aemon again. Next time you want to completely solve my incarnation, remember to steal all the lights around. Thank you for telling me. Sitting in the carriage, Aemon simply waved his hand, and all the streetlights around him, including the lights of the residents' houses, were stolen. Alas, there is still light in the sky, you should work harder. Hastur's incarnation of a crimson moonlight fell on the top of the carriage, sat quietly, crossed his legs and said, "Now, where are you going to find my body? And where does your body want to escape to?" Escape? With your insignificant incarnation? Amon's mouth showed a hint of ridicule. If you are not afraid, why doesn't your body come? Guess where my body went? Such a question is too simple, so that I wonder if your wisdom has also been eaten by the god of knowledge and wisdom. Hastur sneered, and then said, "You want to find Pallas, right? Do you need me to tell you where he is hiding?" "I think I know." Aemon seemed to have stolen the thoughts and ideas in Hastur's incarnation's head, but the next moment, he frowned slightly. Because Hastur's mind thought that Pallas was hiding in the Giant King's court in the god-forsaken land, and this option had been ruled out by him. The night is long, and we still have time to continue this game. I am also looking forward to the outcome of this game.
Aemon smiled and wiped out the Hastur incarnation sitting on the carriage, and continued to drive the carriage on the streets of Queens. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was looking down at the entire Backland through the Hall of Stars. Any clone of Aemon that sneaked into Backland was under his watch. Occasionally, he would condense a clone with little strength to chat with Aemon. Sometimes, he would just quietly watch every move of Amon's clone to see what else he wanted to do. From time to time, he would expand his vision and sweep his eyes across the North Continent, the South Continent, and the god-forsaken land to find the direction where Amon's body was hiding. But it was too much effort and consumed spiritual power, so Hastur, who wanted to maintain multiple clones for a night, had to retract his gaze and lean back to rest for a while. Although he was already a Sequence 3 Beander, his spiritual power was not yet inexhaustible. In particular, he had to maintain a starlight incarnation that was not much worse than his original body, and the miracle he performed through the Hall of Stars before also consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Otherwise, he could really be like the true gods who are high above, looking down at every move of the entire real world. At present, the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have already taken sides on Aemon. Although the Goddess of Night has not expressed her opinion, she also does not like Amon's character, otherwise she would not choose to support Klein. Steam, this useless person who stands on the same side, all depends on how the hidden sage performs. The Mother Goddess of Earth and the Goddess of Night are iron allies, and I have seen his traces in the kingdom of the Goddess of Night many times.
As for the eternal blazing sun, it is already a good ending for him to survive until the end of the world and then fall. Basically, except for the true creator and Adam, Amon's old father, other true gods and hidden beings are more or less disgusted with Aemon. When Aemon competes with Klein again in the future, he will definitely pay for his current behavior. By the way, when Aemon fails and comes to the starry sky, I should be able to teach him what rules are. Now, even with the help of the original hunger, it is not an easy task to find and target Aemon. But this does not prevent him from writing about what happened tonight. For example, tonight Aemon was chased and killed, and fled with his tail between his legs, all the way from Backland to the forsaken land of God. Anyway, Aemon is good at deception, and few people will believe his words. In this way, the Yellow Church can be regarded as using Amon's incident to establish its prestige. Is the Yellow King really gone? Hasta thought of this key question again. Tonight he waited for a long time and observed for a long time in the Hall of Stars, but still did not wait for the Yellow King to move at all. This made him only use the blessing of the stars to replace the Yellow King step by step. But even so, the Yellow King still did not move at all, and the things in the golden box were also terribly quiet. Such a dead silence made Hasta even more worried. He also thought about whether his sequence was too low now and he could not trigger the backup left by the Yellow King.
For example, the stars or the Yellow King will awaken in his body only when he is promoted to sequence 1 or ascends to God in one step.
There are too many possibilities. Hasta continued to think for a while, and then cast his eyes on his light incarnation. Possessing the extraordinary ability of the other shore, he has an extraordinary speed in traveling. With the guidance of the main body in the Hall of Stars, he has caught the incarnations of Aemon many times. Unfortunately, there was an original hunger with him, and the time worms he harvested were eaten by the original hunger one by one like eating candy beans, and they were crunchy. Soon, he passed through the northern continent, crossed the Sea of Ruins, and came to the God-forsaken land.
Before he found Aemon, Ouroboros appeared in front of him, and then the true creator used Ouroboros as a channel to lead Hasta's clone to the Black Holy Mountain. There were only Hasta and the true creator hidden in the shadow curtain behind the huge cross. Aemon will be the hope of the future. The first sentence of the true creator was to let Hasta end the hunt tonight. I think it won't have much impact on the future whether he is there or not. We always need a second choice. Although Hasta didn't want to give up the hunt tonight so easily, the real creator was right. There must always be a second choice. This is not only the selfishness of the real creator, but also the other gods and secret beings who are watching and watching think so. Only with a choice can both sides invest and stand on the side, which can make them feel more at ease. Which do you think is more important, divinity or humanity? Hasta threw a question back. Humanity is the cornerstone of resisting madness and chaos. Hasta smiled. He knew that the real creator would definitely answer like this, and he could only answer like this. Then do you think Aemon has enough humanity to resist madness and chaos? Fun, teasing, and deception are also manifestations of human nature. It's just because he has been smooth sailing all the way and has never been on the verge of despair. How can he have any real humanity? He just relies on his powerful ability to bully the weak. Powerful power will inevitably lead to such a phenomenon. You, me, and them are essentially like this. Aemon seriously lacks the spirit of sacrifice. When it comes to the critical moment, he will definitely retreat. Fear of death is also a kind of human nature. The true creator still answered calmly. Hasta was immediately happy. According to the true creator's idea, all of Amon's actions can be said to be human nature. Oh, Adam seems to be more human than Aemon. After all, human nature is all-encompassing and can be filled with anything. Now I understand why you have never been able to convince Adam. Verbal arguments cannot solve all problems. Hasta chuckled and said,
Although what you said sounds reasonable, it is still difficult to hide your special care and concern for Aemon. This is also my human nature. Asta was silent for a while, unable to refute a sentence, only tonight, if he does not provoke me again in the future. Okay. The true creator said again, you should not keep protecting Pales. This is another price. The true creator said nothing more, the black holy mountain disappeared, and Asta reappeared in the empty sea of ruins. In the sky, the stars and the crimson moon have disappeared, replaced by a rising sun. How thoughtful. Hastur curled his lips. Soon, primordial hunger came, still chewing something in his mouth. Seeing Hastur's eyes looking over, he hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth, and said with a grin, "Are you still chasing? You look excited? I have always been very serious about eating. Do you have too much humanity?" Primordial hunger shook his head and said, "On the contrary, it is precisely because we are seriously lacking in humanity that we appear to be so abundant. If you can only stay in the sea and eat grilled fish for 10,000 years, and suddenly there is a pile of fruit in front of you, you will definitely throw away the grilled fish and run to the fruit, but in fact, you don't like to eat fruit at all." The metaphor of primordial hunger is easy to understand, which makes Hastur better understand the old way of thinking of some outer gods such as high-dimensional overlookers and primordial hunger. Wouldn't it be the same if you eat too much fruit? Primal hunger did not answer Hastur's question. Backland, Yellow Church. It was late at night here. When Madame Lisa, as the first pope of the Yellow Church, spoke openly about the future demands of the Yellow Church, the archbishops of the 6 major Orthodox churches who were already sitting together inevitably began to discuss. Other secret organizations were curiously waiting for the attitudes of the 6 major Orthodox churches. As a bystander, Klein listened with great interest at this moment, and from time to time he chatted with the old man wearing the rabbit mask, Huang Guang Veneton, and Mr. Azek. Although Leonard also wanted to eat melons quietly, as a member of the Church of the Night, he was indignant at this moment. The main demands of the Yellow Church can be summarized into 3 points. First, the Yellow Church wants to become an Orthodox church at the same level as the 6 major Orthodox churches, rather than a secret organization that can only secretly recruit believers in secret. Second, the Yellow Church wants to occupy the western part of Backland to preach and recruit believers, and wants the 6 major Orthodox churches to endorse it to increase its credibility. Third, the Yellow Church wants to divide the believers and land of the Faesak Empire with the Church of the Night, because it is close to the far north and is the country with the brightest stars. The first 2 requirements were actually fine. The other 6 major Orthodox churches had no major objections to making the Yellow Church an Orthodox church. After all, the god of war had fallen, and having another Yellow King as a substitute was a good choice. The gods approved of this, otherwise they would not have allowed them to attend the Yellow Church's founding ceremony. The second requirement was to allow the development of faith in a district in Backland, which was not a big deal. This was similar to the Earth Mother Church, except that the area where the Yellow Church was located was the more affluent Western District. If it was just this, the Church of the Night, the Church of the Storm, and the Church of the Steam would have gritted their teeth and accepted it. But the last request seemed too greedy. The war between the Kingdom of Loen and the Faesak Empire had already sacrificed countless soldiers. It could be said that every inch of land was paved with blood. Now, seeing that the Faesak Empire was about to be conquered, the Yellow Church came out to pick peaches and enjoy the fruits of victory. It was really unbearable. In particular, the Yellow Church only invited the Night Church to share the Faesak Empire with it, excluding the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the Storm Church, and the Steam Church. Such a move was undoubtedly unbearable for several major churches. The representatives of the Knowledge and Wisdom Church and the Earth Mother Church did not react much to this, because they only needed to meet the first demand of the Yellow Church, and the other 2 demands had nothing to do with them. This is impossible. The believers of the Lord of Storms were the first to stand up and object. The Faesak Empire is already in the pocket of the Kingdom of Loen. In this war, our 3 major churches have contributed manpower and effort, and it is impossible to give up this benefit in vain. The person in charge of the Steam Church also said, "The Yellow Church has just been established, and the number of your believers may not even be 10,000. How can you take half of the Fasak Empire? Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church had a subtle expression. According to the demands of the Yellow Church, the Night Church and the Yellow Church should share the Fasak Empire. Although this may be a division and enticement by the Yellow Church, the Night Church did not suffer any losses. But he still chose to stand on the side of the Storm Church and the Steam Church. In such matters, they always advance and retreat together. Facing the protests of the three Orthodox churches, Mrs. Lisa still maintained her usual smile on her face, and her eyes looked at the remaining three major churches. I think this is a very reasonable request. Every church should have its own foothold. After the war in the Fasak Empire, everything has been revived. It is always a good thing to have more power to comfort the hearts of those who have lost their faith. The head of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom half closed his eyes and agreed with the request of the Yellow Church. Bishop Utravsky of the Church of Mother Earth was silent for a while, and also chose to agree with the request of the Yellow Church. This scene made the faces of the heads of the other major churches change slightly. The Goddess of Night now has a good relationship with the Mother Earth. How could there be a rift in such a matter? Was it Bishop Utravsky's own decision, or was it an oracle from the Mother Earth? They did not dare to think deeply. Archbishop Anthony hesitated to speak and glanced at Utravsky with a strange look. In this matter, the goddess did not deliberately send down two accurate oracles, which made him a little unsure of the attitude of the gods on this matter. This is indeed a very reasonable request. The representative of the Eternal Sun Church also followed closely and said. At this point, the scene fell into a brief silence. The six major Orthodox churches expressed their views on this matter, with 3 in favor and 3 against. The leaders of other secret organizations also smelled a different atmosphere tonight. Klein also stopped chatting with the people around him and looked at the leaders of the 6 major Orthodox churches. It seems that the final situation is 4-3. Mrs. Lisa smiled and said, "The Yellow Church will naturally vote for me. The Yellow Church is not a true church, and you don't have the right to vote in favor." The Archbishop of the Storm Church spoke in a low tone, as if he was suppressing his anger. Why not? These demands were raised by the Yellow Church, so they naturally have one vote in favor. That's right. Tonight it's clearly a 4-3 situation. Even if you continue to discuss, will you change the position of your respective churches? Before Mrs. Lisa could speak, representatives of other secret organizations began to grumble. The first to speak were the people of the Aurora Society, who never mind making trouble. Then came the speeches of the Life School and the Witch Cult. Mrs. Lisa just smiled and looked at the archbishops of the 3 major churches. The Archbishop of the Storm Church swept his sharp eyes over the other 3 churches that voted in favor, and finally his eyes fell on the Archbishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The other 2 churches could be said to be deliberately making trouble for them, but the Intis Republic where the Eternal Blazing Sun Church is located also occupied a part of the land of the Fasak Empire. How could they be willing to give up this part of the benefits? Hey, if you don't agree with this situation, you can make a fuss. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. The Archbishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church ignored the murderous look of the Archbishop of the Storm Church. It's better to have a fight. It saves you from wasting so much time talking here. In the end, you don't even come to any conclusion and it just makes people laugh. This sentence came from the person in charge of the Rose School. This matter is of great importance. We need to obtain the oracle of the gods before we can make the final decision. The Archbishop of the Steam Church stepped forward to delay the time. The Fasak Empire has not been completely conquered yet, and it is too early to discuss these things now. Archbishop Anthony had to say a few words along with this topic. Time waits for no one. Madame Lisa glanced at everyone and chuckled. If we can't reach a consensus on this matter, then the future Fasak Empire will be fought for by each person's ability. Although it was just a casual remark, it made people shudder all over, and it seemed that a bloody battlefield was being formed in front of them. Does the Yellow Church have the confidence to gain more benefits in the battle for the Fasak Empire? What do they rely on? Or is this a threat? In just a few moments, the people present had different moods. In the end, the Storm Church insisted on its position and refused to make concessions. The Steam Church followed closely, and the Night Church remained silent. The leaders of the Aurora Society, the Rose School, and the witch sect laughed sinisterly a few times, as if they had reached some kind of consensus. Madame Lisa looked up at the starry sky. The 6 gods above did not give any oracles for this. There was only silence. It seems that tonight is over. I don't know if the gods are satisfied with this meeting tonight. In the following time, the Yellow Church began to discuss some small details with the 6 major churches, mainly including how to spread the doctrine and what responsibilities the Yellow Church should bear. Until the sun rose the next day, there was still no fighting here, which was really a pity. At least Klein felt a little disappointed. He thought that at least other gods would appear tonight and give oracles, but he didn't expect it to be spent quietly. It was a waste of his good time for the whole night. "Young man, do you remember our agreement last night?" As soon as Klein walked out of the door of the Yellow Church, Huang Guang Veneton walked in front of Klein with a kind smile. "Aren't we finished talking?" Klein looked curious. Last night, he had talked about many things with the Yellow Light Veneton, and learned a lot of useful extraordinary knowledge from him. "Those are just commonplace talk. Mr. Azek, what do you think?" This is a very good opportunity for communication. Klein decided to talk to him as Don Tangstai later. "What a pity, I still have some things to deal with, otherwise I would also like to chat with you." The old man wearing the rabbit mask nodded slightly and disappeared from the spot. It's really a pity. Klein deeply regrets this. Although it was just a one-night conversation, the other party's erudition left a deep impression on him. This old man is like a history that can walk and live. I don't know who the old man's true identity is, but I think he should be a big man who can leave a name in history. That's an angel on earth. Azek saw Klein's thoughts and whispered. Tisk, what a terrible night. Klein suddenly felt that it was a good thing that there was no fight last night. Boom. When Klein and his companions left the Yellow Church and were about to leave in a carriage, they heard a deafening roar of thunder. Members of the Rose School, the Aurora Society, and the Witch Cult were being besieged by the believers of the 6 major Orthodox churches. This was a belated battle. Is this an opportunity to vent your anger on them? Klein looked at them for a while, and an unfriendly thought came to his mind. The Archbishop of the Storm Church was obviously really angry. He looked like he wanted to split the Aurora Society's envoy in half. The Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church caught the person in charge of the Rose School and attacked and bit him like a mad dog, as if there was some irreconcilable hatred. The Church of the Night, the Church of Steam, and the Mother Earth were much more restrained. They just wanted to surround these people and wait for rescue. As for the Archbishop of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, he played a classic game of fighting and paddling. Soon, the blue sky was torn apart by a huge black hairy arm like a mountain. It easily waved away the encirclement, embraced a group of people from the Rose School in its arms, and wanted to leave quickly. A river of time flowed by, sweeping away the members of the Aurora Society. As for the people of the Witch Sect, a black space portal appeared in front of them, allowing them to retreat calmly. Faced with such an attack by a being that was clearly superior to a Sequence 4 demigod, the high and mighty gods did not react. It can be seen that this siege was not caused by their oracles, but by the personnel of several major Orthodox churches. It is also possible that there are also secret beings watching here from afar. Unless they want to make Backland a battlefield, they can only let them take people away. It is also possible that this is to give face to the King in Yellow. It is impossible for him to come all the way to participate in the founding ceremony, and even his life safety cannot be guaranteed, right? Everyone should go back. Madame Lisa spoke calmly, indicating that the personnel of the 6 major Orthodox churches could leave instead of blocking here to cause trouble. As she spoke, the aura of a Sequence 2 Earth Angel was faintly revealed, which made her words more heavy. Klein, who had no excitement to watch, said to Mr. Azek and Huang Guangguanidin, "Let's go too." The 3 got on the carriage and left. The members of other secret organizations also quickly left, and the members of the 6 major Orthodox churches also got on the carriage and left. It was just that the carriage of the Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church left for a while, then secretly returned and stopped in the woods behind the Yellow Church. Mrs. Lisa was also quite curious about the Archbishop's behavior. She didn't remember that the Yellow Monk organization had any dealings with the Eternal Sun Church before. But the other party clearly stood on the side of the Yellow Church last night, so Mrs. Lisa invited him in for a talk. Excuse me. The Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church was a man over 50 years old, with curly blonde hair, a slightly gray beard, and a fairly strong body. He called himself William Thompson. Let me make a long story short. Before I left, His Holiness the Pope summoned me alone. He hoped that I could build a friendly bridge between the Eternal Sun Church and the Yellow Church. Mrs. Lisa's eyes showed a light of interest, and she motioned for the Archbishop to continue. As for how to talk and what to discuss, His Holiness the Pope will talk to you in person. William Thompson said as he took out a golden gem from his arms. It was obviously a gem that had been blessed by some kind of sacredness and was shining brightly. After placing the golden gem respectfully on the table, he respectfully left the room. As he left, a circle of golden ripples rippled around the golden gem, and then a shadow was born from the depths of the ripples. The Pope of the Eternal Sun Church, Ross Hurley. I'm sorry to talk to you in this way. Ross Hurley lowered his attitude very low, and Madame Lisa nodded and said, I don't mind this way of talking. I'm just curious about the position of the Eternal Sun Church. We may have had our own position before, but now, we are no longer as glorious as before. Ross Hurley sighed and continued, the new sun no longer protects the Republic of Intis. It is now in Backland and in the singing of your faith. Madame Lisa's face was instantly moved. The news contained in such a statement was too shocking. New sun. Doesn't this clearly mean that the current eternal blazing sun is no longer good? In Backland, in the Yellow Church's religious hymn, is it the Lord of God? Last night, the Lord of God came out specially and asked the Yellow Church believers to respectfully call him the Holy Master. Before the word Holy Master, there is also a Keeming, and the Holy Master Keeming is the new identity that the Lord of God told her privately. The word Keeming can indeed refer to the sun, because every day the sun brings light to the world. It seems that you have thought of it. Ross Hurley confirmed Mrs. Lisa's guess. We need a new sun to bring us new light, otherwise the light that has lost its source will eventually be eroded by darkness. You should talk to the Holy Master face to face. I can only see a blurry picture and cannot confirm his identity. I am far away in the Republic of Intis and cannot contact him. This is quite aggrieved, and Mrs. Lisa can't help but sigh in her heart. The Lord of God is very good at hiding himself. If he doesn't want to be found, it is really difficult for the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church to sense his existence, let alone contact him. Take last night for example, the Lord of God appeared as an incarnation of light, and few people present could glimpse the true identity of the Lord of God. I can convey it to you. As for whether the Holy Master is willing to see you, I can't control it. At number 160 Birkland Street, after Klein led Mr. Azek and Huang Guangwainatan back, he came out to talk as Don Downstead. Huang Guangwainatan smiled and sat down. It's not a particularly important matter. I just want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to say a few words. The stars once visited the spirit world. He has a close relationship with the resurrected ancestor of the ancient phoenix. The stars are aware of the existence above the gray fog. Yellow Light Veneton mentioned the stars in a few words, which made Klein's heart tremble inexplicably. Was he trying to warn himself? Next year, I should say this year will be an era of burning war. Darkness and blood will sweep across the northern and southern continents. The cracks in the original barrier are gradually opening. Hearing this, Azek's expression became more solemn. As a powerful beyander of the death path, he indeed had a premonition that this year would be the beginning of war and chaos, which would definitely be more massive than the conquest of the Fuzak Empire. The initial cracks in the barrier will gradually expand, and this news is so alarming, it is a precursor to the end. Our pace must also speed up. When Huang Guangwainatan said this, his eyes were fixed on Klein. The meaning was very clear. He just told Klein that you should be promoted as soon as possible. This is the true soul of the spiritual predator. I think you need it now. Yellow Light Wenetan simply stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, and in the palm of his hand was the real soul of the predator from the spiritual world. This is one of the main materials that Klein needs to be promoted to a Sequence 4 Trickster Mage. He has already obtained the other tricksy evil main eye not long ago. In this way, he had gathered all the extraordinary materials needed to advance to Sequence 4 Conspiracy Mage. As long as the magic potion in his body is completely digested, he can try to be promoted. Klein was silent for a while. You always need to bring some gifts when you come to visit, so that you can be considered sincere. Huang Guangwainatan said with a smile. This is not a rare thing in the spiritual world. I will remember this gift. That's what I expected. Huang Guangwainatan stood up with a smile and looked at the time. I can't stay here too long, lest I attract unnecessary attention. We look forward to the day when you go above the gray fog. After saying that, yellow light went and bent down and bowed, then turned into a ball of yellow spectrum, blended into the sunlight and disappeared. Klein and Azek sat on the sofa and looked at each other. Klein coughed lightly and said, I didn't know this yellow light Veneton until last night. Everyone has their own secrets. This is normal. You don't need to feel ashamed to face me because of this. Azek's gentle and loving voice soothed Klein's messed up mood. Mr. Azek, what do you think I should do now? Promotion. But now I'm a little hesitant. Some things can only be seen when you reach the top of the mountain. If you stand at the bottom of the mountain, you can only imagine it. I see. In Queens, Hasta stretched out his arms to pull Sharon back into the bed who was about to get up. He rested here last night and let Sharon take care of him. Although he didn't do anything, there were not many opportunities to sleep with Sharon. Today is the first day of the new year, Sharon said as calmly as possible. I know. Hasta hugged Sharon tighter. Of course you have to spend the first day of the new year with the important people, right? Miss Audrey is still waiting for you. It's not too late to go in the afternoon. It was after 10 o'clock that Hasta got up from Sharon's bed. As soon as he walked out of the room, he caught Azishara who was trying to eavesdrop in the corner. After patting her head a few times, Hasta freshened up and went downstairs to eat. Seeing Butler Neil's thoughtful but hesitant expression, Hasta waved him over. Just say what you want to say. Your Majesty, Miss Sharon is a very good girl. I know what you want to say. Asta smiled and said, I will go to South Wales after the year. This time you leave Backland with me. When the horn of war blows, Backland is not as safe as South Wales. Should I leave Backland too? Well, your talents are more needed there? Butler Neil said nothing more and nodded in agreement, even though he was used to life in Backland. At noon, when Hasta had some free time, Lady Lisa came to tell him what the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church meant. The timing is really good. Hasta did admire the Pope's vision. His vision really saw the long term and was very accurate. I'll take care of it. Shortly after Mrs. Lisa left, a portal from the spirit world quietly opened in Hasta's study. Greg Carey, the ancestor of the Phoenix, landed lightly on the desk in front of Hasta, with a world map in his mouth. After laying out the map, Greg Carey stood on the area representing the southern continent and motioned for Hasta to help take a look. This is a military map. To be precise, it is the route map of the southern continent's expected attack on the northern continent. In order to avoid South Wales, where Asta is located, the march route of the southern continent did not start from Barons Port, but to the west, facing the port of Daisy Bay as the starting point. There are two main attack routes in the southern continent. One passes through Dissy Bay and approaches Dissy County in the Kingdom of Lowen, and the other enters the Kingdom of Fenport. This is an ideal offensive route. Most of the forces in the northern part of the Lowen Kingdom are still on an expedition against the Fuzak Empire. Although the Dixie and Southwell counties in the south have deployed navies, they are mainly concentrated in Southwell where Asta is located, Ur County. Because choosing Dixie County as the breakthrough point would not only be too deep, but there is also the Kingdom of Fenabo nearby that can cut off the route at any time. Therefore, the major nobles of the Lowen Kingdom discussed, and they all felt that South Wales was more dangerous. Hasta carefully looked at the entire military map and found that the strategy of the southern continent was really greedy. Originally, he didn't want to directly intervene in this war, but after looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but pick up a red pen and cross out the attack route to Dixie County, and only chose the Kingdom of Fenport as the breakthrough point. Although everyone knows the principle of cold lips and teeth, in practice, it is not that easy. If only the Kingdom of Fenabo was attacked, even if the Kingdom of Lowen wanted reinforcements, They would hold a meeting to discuss the matter for a period of time. Maybe several months would pass before the Kingdom of Loen would send troops to reinforce. After planning the offensive route for the southern continent, Hastur's eyes stayed on the Republic of Intis, and he couldn't help but sigh that the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church was really smart and courageous. Seeking cooperation at this time, although his goal is not war, he has a very clear vision of the future positioning of the Republic of Intis. After thinking for a while, Hastur drew several attack routes on the Republic of Intis, allowing it to attack the northern part of the Kingdom of Fenport from the direction of the Central Plateau. At the same time, heavy troops were pressed on the borders with Segal and Lomborg. Once Segal and Lemberg reinforced the Kingdom of Fenport, the army of the Republic of Intis immediately pressed forward. If the Republic of Intis cooperates with the southern continent in this way, the Kingdom of Fenport, Segal, and Lundberg should not be able to stop them, and finally they will take care of the small country of Mossy and the Kingdom of Loen. Plan a strategic route, and have Hastur stand a little further away to take in the full view. If he follows his strategic vision, it is not certain whether the southern continent can be divided equally with the Republic of Intis and the northern continent. However, the three countries of Fenport Kingdom, Segal, and Lemberg have basically fallen. Asta looked at it for a while and felt that the possibility of dividing the world was the greatest. Republic of Intis, Southern Continent, Kingdom of Loen. But this is only a preliminary strategic concept. Once there are mistakes or turning points in the details of a war, the entire strategic concept needs to be overturned and reimagined. Moreover, the Republic of Intis is too unstable, and the state of the eternal blazing sun is definitely not good. Maybe the Republic of Intis will be pushed back by the two small countries of Seeger and Lomborg. The Pope of the Church of the Eternal Burning Sun is smart here. He must be aware of the embarrassing position of the Republic of Intis in the future. The Intis Republic, which no longer has the protection of the eternal blazing sun, can hardly occupy such a large territory anymore and may be divided up at any time. It desperately needs to find an ally. The Eternal Sun and the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, are absolute mortal enemies. The Lord of Storms and the Goddess of Night, the God of Steam and Machinery, occupy the Kingdom of Loen. Segal and Lundberg are the missions of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Mother Goddess of the Earth is on good terms with the Goddess of Night. The Intis Republic's choices may include the Southern Continent or the dying Fasak Empire. But that Pope chose the newly emerged Yellow Church. Tweet. Asta was lost in thought, and Greg Carey reminded him twice. The Republic of Intis is a possible help, Asta said subconsciously, then shook his head and chuckled. I shouldn't have interfered with these things. Greg Carey leaned her little head over, her eyes looking expectantly. That's right, I can't watch you lose to the Goddess of the Night. Hastur drew a few more lines on the military map, then rolled up the map and let Greg Carey take it away. Today is the day when the Pirate Kingdom was established. It's a pity that Bernadette can no longer take over the Republic of Intis, otherwise she would be a very good candidate. Hastur stayed alone in the study and thought for a long time. It was not until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he took a carriage to Earl Hall's house. Earl Hall knew that he would come, so he did not go out in the afternoon, but waited for him at home. Countess Hall and Audrey were also at home, and Hibbert went out to visit various powerful families on behalf of the Hall family. January 5th is a good day. That's what Earl Hall said. Hastur glanced at Audrey, who pretended not to know what was going on, and then said, "Let Uncle arrange everything." "Aren't you two in free love? Why do you seem so arbitrary to me?" Earl Hall raised his tone of dissatisfaction, looked at his daughter helplessly, and then glared at Hastur. Is this engagement made for him? The two people who were obviously involved didn't seem to be worried at all, and looked very casual. The elders in my family died young. I really don't have much experience in this kind of thing. Asta can only play the emotional card. Count Hall's expression softened a little and he gave his wife a look. Countess Hall said knowingly, "Since the date has been agreed upon, you two can discuss other matters by yourselves, such as the engagement venue, wedding clothes, and the couple, invitations from respective friends, etc." After listening for a while, Hastur wisely handed a stack of dowry lists to Earl Hall. Although Earl Hall never mentioned the betrothal gift from beginning to end, Audrey glanced at Hasta in surprise, her eyes seeming to ask, "When will you be ready?" Hasta blinked at her and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I have been preparing to marry you home for a long time." Audrey rolled her eyes at Asta. She didn't believe this argument. She was sure that Mr. Asta would not take more than a month to prepare this list of betrothal gifts. Earl Hall, who was silently looking at the list of betrothal gifts, hesitated several times. He had no idea that Hasta had accumulated such a huge wealth at such a young age. How much corruption has Hasta committed in South Wales in the past 2 years? This was the first thought that came to Earl Hall's mind. He clearly remembered Hasta 2 years ago. He couldn't even keep his family's ancestral property and had to find someone to borrow it to live on. But now, the jewelry, pearls, agates, and land titles on this list of betrothal gifts alone exceed £500,000. This is quite a fortune. No wonder the 2 Grand Dukes of South Wales died in South Wales. This was the second thought that came to Earl Hall's mind. It's really not easy to be so young and have such fierce methods. Earl Hall looked at Hasta with increasingly complicated eyes. Seeing the end of the list of betrothal gifts, Earl Hall couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had never thought about asking for Hasta's betrothal gift from the beginning. He was not short of money, and he was not selling his daughter. Originally thinking about how much money Hasta had given as a betrothal gift, he doubled it and gave it to Audrey, treating it as his father's last blessing. But the total value of this list of betrothal gifts should be between 800,000 gold pounds and 1 million gold pounds. He didn't know how Hasta had made so much money in less than 2 years. What he was thinking now was that if he really wanted to give Audrey a double gift, he would probably have to sell his shares in several major banks. Most of them are enough. He has already arranged for this part of the assets to be given to his eldest son Hibbert. Even if he didn't double it and give it to Audrey at the same price, he would still have to work hard. For the first time, he felt that it was not good for his son-in-law to be too good at making money. No, this should be regarded as making money. Seeing that Count Hall's expression was a little abnormal, Countess Hall asked Audrey to take Hasta for a walk in the garden first, or go upstairs to discuss their engagement date behind closed doors. "What's wrong?" Countess Hall approached Earl Hall, wondering why he looked so unhappy. "See for yourself." Earl Hall handed the list of dowry gifts to Countess Hall with a sullen face. After a while, Countess Hall exclaimed, "Is he going to rob the treasury?" Earl Hall drank tea in silence. He may not have robbed the treasury, but he must have embezzled, amassed, and plundered money in South Wales, so many. In Audrey's room on the second floor, Audrey listened to Asta's general introduction to the betrothal gift list, and her eyes revealed an incredible light. She knew that Mr. Asta didn't need to worry about money recently, but she didn't expect that he was so rich. "Don't worry, I didn't rob the kingdom's treasury." Seeing that Audrey had begun to think wildly, Asta added, "Southwell County is also very peaceful. I didn't take advantage of my position to make a lot of money. I just collected some normal business taxes." In fact, Asta himself didn't know exactly how much he was worth now, but he estimated it to be around a few million gold pounds. Now he can make a net income of 100,000 gold pounds every month in Southwell County alone. In addition to the property of the former Grand Duke of Southwell that he had seized before, that guy has accumulated a lot of wealth. This doesn't count the wealth of the Yellow Church. If the entire South Continent is also his property, there is no problem in being rich enough to rival a country. For him now, money is really just a unit of quantity. Anyway, he will never spend it all. Besides, apart from Mr. Fool, no boss of any secret organization would be short of money, let alone gods. Well, he didn't mean to use Mr. Fool as an example, but when it comes to this issue, he can't avoid him. "I really want to hear how you accumulated such a huge fortune." Audrey seemed very interested in this question. It was only after she arrived at the Tarot Club that she discovered that gold pounds could have so many uses and that money was hard to earn. "Come closer and I'll tell you." Asta sat on a chair and motioned Audrey to come and sit on his lap. "I don't have to know." Audrey snorted, sat on the edge of the bed, and made a smug expression to Asta. "Alas." Asta sighed, then stood up and rushed towards Audrey's big bed. "Then I can only come here by myself." Audrey wanted to escape, but Asta pulled her hand and fell on the bed together. After looking at each other for a while, Audrey supported Asta's chest with her small hands, and naturally closed her eyes in shame, with her eyelashes trembling slightly. Asta naturally would not waste this rare opportunity. Half an hour later, Audrey pushed Asta out of the room with a red face, and asked the maids to tidy up her clothes and calm down. Asta waited outside the room with Susie for 20 minutes before going downstairs hand in hand with Audrey. "How did you discuss it just now?" Countess Hall broke the somewhat dull atmosphere. Audrey looked at Asta with a guilty look, and glanced away unnaturally. "It's almost discussed." Asta naturally took over the topic.
"It will not be easy for you young people to live at home in the future." Earl Hall returned half of the betrothal gift list to Asta while speaking. "It will be even more difficult to accumulate some wealth. In fact, accumulating wealth is not very difficult." Asta looked at Earl Hall's face, but still did not say this sentence, just smiled and said, "Everything is arranged by your uncle." "Yeah." Earl Hall nodded with satisfaction, and then talked to Asta about some things in South Wales. In his words, he advised Asta to be more careful when making money in South Wales in the future, and not to be so unscrupulous. Asta could only nod and show a well-behaved look of listening to the admonition. This scene made Audrey's eyes smile. At night, the Hall of Stars. Asta tried to find the star of the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church. If the Pope really wanted to find a new sun and change his original belief in the Eternal Sun, then he would most likely have a connection with himself in terms of faith. Just like Madame Lisa, he could also find him in the Hall of Stars. If he can't find it, it can only prove that his faith is not pure enough, but just perfunctory. This is a good way to identify. Asta's eyes swept over the small light spots, and each time they touched and left, which could save him a lot of time. After searching for about 10 minutes, Asta finally found the small light spot representing the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church. The light spot where he was not very bright, but it faintly revealed the golden light of the sun. There was little faith, but it was very firm. "I really found him." Asta looked for a while before using the authority of divine revelation to completely touch the golden light spot. He first read the life of Pope Ross Hurley, and then appeared in his dream as an illusory light and shadow. "Who is it?" Ross Hurley was suddenly pulled into the dream and asked subconsciously. "Aren't you looking for me? The saint of the Yellow Church?" Ross Hurley looked solemn, with a bit of relief in his eyes. Hasta did not answer this question, but pointed to the sky above his head. A golden sun appeared out of thin air and began to move. "The sun has always been here. That is the sun of all living things, not our sun." Ross Hellaway leaned down and showed his respectful side. "But you are turning your back on your sun," Hasta chuckled. "It was the sun that left us first. Without the sun's protection, we will all die in the cold winter. The new sun may not shine on you. We only need a little light to survive, and we dare not ask for too much. You should have a better choice." Hasta said this about the superstar overlord who will replace the eternal sun. Even if the eternal sun falls, the superstar overlord still needs the believers of the sun. As the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church, he can wait for them to decide the winner and loser before choosing his position. "I always believe that the new sun will be more merciful." Ross Hurley's tone is more pious. "New life often means fragility. This is the meaning of my existence. It is very labor-saving to talk to smart people." Hasta understands the real thoughts of the Pope. It is equivalent to the difference between giving timely help and adding icing on the cake. It is obvious that Ross Hurley chose the former. "Maybe you will not see the day when the new sun rises again. This is my choice, and I am willing to bear all the consequences it brings." Having said this, Hasta said no more, and when he left, a sun ray comparable to the falling eternal sun enveloped Ross Hurley. "I am bathed in the sun again." Ross Hurley closed his eyes and felt the light from the sun's authority, and murmured with a smile, "The sun's light seems to be purer." In the Hall of Stars, Hasta ended the divine revelation, shook his head and sighed. "I was just trying at the beginning, but I didn't expect that it would be possible to steal the sun's authority. The sun is one of the stars, but he has no advantage in obtaining the sun's authority. Now it is a battle between the eternal sun and the superstar lord, and the next will be the battlefield between the ancient sun god and the superstar lord. His chance is the slimmest.
But now someone has chosen to bet heavily on him, making him look like he has a little hope. Don't let Adam and the true creator know about this. They are very suitable partners at present. Hester first thought of keeping this secret to avoid any disturbance. At least, before Adam and the true creator merge into the ancient sun god, they must not be able to see this. If he really wanted to seize the power of the sun, there was only one possibility, which was to hide his own existence and wait for the ancient sun god and the superstar master to lose both. After Hester carefully considered this matter, he retracted his gaze and looked at the star where Adam was. Adam, who was ready to become a god, was no longer in the seaside church at this moment, but was completely hidden, waiting for the arrival of the tide of the times. Hester's eyes then swept across the stars where the outer gods used to be, such as the mother tree of desire, and confirmed that nothing abnormal had occurred before leaving the Hall of Stars. Tonight, he still rested in Sharon's room. He had already wasted an opportunity last night, and he couldn't waste it again tonight. When he opened his eyes, Sharon was just standing by the window, watching the snowflakes flying outside, while guarding Hester. It's time to rest early tonight. Hester came behind Sharon. Sharon's body trembled slightly, and then she hummed lightly. Are you not going to find an excuse to escape tonight? I can't escape. Sharon's voice was very low, and it seemed to be a little aggrieved. Hester picked up Sharon by the waist and set up a barrier in the room to prevent prying eyes. Tonight was destined to be a long night, and the faint humming was the most beautiful scenery that surpassed all the falling snowflakes. It's dawn, time to get up. On a large bed, the quilt arched slightly, the bed swayed gently, and the hand-embroidered pattern of blooming flowers on the quilt had deep wrinkles after a night of tumbling. No. A low moan was like the sound of a kitten in helplessness. Be moderate. This whisper did not reveal much firm will. I'm not a member of your temperance faction. No, be moderate. Are you saying this to yourself? It seems that you haven't even convinced yourself yet.
The sun was shining brightly, from the window to the roof, and those who liked to stay in bed came out of the room.
Azishara, who had been waiting downstairs for a whole morning, was curious and wanted to go upstairs, but was caught by Hester and asked to stay quiet so as not to disturb Sharon's sleep. Something must have happened last night. Azishara's eyes were wide open. Eat your dried fish. Hester blocked Azishara's mouth with a dried fish. Don't think you can shut me up with food. I can't eat anymore. Faced with her master's forced feeding, Azishara finally had to declare surrender and lie on the table, unwillingly pouting. Seeing Hester's eyes sweeping over her, she hurriedly covered her mouth to avoid being fed with dried fish again. After eating and drinking, Hester took a delicious meal to the second floor and entered Sharon's room, and did not come out until the next morning. For several days, until January 5th, Hester got up early and asked his personal maid to dress up for him and put on a black dress that had already been customized. In terms of dressing, men always simplify many steps for women. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Hester took a carriage to the engagement venue. At first, Earl Hall preferred to hold the engagement ceremony in the Church of the Goddess of Night, but Hester felt awkward about it. Maybe the Goddess of Night would secretly take a look and show a miracle to bless his engagement ceremony with Audrey. Hester didn't want his good life with Audrey to be mixed with these conspiracies, so he finally chose to hold the engagement ceremony at the Astor Manor of the Campbell family in the suburbs. Butler Neil had people start to set up the scene early. Hester, who arrived early, spent most of his time entertaining the nobles and friends who came to attend the engagement ceremony. Even if it was just an engagement, the scene was still very grand. If the number of people had not been deliberately reduced, the nobles of the entire Backland might have come to attend the engagement ceremony. Hester naturally chose the time of the engagement ceremony at night. As believers of the Goddess of Night, Audrey and Earl Hall naturally had no objection to this. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Audrey arrived at the gate of the manor in Earl Hall's luxurious carriage. It is worth mentioning that Hugh and Furs were one of Audrey's bridesmaids and came to attend the engagement ceremony. They supported Audrey on the left and right to open the curtain of the carriage, got off the carriage, and accompanied Audrey to the distance where she handed her little hand to Hester's big hand. Tonight, Audrey was undoubtedly the most dazzling existence under the starry sky. Even if she was simply dressed up at a dinner party on weekdays, she was already eye-catching enough. Tonight, She was dressed up by more than 20 maids for most of the day, and she was even more dazzling, like a shiny diamond that had been polished on many sides. No matter from which angle you look at her, she was so flawless. Tonight, Audrey wore a pure white wedding dress that symbolized purity and loyalty. The neckline, shoulders, waist, cuffs, and hem were made of a lot of lace, tulle, ruffles, ribbons, bows, multi-layered cake cutting, folds, wrinkles and other elements. Each process here was handmade by a senior tailor, and it took more than half a year. This was the wedding dress that Earl Hall had prepared for Audrey in advance. The heart-shaped sapphire necklace, ruby diamond bracelet and other various complementary earrings from the southern continent made Audrey's beauty even more outstanding and stunning. Asta held Audrey's hand in a white gauze glove and walked on the red carpet that had been laid on the ground. In the eyes of countless envy and blessings, they walked into the manor step by step, and completed a series of tedious ceremonies in front of Archbishop Anthony and the Earl and his wife of Hall. It looked no different from a real wedding ceremony. "Wow, I envy Miss Audrey so much." Hugh held back the exclamation that almost screamed out loud, and said with great envy, "Wearing such a wedding dress and walking into the palace of marriage with the beloved, life is simply perfect." "Yes, it's really enviable." First's eyes were blurred, with a bit of longing, blessing and a little loss, murmured. "First, why don't you have a script like Miss Audrey's perfect life in so many novels you wrote?" "Because I can't imagine it." First's thoughts were pulled back at once, in her novels, and in the simple cognition of the vast number of readers. For all the noble ladies who come from such powerful families, their marriages are often forced and they have no choice. A painful and unfortunate marriage with a desire for freedom is their normal state. Therefore, in literary works, they often like those simple, kind and common young men who symbolize freedom and equality and have all the good qualities. This is also the motivation and interest of this kind of books. If it simply depicts a happy and perfect life, it will definitely fail to resonate with a wide range of readers, and the sales of the entire work will be dismal. Such a happy life is only suitable for the person concerned to slowly experience and possess, and must not be written into a literary work for dissemination. This will undoubtedly attract malicious abuse and suspicion. "Is that Miss Sharon?" Suddenly, Zio tugged at Fur's sleeve and whispered in a direction. Furs looked in the direction Zio pointed, and saw the exquisite and beautiful Miss Sharon wearing a classic black court dress, looking at Mr. Asta and Miss Audrey who were holding an engagement ceremony, and she was accompanied by a cute and sweet little girl. "Miss Sharon must be very sad at this time," Zio whispered, and quickly covered her mouth, looking around in panic, and she was relieved to confirm that no one noticed what she said. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything." First pulled Hugh away from this place and walked to a place where Miss Sharon could not be seen. Sharon, who was keenly aware that someone mentioned her, looked over subconsciously and only saw Fur's back. As for Hugh, her petite back was submerged in the crowd, and only the back of her head could be vaguely seen. "Miss Sharon, I'm really angry for you." Azishara waved her fist angrily in the direction of Susie. She didn't think she lost to Susie, and Miss Sharon didn't lose to Miss Audrey. Sharon just gently stroked Azishara's head. There was no expression of sadness and loss on her face. Instead, there was a hint of inexplicable emotion in her deep eyes. These days, Asta has been staying in her room. Although this is not something worth showing off, at this time, her thoughts can't help but recall the days when she was alone with Asta these days. She naturally understood that Hasta was feeling sorry for her and had some regrets in his heart, but she still walked in front of Miss Audrey, just like the game of life they played in South Wales. In the first game of life, she did win Audrey. As for the future game of life, she didn't think she would lose. Restraint. Sharon's cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't seem to be obsessed with this matter. Soon, the ceremony and music sounded, and cheers rang out, congratulating Hasta and Audrey on the completion of the engagement ceremony. The ceremony is finally completed, it's really tiring." Audrey also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She didn't sleep well since last night, and she got up very early today. She was busy until now, and the engagement ceremony finally came to an end. "Are you tired? I'll take you back to your room to rest for a while." Asta's whisper rang in Audrey's ears. Audrey felt panicked for some reason, and she didn't even dare to look at Hasta. Obviously, this was just a very ordinary and caring word. Audrey's slightly flustered eyes met Susie's eyes, who had been looking at this place. Audrey, you are not familiar with the change of each other's identities, so you seem flustered and at a loss. You need some time to accept your new relationship with Mr. Hasta. Although Susie did not speak, Audrey understood the meaning in her eyes. Audrey was still in a relaxed mood, despite being counseled by Susie at the engagement ceremony. She was suddenly stunned for a while, and she seemed to be getting more and more used to Susie's counseling. This made her glare at Susie lightly, then nodded, accepting Hasta's suggestion, and go to the room to rest for a while. After all, she would be busy dealing with those noble ladies and young ladies later. During the new year, the sea was not as busy as before, with only a few small boats scattered around. Because they could not return on time, they could only spend the new year together on the sea. The old fisherman sat on the bow and fished, while the young man put down the fishing net at the stern, ready to catch a big fish to add to today's dinner. The sea without the protection of the sun was dark and silent, and even the sound of the fish flapping in the net was particularly crisp and powerful. The two fishing lights hanging on the mast and the cabin door, the dim light could not dispel the increasingly thick darkness around. The old fishermen who have been making a living on the sea for many years have long been accustomed to the dark side of the sea. When the fishermen on several fishing boats gathered on a slightly larger boat, facing the slightly surging waves, and eating delicious fish soup in the cabin, a low roar like some kind of giant came from the dark sea in the distance. Is it a huge whale, or a strange and unknown sea beast from the deep sea? The people in the cabin were stunned for a moment, and several of them walked out of the cabin and came to the bow to take a peek. They did not dare to turn on the high beams, so as not to attract the attention of the huge sea beasts or attract the pirates who were also looking for prey on the sea. Their vision was blocked, and they could not see clearly, but the low humming sound was gradually approaching. Just when several people were panicking, someone shouted that it seemed to be the sound of a large warship starting. The old fisherman immediately remembered that when the ironclad warship of the Kingdom of Lowen sailed on the sea, it seemed to be such a sound. But it was not right. The Kingdom of Lowen was in the north, and this sound came from the south. South continent. Quick! Turn off all the lights on the boat, the old fisherman shouted anxiously, suppressing his voice. Several strong young men immediately followed the temporary plywood and returned to their respective boats to turn off all the fishing lights. As the last bit of light disappeared, the sea became increasingly dark, and the eyes could not see anything. The fear bred by the darkness turned into a ghost that made the people on the boat tremble. They dared not make a sound, and even swallowing saliva seemed cautious. After a long time, they heard the sound of the suspected large warship passing through the sea near them. The light faintly passing through the sea did not spread to the sea where they were. The warships passed for more than an hour before finally stopping. Something big happened. The old fisherman's face was as pale as snow. According to the time it took for the warships to pass through, the size of this fleet could be roughly calculated. This is definitely not a patrol ship, but a whole army of warships that can capture a large area of land. They are fishermen from the Kingdom of Finet. Following this direction, there are only the Kingdom of Finet and the Dissy County of the Kingdom of Lowen. The war is about to begin. Backland is still very lively tonight, and the New Year's celebration has not completely faded. In the suburbs, in Astor Manor, Audrey was sitting in the wedding room on the second floor, accompanying her mother to entertain the noble ladies and young ladies. You are indeed the most worthy choice for him. May your future be as bright and dazzling as the starry sky tonight. Audrey subconsciously looked at the person who said this congratulatory words, because she heard the deep envy and sadness from it. It was Mrs. Germani. She was dressed up tonight, gorgeous, passionate and charming. Even among a group of noble ladies, her existence was particularly outstanding. But there was deep sadness in her eyes, and she was looking at herself with an envious look, as if she was imagining that the person wearing this wedding dress at this moment was herself. Audrey had heard her eldest brother Hibbert say a few words about the existence of Mrs. Germani, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. Now it seems that this Mrs. Germani really likes Mr. Hasta. Seeing Audrey's gaze, Mrs. Germani put away the sadness deep in her eyes and showed a touching smile. Audrey did not show her sympathy or the pride of a winner, but just looked away calmly. When she looked over again, Mrs. Germani had left the room. Audrey stayed in the room for almost 2 hours before she left the room and returned to the banquet hall on the first floor accompanied by Countess Hall. As she glanced over, she saw Asta, who was surrounded by her elder brother, Greg, Growlant and others and was being forced to drink. "Asta, you declined my offer to match you up at the beginning. Now that you are together, you should have a few more drinks," Growlant said, motioning Growlant to fill Asta's glass. "Ha ha ha, Greg, if you want to get me drunk tonight, then I can only say that you need to practice your drinking capacity more." After drinking this glass of wine, Asta looked at Audrey, who was wearing a new set of clothes and walking down the stairs. He walked over naturally, took Audrey's hand, and said some polite words to all the guests. Soon, the dance began. Asta and Audrey naturally danced in the center, in the eyes of everyone. "Remember the last time I danced with you?" Asta whispered into Audrey's ear. "Mr. Asta, was that when you fell in love? It should have been earlier." "When was that?" Audrey's eyes were bright and clear, flashing with curiosity and expectation. "Do all of you girls like to ask this question?" Asta's heart trembled slightly. Sharon had also asked him this question before. He was sure that when he first met Sharon, he had a great liking for Sharon. It was not an exaggeration to say that he liked her. As for Audrey, he did not have any feelings of liking her when he first met her. He really couldn't remember exactly when he liked her. "Before you liked me. Mr. Asta, you are not honest." Audrey saw Asta's thoughts at a glance. "Then may I ask Miss Audrey, when did you like your fiancé in front of you?" Asta gently hugged Audrey's waist. Audrey naturally would not answer this question, but said with a little mischief, "Guess." When the first dance was over, Asta took Audrey away from the crowd temporarily and came to the deserted back garden. Only Susie followed. Audrey, who was able to move freely, was in a particularly good mood. She squatted down and helped Susie tidy up the crooked pink bow on her neck. This was from Hugh's idea. She leaned sideways and gently stroked Susie's head, seemingly avoiding Asta's gaze. As Susie said before, she was still not used to the change in her relationship with Mr. Asta. Even in terms of address, she was used to calling Asta Mr. Asta, not the more intimate address that belonged only to partners. "Audrey." "Yeah." Hearing Asta's voice, Audrey's heart skipped a beat. Although it was just a very ordinary address, it gave her an extremely strong feeling. "Woof," Susie shouted, quickly broke away from Audrey's touch, and disappeared into the shadows. Without Susie to ease the atmosphere, Audrey could only stand up and try to look at Asta with a calm look, but her eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her inner restlessness. "Audrey, I don't mind you calling me Mr. Asta all the time." Asta saw Audrey's melancholy and confused mood, and knew that she needed a process of adaptation. Audrey's eyes lit up slightly, and her nervous mood also improved a little. "Of course, if you want to call me my husband, dear, my love, my heart, I'd be happy to." "Mr. Asta." Audrey raised her voice slightly, and the blush on her cheeks almost spread to her earlobes. "What's wrong, dear?" Asta pretended to be puzzled. Audrey hesitated for a while, then laughed out loud, glanced at Asta, and said tenderly, "I don't care, I just like the name of Mr. Asta." "Dear, I always respect your opinion." Audrey almost couldn't hold it anymore, and finally patted Asta's chest in shame and anger, asking him not to tease her like this again. The two stayed in the garden for more than 10 minutes, and Audrey's nervous mood gradually dissipated, and a bright and sweet smile appeared on her face. Compared to those intimate names such as husband, dear, my love, and my heart, she still likes the name of Mr. Asta the most. Maybe not intimate enough, but very kind. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.